Good morning. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. Omar has been has been dying to hear this. Robert, good morning. Janice, good morning. Cray Miss, good morning. Yes, today we are wearing a suit just to please Mr. Cray. We are doing fantastic. We're going to hear our Vice President, J.D. Vance in Michigan. He just finished his live, but we will watch it together. I didn't get a chance to watch it. I haven't even got my coffee. I've been doing so many things. You guys have no idea. I have been doing so many things behind the scenes. Anybody that tells me that this is not a job, they are nuts. They are ridiculous. This it takes it takes a lot out of me to be able to do this. So I want you to know that I don't mind. I love doing it. I think it's great. This is something that I've have enjoyed since I started doing it. I know people are gonna say get your hat on, all that stuff. It is what it is. Listen, I like wearing my hats. It's what I like to do. I like wearing my hats. If I campaign, sometimes I'm gonna campaign with no hat. Sometimes I will have my hat on. You know, I can go either way. It doesn't matter to me. But thank you, Janice. Appreciate it. Haters will be haters. We all know this. We do have other things to talk about, but we are going to watch together. I'm going to make my cup of coffee, and we're going to go ahead and watch Vice President J.D. Vance addressing, I think it's on the economy in Michigan. There are good things going on in Michigan, despite some of the bad things, and I hope that that we get everything figured out. Every time I talk about being united, the way that I talk to people, and I call people retards and all this stuff. The reason why I do that is because I've been so sick and tired of the government and other hypocritical people out there always telling us to shut up, trying to oppress our freedom of speech, and that's one of the main reasons why I troll people with that. But it's not going to be probably a language that I will use on a professional level. But this is my show, and this is something different, and I should be able to say whatever the hell I want. I get a lot of feedback from some people who want to be religious about things. Listen, I will never be the Christian that you want me to be. You, as the people say, you do you, boo. Yeah, and I'll do me. All right. I don't need anybody's permission for my soul to be saved. That is all in God's hands. But I will do everything that I can as a human being. If number one, as an imperfect person, will try to do whatever I can to do the best that I can in this world in my lifetime. And I'm just glad that you guys are coming along the ride with me. I I'm telling you, if it is God's will, and I had to start um, not prophesizing it. I need to start proclaiming it. I need to start claiming it. And say that we are going to be the next governor here in Washington State. But I'm telling you, whoo, man, it is it is crazy. I must be out my mind. I must be out of my mind thinking that I can run for governor here in Washington State. I know you guys support me, and I thank you for that. I appreciate that support. But I must be out of my mind thinking that I can run for governor. Man, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm telling you, I'm not scared of it. It's nothing like that. But it's all a matter of um, power over mind or something like that. I got to be able to convince myself that God has a purpose in my life, and God wants to make a change for us here in Washington State. Everything starts, from scratch. You throw down a pebble down the snowy mountain, and eventually it catches up some snow, and eventually that takes momentum, and it becomes a huge snowball, or just one little crackle on the snowy mountain will make an avalanche, and that avalanche can be devastating. In my case, I think it's going to be devastating for the corrupt. I think it's going to be devastating for the people that have been lying to the people here in my state. There's so many things that can go right and that can go wrong as well. I can come in with the best intentions of say I'm going to make an executive order for this, and that, and I can probably reverse a lot of the damage that is being done here. But at the end of the day, it does take the will of the people in order for that to make it happen. And the reason why I say that is because we see all the things that are happening right now with President Trump. Joe can't. You know what? We'll talk about that after the video, okay? But we see everything that President Trump has to do, and everybody else backs out. You can't do that. You voted for the president. You got to give him his full term. You got to give him a chance. I'm not a fan of these midterms. I really think midterms are bullcrap. I really do. Nothing happens. There's nothing changes. It's ridiculous. It's just fighting amongst each other. That's all it is. I really hate the way that our government, in the direction that our government is headed. I really hate that, and I wish that it wasn't so. So, without further ado, I want to say hi to. Let me see who else came in here. Anybody worth mentioning? Let me see. Bigfoot again. Okay, Victor. Welcome, Victor. Good morning. Victor just put himself in timeout for 10 minutes. Go to the corner and think about what you said wrong in my chat. Remember, you are in the Dennis Herrera show. This is my show. You can say whatever the hell you want about J.D. Vance once we start watching the video, but don't think that I'm going to let you come over here and just insult me. That's not how it works. Hey, Scott, good morning. My man in the house. Big bro Roberto. No, not Roberto. Robert. Can't confuse that. Let's see. How the hell did Victor Rivera's... no, you will also go into timeout. Let's see. Sorry, Victor Rivera has a bad name now. He's on my shit list now. Victor Rivera is in my shit list. 10 minutes, timeout. Think about what you did wrong. Good morning, Brian. Hey, listen, they want to act like little children. We're going to treat them like so. All right? Hey, Cecil, good morning. Thank you. Welcome. We're going to go ahead and listen to our Vice President, J.D. Vance. And while we do that, I'm going to make my coffee and enjoy ourselves. Yes, I want to hear it too. All right, here we go.
Well, it is great to be back in Oakland County, Michigan, and I got to say, we have an amazing leader at the Environmental Protection Agency in Lee Zeldin, don't we? Lee, you do an amazing job. Let's give him a round of applause. Please, y'all, take your seats, You're a politician with a microphone. I'm going to be up here about 3 hours, so we don't want anybody fainting. But here we've got a leader at the EPA who recognizes that we've got to protect American clean air, clean water. Of course, we all want a safe environment for our kids, but we can do that while still having the strongest economy anywhere in the world, and that's exactly what Lee Zeldin has done for us. He's been good for Michigan workers. He's been good for Michigan families. He's been good for building and making things in America because he recognizes that unless we cut out all these crazy regulations, just as President Trump recognizes, we're never going to rebuild the American dream. So Lee, thank you for all you do, and for the Republicans in the room, which I hope is most of you, or at least the independent-minded Democrats and independents. Lee is the reason why we have a Republican Speaker of the House right now. Nobody knows that or appreciates that, because a couple of years ago, Lee Zeldin was the New York gubernatorial candidate at a time where, of course, it's very hard for a Republican to win the New York governor's race, but he so overperformed and did such a good job in that race that he drug a number of New York congressmen across the finish line. They're in Congress today enacting good policy because Lee Zeldin ran a hell of a race. So thank you, Lee, for everything that you do. Now, just on a personal note, I am very, very grateful, and I appreciate the warm welcome you guys gave to our wonderful second lady, my lovely wife, Usha Vance. Thank you, honey, for being here. Usha is now 22 weeks pregnant with baby number 4, so we're very excited about that. And I remember when we decided to run for vice president, I said, honey, I really want to have a 4th kid. And she said, well, you can become vice president or you can have a 4th baby. But ladies and gentlemen, I am persuasive because I got both. But let me just say on one other personal note. So we left Washington this morning, which has the craziest weather anywhere maybe I've ever lived in my entire life. Washington, D.C., it's, if you hate the weather, just wait 10 minutes because it's going to change. So we get on the plane, and I look at my staff, and I say, it is cold in Washington. I hope that we're going someplace warm. And they said, well, we're going to Auburn Hills, Michigan. And I said, oh. I bet it's not warmer in Auburn Hills, Michigan, but you know what? Cold weather makes hardy people. It makes great American workers, and this is the hardest working state anywhere in the union with the best workers. And you all know, as an Ohio State alum, how hard that is for me to say. But I'm gonna give you just a little bit of grief here because, of course, this incredible business that we're in with 100 high-quality American manufacturers doing great things is called Engineering Design Services Incorporated. And I met some of the leadership just backstage, and of course, so many of you are the very people who work with your hands, you work with your minds, and you keep this great American renaissance in manufacturing going. The fact that we added over 2,000 manufacturing jobs in this state since Donald Trump became president is a testament to what you all make possible. Because across the street, we got Fanuc, one of the largest robotics companies anywhere in the world, and everything that you guys do every single day makes it possible for Fanuc to do what they do. And I love that connection. I love that synergy between American workers here, American workers across the street, building great robotics so American workers in Wisconsin could make things that they weren't making 2 years ago. And the reason that has happened is because Donald J. Trump decided that we were sick of shipping American jobs overseas. We were sick of shipping American industry overseas. We are going to build right here in Michigan, right here at home, right here in the United States of America, and that's what we've done. Now that said, as proud as we are of the great robotics that are happening right here and across the street, do you know that, and you all should be very proud of this, Michigan is the #2 state in educational robotics adoption. I didn't know that until I was talking with somebody backstage. The #2 state out of 50. And this is where the grief comes in. Guess what's #1? Sir, I won't even repeat it because I'm going to get absolutely ran out of town if I say that. But we all know that as much as Michigan and Ohio, we have such a great rivalry. We have that rivalry because these are two of the states that are the proudest when it comes to building things and making things and creating the American dream. And it's why I love this state. But I want to talk a little bit just about what the President of the United States and the entire team has done with the auto industry in the great state of Michigan. I know we're not in an auto plant, but this is an economy that depends on American automobile manufacturers, and it's one of the things that I'm proudest of that we did. Because we inherited a country where Joe Biden and the Democrats were trying to wage war against our American automakers. They were creating thousands and thousands of pages of new regulations. They were going to war against American energy. They were trying to force every single person in the country United States of America because we want people to choose. So here's a statistic for you. In 2025, last year, new U.S. vehicle sales rose by 2.4%, which is the biggest jump in American-made automobiles since 2019, the last time Donald J. Trump was president. We've seen just in the last 6 months, we've seen the effects of our tax policy start to make its way into the Michigan automobile industry. You know, those working families tax cuts that Lee helped get passed and John James and so many of our great Michiganders helped make happen, that is real money in your pocket. And for our businesses, that means they can hire more, that means they can create more jobs, that means they can invest more in our great country. You know, those working families tax cuts mean no taxes on Social Security. If you like no taxes on Social Security, remember, Republicans made it happen in Congress. If you like no taxes on overtime, because we've got a lot of great overtime workers just here in this place, you ought to thank a Republican in Congress because congressional Republicans made no taxes on overtime happen, and Democrats fought us every single step of the way. And if you happen to believe that lowering taxes for people making less than $100,000 a year, and everybody else, by the way, is good policy, then again, we got to remember that it was congressional Republicans that made those victories happen. And I happen to believe, I'm fundamentally, I think a lot of you know this, I'm an optimist about this country. I think that we have great Democrats, great Republicans, great independents, but the Democrats in Washington, D.C. are a different breed from the Democrats that exist in most of the rest of the country. I was raised by two working-class Democrats. They were patriotic. My grandfather was a union steelworker for pretty much his entire life. I don't think he would understand the Democrat Party of Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, because they don't celebrate American victories. They don't vote for lower taxes for American workers. They don't seem to be happy when America is doing well. And fundamentally, the reason I'm here is to get us to remember, we've got an election, it seems like it's very far off. But the reality is, in just about 6 months, you're going to be asked to go to the polls, and you're going to be presented a question. Do you support the party that fights for fraud and illegal immigration, or do you support the Republican Party that fights for you, for lower taxes, and for good jobs right here in Michigan? And I want to make sure I read off, things that I learned about just on the airplane that are happening to this incredible state. You know that Detroit Diesel, one of the biggest engine manufacturers, announced it was adding a third shift and recalling laid-off workers that had been laid off last year. Why do you think that happened? That happens for two reasons. Because we've got tax policies that promote the investment in the American worker, and because the President of the United States, for the first time in my entire lifetime, was willing to say to the rest of the world, you're done poaching our industry, you're done poaching our jobs. If you want to build right here in the United States of America, you get a big fat tax cut. But if you're trying to undercut the wages of American workers and bring in cheap garbage from overseas, you're going to get a big fat tax increase because we're protecting our workers and we're protecting the jobs that support them. So we eliminated the EV mandate. We eliminated a lot of the taxes that made it hard for us to invest in our communities. We had a President of the United States who was willing to go to war against those foreign companies and those foreign countries who are undercutting the wages of American workers. And that is how you get the results that we have seen just over the last 14 months. And I'll tell you, because I see him every day, I talked to him this morning before I hit the road to come to Michigan, the President of the United States is proud of this record, but he is more impatient than any person I have ever met. One of the things I love about him is he will constantly tell Lee, me, the entire economic team, will say, let's celebrate our achievements, of course, but what have we done today? What have we done in the last week? What have we done in the last month to keep this progress going? Now, there's a statistic I'm going to toss out at you, but I think all of you have felt this statistic in your hearts. Because under the Biden administration, the average American worker lost $3,000 in take-home pay. That was a combination of two things: higher prices, that terrible inflation problem that we had under Joe Biden's leadership, but it was also because of higher taxes. So every single one of us, we got about an average of $3,000 poorer while Joe Biden and the Democrats ran Washington, D.C. That is a very, very bad statistic. Now, the good news is, over the last 14 months under Donald Trump's leadership, the average American has actually increased their take-home pay by about $1,400. Now, that's a good thing. That $1,400 is money in your pocket. But what it also means is that a lot of our families are still struggling because of that terrible hole that Joe Biden and the Democrats put us in. And for so many of us, the question in November is going to be very simply, do we support the people who made us hundreds and hundreds of dollars richer, or do we support the people who made us hundreds and hundreds of dollars poorer? Let's support the people who made us richer, more prosperous, and more secure, and that's the congressional leadership in Washington, D.C. Because here's the thing, I landed, I don't even remember which airport we landed in, but it was about a 20-minute drive from there to here, and I was looking around, and I was thinking to myself, again, this is why, even though I'm an Ohio State guy, I love this state, it reminded me so much of my hometown. You've got some of these beautiful old homes that I saw, places that are harken back to an era of American greatness when we built these beautiful buildings, and some of them looked amazing, and some of them, let's be honest, looked like they were struggling. I drove through some areas that were clearly struggling. I realized that America sold the highest number of my entire life. Everybody, whether it was on Wall Street or a foreign company or foreign competitor, we were going to sell out the American dream of the people right in this room so that somebody could make a quick buck, or so that some foreign competitor or some foreign country could get rich off of the infrastructure that the United States of America had built over 250 proud years. And what I realized driving through this area is that the American Renaissance, ladies and gentlemen, $1,200 richer in 14 months is a lot, but there is so much more that we can do together. There is so much more to be built, so much more to be reclaimed, so much more to be made anew in the United States of America. But it's not going to happen by going back to the failed policies of Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi. It's going to be by doubling down on the policies of Donald J. Trump and the people who love this country. In the same way that the American dream wasn't sold out in 1 year, it's going to take us longer to rebuild it. And what is really at stake in this election in November is fundamentally, we've done so much good, and we've built so much, and we've been able to do a lot for the American people, but the Democrats threatened to take us straight back to where we were just a few short years ago. And we all know the economic statistics. We all know the fact that we felt it in our pockets, that everything from groceries to our home electricity bill was going up at a level that it hadn't gone up in 40 years under Joe Biden. But it's not just that. Because the American dream, my friends, as you all know, it's not just about going out and being able to buy something, as important as that is. It's not just about the economics, the dollars and cents, though of course we demand that our citizens become more prosperous. It's also about peace and security. It's about being safe in your own home. It's about what I think of as a classic American idea that just because you grew up in a poor family like mine doesn't mean you shouldn't be able to walk down the street in safety and security in your own country. And that is what Joe Biden and his leadership and Nancy Pelosi and all these clowns in Washington, that is the thing that they tried to take away the most from us. Where do you think the fentanyl that flooded our streets and killed hundreds of thousands of our citizens came from? It came from Joe Biden's wide open border. Where do you think the highest crime rates, the highest murder rates came from during that administration? They came from the fact that we went to war on the police rather than on the criminals who committed crimes. Where do you think the fact that we had elevated murder rates, not just in our big cities, but in our small towns, because we let in hundreds of thousands of violent criminals into the United States of America? So when I talk about the American dream, I mean, number one, that I want you to have a good job that pays you a good wage, that allows you to put food on the table, but also take a couple of nice vacations every year. But what I also mean is that we need to get the people who are making our cities less safe the hell out of our country and focus on American citizens first. Because as much as we have achieved and as much as I'm proud of what we've done over the last 14 months, the Democrats threatened to take us right back to where we were the last time that they had control of the government. Think about it. Think about the State of the Union address. It feels like forever ago. I think it wasn't even a month ago. And as you all know, I have a very unique perspective on the State of the Union address, right? I'm the one person, the president's obviously talking, and I guess me and Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, are the two people who just get to see the Congress. We don't have anything to say. You stand up and sit down probably 150 times. But, it gave me a perspective on what's going on in our country. I should say what's going on in our capital more than what's going on in our country, because I realized that there is such cowardice in Washington, D.C., in the political leadership in Washington, D.C. I've never seen anything like it. So you may remember this line. If you don't, I'll repeat it for you. But the president said something to the effect of, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but he said something like, if you believe that it's if you believe that the government ought to put American citizens first rather than illegal aliens, stand up and cheer, okay? And every Republican and like 3 or 4 Democrats stood up and cheered. But what was funny is not just that the Democrats were sitting on their hands, it's that they were all looking around. Like, what do we do here? And what kind of a person is elected to serve in congressional leadership and has to look around at their peers rather than stand up and clap for the basic idea that the American government should be fighting for you, not people who are fraudulently in our country? What kind of a person can't stand and clap for a 6-year-old girl who was hugging her father because she was, a little nervous, she was in the public spotlight, but we were celebrating this 6-year-old girl because she had survived a criminal attack from an illegal alien who shouldn't be in this country? And the Democrats couldn't stand and cheer at that. And the thing that I took away from that is much more than any political issue, any policy issue. I can stand up here and proudly say that we shut the border, we lowered your taxes, and we have the lowest murder rate on history. And that is something I'm very proud of. But you know what I'm more proud of? That I am part of a political movement that is fighting for each and every single person in this room. Doesn't mean you're always going to agree with us. Doesn't mean you're going to agree with everything that congressional Republicans do in Washington, D.C. But what I do know is that they wake up and they think, how can we best serve the people of this community and the people of the United States of America? And that is the biggest dividing line, and it breaks my heart to say it. The biggest dividing line in our politics is not tax policy or regulatory policy or even immigration as much as you and I care about all these things. The biggest dividing line in our country is that we have in Washington, D.C., one political movement that is dedicated to fraud, to illegal immigration, and to making sure that this country is safe for them rather than safe for us. I would love I really would. I would love to live in a country where when the President of the United States says it is the duty of the American government to look after American citizens first, for everybody, Democrat and Republican, to stand up and cheer. But my simple request is that until we get to that moment, until the Democrats can cheer for the idea that the government fights for you, until the Democrats can cheer for the fact that the government should be lowering your taxes, until the Democrats stand and cheer for the fact that the border ought to be closed and we ought to get the cartels out of our country, do not send those crazy people or any more of them to Washington, D.C. Support the people who fight for you, and that is Donald J. Trump and the entire leadership of this party. Okay, so I've said everything, or at least most of what I want to say here, but I want to just give I want to give one note of shout out to our fellow Americans in this community who have suffered a little bit in the last couple of weeks, and then I'll take some questions from the reporters. So I believe we're only about a half an hour or so away from the facility Temple Israel, the synagogue that was attacked by a terrorist not even a week ago, I believe. And I think that all of us ought to keep these folks in our prayers, because when something happens to any member of our American family, and this particular incident happened to Jewish members of our American family, it is something that all of us have to stand up and say, it's disgusting, it's unacceptable, and we're not going to tolerate in the United States of America. So I hope all the folks from Temple Israel know that we're praying for them, we're thinking about them, from the President of the United States, the Vice President, and everybody else. And we're proud of how you've handled this particular situation, because it is tough. In particular, there was a police veteran who was a security guard by the name of Danny Phillips. And Danny Phillips was one of the heroes that day. He was injured protecting the people in that community. And I hope all of us will give a big round of applause and a prayer to Danny Phillips. He's the very best of this country, and sometimes you see the very best on our worst days. So with that, I will say thank you all for having me. The fun is not over yet. We'll take a few questions from the reporters, but if we could, what I'd like to do is start out with the local reporters first, and then if we have time, we'll get to the national reporters after that. Okay, go ahead, guys.
Hi, Mr. Vice President. Brett Cass with WXYZ here in Detroit. Thank you for taking questions. We're seeing gas prices here climbing at home, in particular here in Metro Detroit, with what's going on with Iran and the impacts in the Strait of Hormuz. What is the administration doing to help keep gas prices down, and where do you see gas prices going here?
To a point where Canada treats our workers fairly.
I want to try to give you a better version of the video, because the audio is messing up too much on the other one.
We treat their workers family, and they're going to be a true ally and a true friend, not somebody who's taken advantage of us, which is what they've done for most of my life. Thank you. Next question.
Will Jones from Local 4. With the ongoing war with Iran and the recent attack that you just mentioned on a synagogue not too far from here, what is being done to keep Americans safe here at home?
Yeah, a very good question. I believe that Tulsi Gabbard and John Ratcliffe are actually testifying before Congress right now to talk about some of these issues. So let me just say that it is an obsessive focus of the entire U.S. government to understand where the threats are, where people might attack innocent Americans, and what we can do to address it, to get ahead of it, and if, God forbid, something does happen, to respond to it as quickly as possible. And there's a whole host of things that happen. Look, we're monitoring, some classified stuff, some phone calls, things like that, so that we can try to figure out when foreign actors want to come into our country to commit acts of terrorism in the United States of America. We've got the FBI searching for people who have come in, usually illegally, to the United States of America, who might wish the United States ill will. We're continuing to get illegal criminals out of our country, because those are very often the people who commit acts of violence against the United States of America, against our people. So there's a lot that we're working on. Knock on wood, I think that we've had a very good track record with security under the Trump administration. We've got murder rates as low as they've ever been. But the only way to stay ahead of this stuff is to keep vigilant about it. The unfortunate reality is there are always bad people out there. Again, very many of them outside of our country who are trying to come in. They're always going to be there. What you need your government to do, what you should expect your government to do, is to stay on top of it and keep you as safe as possible. That's what we try to do every single day. Thank you.
Colin Jackson, Michigan Public Radio Network. We're seeing ICE expanding its presence in Southeast Michigan with developments in, near the airport in Romulus and office spaces in Southfield. And I'm wondering what words you would have to say to community members who may be concerned that this might lead to an increase in aggressive immigration tactics like we've seen in Minnesota or Chicago.
Well, what I'd say is that ICE is a very simple job, and it's not just ICE, it's the entire federal government, law enforcement agencies, the various three-letter agencies that exist within the federal government. It's to make people safe. And ICE in particular is trying to get violent criminals out of the United States of America. People who have no legal right to be in the United States of America, the best thing they could do is just go home voluntarily. That would be the easiest thing. And I always find it a little bit weird when congressional Democrats or others say, how dare you? And then the thing that they're so offended by is that we're getting illegal aliens, many of them with criminal records, out of our country. How dare we? That's exactly what we should be doing. That's what we promised we would do when the American people elected Donald J. Trump president of the United States, to protect the American people. You heard the last questioner, asking justifiably about how we're keeping people safe. One of the ways that we keep people safe is by making sure bad people are outside of our country rather than inside of our country. And if they're inside of our country, inside of a jail cell, which is where they should be. But on this issue of, they're worried about, I forget how you phrased the question. You said they're worried about aggressive enforcement. We have had ICE and immigration enforcement operating in 50 states, in red states and in blue states, in very, very blue cities and very, very red cities without any incident. And the two exceptions, maybe three exceptions, are where? Minneapolis, Chicago, and Los Angeles. Because in those three states, the local political leadership said, do not cooperate with getting violent criminals out of our state or out of our city. Now, I don't understand that. If I'm living in suburban Minneapolis and I find out there's a sex offender, illegal alien living 3 blocks away from me, I'm going to be calling the police and saying, get this person out of my country. But unfortunately, you've had some governors and a couple of mayors who have said they're going to do everything possible to create civil strife by blocking immigration enforcement. What I would ask people in town to do, what I'd ask everybody in these communities to do, is just tell your local leadership that you want them to cooperate with getting bad people out of the United States of America. So long as we've got the cooperation and so long as we're working as a team, the chaos that you see in Minneapolis, it's not going to happen. It only happens when you've got broken and dysfunctional political leadership that tries to stop us from doing our jobs.
Thank you for taking questions, Mr. Vice President. Craig Mauger from the Detroit News newspaper here. There's a lot of concern and talk in Michigan right now ahead of this pivotal midterm election that the federal government might somehow intervene in the administration of the election here in this state. Do you have any promises that you would make that the federal government will not intervene in any way in this election, or what would you tell people in Michigan who are concerned about that?
Well, what do you mean by the federal government intervening in the election? That's the first I've ever heard of it, but maybe I don't understand your question.
I believe the president has talked about nationalizing elections in recent months himself. It states.
Well, if what you mean by intervening in the election is that we want everybody to have a voter ID before voting in this country, yes, we should be doing that, to be clear. I mean, if by what you mean is, Marco Rubio has like 5 jobs, is the president going to send Marco Rubio to Michigan to be a ballot counter as his 6th title? I don't think so. I haven't talked to the president or Marco about it. But look, there's a lot of scare tactics, and there's a lot of scary language floating around there. You know, the President and I have been working very hard, and we actually got a good vote yesterday in the United States Senate on the Save America Act, which is a very simple piece of legislation that does a number of things. But one of the things it does is actually establish this very simple principle that if you're going to vote in a federal election, you ought to show identification before you do so. I think that's very much common sense. So no, we don't want to intervene in elections, but we certainly want to make elections safe and secure. Number one, because we want to make sure that the will of the voters is actually recognized and respected. But think about this. You know, we've got, I don't know how many people, a lot of people in this room. Let's say for every single person here, an illegal alien shows up and votes in a Michigan election. That isn't just fraudulent, and that isn't just illegal. That steals your right to vote away from you, because then your vote counts for less. If you believe, as I do, that the American people are sovereign in their own country, then you have to believe that their vote should be protected, and the only way to fully protect their vote is to prevent fraudsters from coming and voting in American elections. Okay. And we'll take just one more question.
Hello, Mr. Vice President. Ben Solis, Michigan Advance. Joe Kent resigned from his post over his objection to the war in Iran. He was among those Republicans who was pretty dedicated to Trump's agenda and the MAGA movement. So how does his exit speak to the fracture of that coalition over the war? And what can you say to those who deeply believe in the president's agenda but are really worried about the consequences of what the war in Iran holds?
Well, look, I mean, the president has said this, I've said this, nobody likes war. Right? And I guarantee the President of the United States is not interested in getting us, you know, in the kind of long-term quagmires that we've seen in years past. I know the president. I know the way that he thinks about America's national security. That is not a risk with this president at all. What he has also said consistently for 10, 15 years, maybe even longer, is Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and he's willing to take action, diplomatic, ideally, but military action if he has to make sure that that doesn't happen. That's all this is about. We don't want the Iranians to have a nuclear weapon. The president's been clear about this, and that's what led to the president's decision of, about 3 weeks ago. Now, you asked about Joe Kent. Now, I know Joe Kent a little bit. I like Joe Kent. You heard the President of the United States say yesterday that he likes Joe Kent too. But it's one thing to have a disagreement of opinion. I know the president very well. He welcomes differences of opinion. He likes it when people express their views about what should happen. He listens to everybody. It's one of the great things I like about him is that whether you're the gardener at Mar-a-Lago or whether you're the Secretary of the State, the president cares about what you think about an issue. He recognizes that everybody has smarts and everybody has wisdom. That said, whatever your view is, when the President of the United States makes a decision, it's your job to help make that decision as effective and successful as possible. And so the president said this yesterday, if you are on the team and you can't help implement the decisions of his administration, he has the right to make those decisions, then it's a good thing for you to resign. And I think that's exactly right. It's fine to disagree. But once the president makes a decision, it's up to everybody who serves in his administration to make it as successful as possible. That's how I do my job, and I think that's how everybody in the administration should do their job too.
Well said.
So let me just say this on a closing note here. You know, we're here in the great state of Michigan. I'll head back to D.C. this evening. But I just want to say that I know that you guys are the people who actually make this country run. You know, when a very formative moment for me, just for a lot of reasons, in part because all of our leaders went completely insane, was the COVID pandemic. And remember how they shut everything down? And I kept thinking to myself that I knew a lot of people who worked in manufacturing. I knew a lot of people who continued to go to work because they didn't have any other choice. And frankly, while the United States of America would do just fine with a few fewer people on Wall Street on Microsoft Excel, America doesn't do fine at all if our manufacturers and the people who build and make things don't show up for work and make sure that America has the stuff that it needs. So one of the ways that we think about our administration, one of the ways that we think about our goal is that we serve you. You fought for us for long enough. We have to fight for you. You've done your job for the United States of America, and you're going to keep on doing it. It's time to have a government that works for you. Now, I mentioned this earlier. For my entire life, the story of my hometown was another factory closed, another place that provided good jobs to the moms and dads of my friends was going overseas, another family that faced financial stress because mom or dad lost a job was getting divorced because of the financial pressures created by stupid policies coming out of Washington, D.C. And I just want you to know, I said this the first time I ever spoke as the vice presidential nominee, and I'll repeat it right now, I will never forget where I came from. Part of what we're trying to do, the biggest part of what we're trying to do, is stop the bleeding and reverse it to where factories were closing down for my entire life. Now factories are being built back up. Where engine manufacturers were shutting down shifts, now they're adding shifts. Where people are hiring instead of firing our great American workers. That is what we're trying to do in the Trump administration. And 14 months in, I think that we've got a lot to be proud of and a lot to build on and a lot to keep working at. But I just want you to know, thank you, but I just want you to know that no matter what you see come out of Washington from the crazy radicals, no matter what the media reports on and tells you, the President of the United States sends this message and the Vice President of the United States agrees with it wholeheartedly. You are the beating heart of the United States of America, and the Trump administration will never stop fighting for you every single day. God bless you all, and thank you for having me.
I love President J.D. Vance 2028. So listen here. So some of you people that come in here, you want to come in here without respect. You know, you come into my show. Number one, this is not just some video that I'm not watching or listening to. If you don't like me calling people libtards, retarded, using my freedom of speech, since it has been tried to be oppressed by Democrats for the last 12 years, excluding President Trump when he was in office. Let's go ahead and get into it. So apparently people want to talk about, well, they want to talk first about Joe Kent. What can we say about Joe Kent? I'll tell you what I can say about Joe Kent. The leftist people, see, you want to go back to timeout, bro? See, that's not how you talk. Gain favor first. Go back in the corner. Joe Kent is a hero. I say was. He's not fighting out there for us. He will always be known as a hero. He was a hero when he fought for us. The reason why I say was is because, number one, let me just try to make sense of this guy. Okay, I don't want to take his honor away. That is not my place. I think that what he has gone through is very commendable. I looked into him. He was a libertarian. He was a Democrat. He has been a Republican just recently. And what I have noticed, and I'm sure that you guys have noticed as well, is that we have, all right, Imagine Nation, thank you for stopping by. All right, you go to the corner for longer than everybody else. All right, I'm going to try to ignore these people that just tell lies or try to disrupt the show. And so I'm going to say this, guys. If you can, let me see. Who do I have as mods here? Robert, you still in here? Let's say. All right, Brian, if you can give me a hand. I think Robert's still here, right? Yeah. All right, Brian, if you can give me a hand. If they're not asking a question or giving us some sort of information or maybe things that we're missing. Just put them in the corner. Give them a 10-minute timeout. Give them a 10-minute timeout, and don't forget to tag them and give them that emoji right there of the crying libs. That's what libtards do. Okay? All right. With that being said, Robert, same thing. I don't care if they're making dumb comments. That's okay. I'm just not gonna put up with people that are gonna come in here and just throw out names without anything behind it. I think that all they are here for. I like trolls. Don't get me wrong. I like trolls, but when they are here to disrupt, when I'm in the middle of a serious message, or a serious conversation, I don't tolerate that. Zero tolerance. So I don't give a crap on what they say. What I want to hear is, if you're going to defend Joe Kent, hey, you know what? He had 11, he had this many missions. He had this happen. Oh, you can say that. I haven't said anything yet, and you're already talking shit. And that's not how it goes, okay? Not in my show. Go to a libtard show and say whatever the hell you want. All right, but when you're in here, have some respect. That's just what I want. And it's not just for me. It's for my subscribers, for the people that are in my chat. Again, this is a live show. This is not a pre-recorded. I don't have a panel of 3 different people with me, or I don't have people in the background looking at videos for me. Nobody's checking sound. Nobody's doing jack squat. I'm doing everything myself. So with that being said, be mindful of that. I think that there has been lately, we had this movement, and in this movement, we had Americans wake up to what is happening in our country. And many Democrats, even right now, even today, many Democrats, let me take this off. Many Democrats came out and voted for President Donald Trump. Was it because they liked him? No. But because these are American citizens who want their voices heard, and the Democrats have been lying to them, as they've been doing for the last couple decades. And they saw the country was going down the toilet. There was no wars that we were involved. We were just giving out money. Giving out money. Now, I'm going to tell you this, for some of you people out there that are on the left, I understand. I don't expect to see any positive comments about Trump. I get it. I really do. And so if you have something negative to say, I don't give a shit about that. I want solutions. I want you to bring in something with solutions, not just, what about this? What about that? No, give me a solution. I already know all your whining, bitching, and complaining. I already know all that stuff. You guys are not capable of thinking of solutions. You are very good at criticizing people trying to do the best that they can do, but you're not doing jack squat yourself. It's so much easier for me to sit here and judge everybody. Of course it is. But I try to find some common sense on why. So I just say, don't judge people, because if you're doing the same thing, you shouldn't be judging. But I say judge righteously, meaning that if there is something that is of benefit, we'll call it out. For example, I think, and don't quote me on the number. No, you give me arguments, Serenity. You give me arguments, and you don't support my channel. That's the problem with the left. They don't give me anything to help. They don't support me. And they're just here to just hate and try to drown the information being sent out. And that's something that I'm not going to tolerate. So if I catch you, because I'm not always looking at my chat, if I catch you doing something, you're gone. Okay? All right. With that being said, I'm going to point out things, and I'm going to give you an example right now. I want to point out some things. Joe Kent, as much as I know, listen, the left hated him. Hated him. Traitor. Sellout. Why? Because he was backing up President Trump. All of a sudden, he quits. He quits. But let me tell you something. I think he quit because he was about to get fired. But that's just me. That's just me. And you'll see why I think the way I think. Joe Kent had, I believe, was a 10 or 11 tours. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service. Do we have, and I'm going to try not to dishonor him, at least not in my book. Is there any issues that I have with Joe Kent? Yes. What is that, Dennis? Well, the first issue that I have is that Joe Kent was actually telling President Donald Trump to attack Iran. Did you guys remember that, right? You guys remember that? I mean, you leftists should remember that because you guys were against them the whole time. And I was like, okay, yeah, we know that. Tell us something that we don't know. Talking about, Iran took over Iraq and all this other stuff, and Iran is, a threat to, to the United States of America and to the world, and Iran should be taken out. And all of a sudden, wait a minute. This attack on Iran is not necessary. There is no threat, he says. It's a 180-degree turn. No threat. Here is the problem, and it all makes sense to me. When he says Israel, okay, got it. That's it. I got you. You are in a political problem. That's what I call it. You just made your exit political. Do you understand? And there's a word that I'm trying not to use out of respect of the things that he has accomplished as a hero. I'll let you give him a name. But I can tell you, I'm going to give you an example in salvation. And this is why you should never just say, I'm going to heaven. You don't know. You're not God. Only He knows. You can live, listen to this. If you are a Christian or a man of faith or even spiritual, if you lived 99 years, 364 days, a righteous, sinless life, which doesn't happen, and perfect, and in your last day of life, you went and committed everything that you can get away with. Adultery, everything you can, any crime, and you lost your salvation that day. And you, all of a sudden, you're gone. You're not going to heaven. The only thing you're going to do in heaven is be judged. But you're going straight to hell. In the same manner, I want you to know that you can live 99 years, 364 days of sinful nature. And on the last day, you said, what a buffoon I've been. I repent of all my sins. Please forgive me for a life of horrible, sinful nature, Lord. And you're going to heaven. Imagine that. Satan hates that. That's why he tries to destroy our soul. Our soul is our mind, just so you know. This is our brain. That is the soul of the human body. Your brain is your soul. The spirit and the soul are not two things that float like a ghost. We have a soul, we have a spirit, and we have the flesh. The flesh wants to do what feels good for the flesh. And I'm going to tell you something right now. Greed, money, that is not temptation to me. But there is other things that tempt me. Money is not one of them. And that's why I'm an honest man. Am I perfect? Hell no. Do I want prayers? Yeah. Yeah, I do. I need prayer every day. I fight a constant fight with my flesh every single day. Every single day. So, with that being said, you can have a lifetime of accomplishments. Wow. And in one day, you destroyed all that. Think about it as you are putting all these playing cards, right? And you make this whole pyramid thing all the way up. And oh man, that's fantastic. All of a sudden, boom, the whole thing is gone. I think that's enough analogy for you to understand where I'm going with this. So Joe Kent, all right, listen, you're going to step down. Fantastic. I get it. Listen, you have your reasons, right? Like Marjorie Trader Green. She has her reason. I get it. I get it. Listen, I don't need a church to know about God. I don't need a church to feel God. I don't need a church to hear God. But I do need a church for support, spiritual support from other Christians that do believe in God and also pray. Jesus says, where 2 or 3 gather in my name, I will be there. So it's not hypocritical. I need to find a church, number one, that can handle my truths. I need to find a church that preaches the word of God as it should be. You say, well, how do you know what it should be? Well, they shouldn't be preaching about money all the time. They shouldn't be preaching about collecting 10% every single day that they have service. It is automatic. It's known. Unless there's new people every day, and that's the reason, okay. You don't teach that as long as you repent, go ahead and sin. That's not the right teaching. You preach the gospel of Jesus Christ. And you have any Bible studies, okay, this is where you go and say, let's go to the book of Romans. Romans 3:18. Okay, that's where you do that. But when you are preaching on a Sunday, for example, you are giving specific instructions to share the gospel of Jesus Christ, to share the good news. That is your New Testament, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to learn about history and everything else in the Bible, and you want to quote scriptures of, helping you persevere, quotes of inspirational matters and whatever, then you do that in the Bible study. You do that on a certain extra day. Maybe you have a cell, night, and you guys share, words and testimonies and all this other stuff. I get that. But it has to be a church that has the foundation, specifically the foundation on Jesus Christ. Period. So I will find a church. Please, God, help me. Send me where you need to send me. With that being said, let's get back to Joe Kent. So Joe Kent decided to say, okay, I quit, had his reasons, bam, got you. All right, thank you for your service. You're a hero. Fantastic. Way to go. We love you. But no. He says, I disagree with the war in Iran. There is no threat from Iran. And I'm like, okay, that's not what you've been saying all this time. He pulled a Fauci on us. He pulled a Fauci on us. Hey, President Trump, tell everybody they need to, no, they don't need to wear a mask. Forget about it. It's all safe. It's all good. Don't worry. No, don't wear a mask. President Trump comes down there, sounds like a dumbass. All right, guys, we don't need a mask, right? Is what who says? No masks. Nobody has to wear a mask. No country shut down. Let everybody come in from China. China, China, China. That's my Honduran President Trump. You know, and then he says he's going to be out of office, right? How do I help the Democrats win? President Trump, I'm not going to tell you, but last night I went on a press conference and I told the world, you must wear a mask. You must wear a mask. And then you have the whole Democrat Party. Oh, snap. We got him now. We got him now. Because we got him to say, you know what? No masks. And now, masks. Not only wear masks, but mandatorily wear masks. Oh, on top of that, we're going to force you to get the jab. We're going to force you to get a jab. Millions of jobs lost almost overnight, like that, because the Democrats decided to do a power play. You see, you don't see this, but communists are amongst us more than you know. And they want to know how much they can control the world. And I'm going to tell you something. COVID-19 was the biggest test for two things. How to kill the vote. Can you get rid of NorCal Aggie? Get rid of that guy. Oh, Serenity. This is how you get in trouble. I just happened to look at the chat. This is how you get in trouble. All right, I'll get rid of NorCal. That's okay. Don't be stupid. Come over here and give me some common sense, okay? Give me some common sense. Serenity, I'm going to go ahead and pause just for you. You asking me if anybody came to my house and forced me to take the job. Please think about the question and type again. Can anybody tell me how did the government force us to get the jab? Anybody? Go ahead. Anybody on the chat, tell us how the government forced us to get the jab. One main reason and one only way that I can think of that they will do that. Let's go. Go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and pause on Joe Kent. See, the problem is you think you're clever. And I told you this many times. You are smart. You're not stupid. But you have no wisdom. I got all of them. And I got heart problems now. But you know what? God's still in control. Not intimidation. Nope. That's right. Matt Durham. That's it. Jab or lose your job. Lose your job or do not travel anywhere. That's how they force you. Millions of jobs gone like that. President Trump says, hey, what the hell are you doing? No, hey, don't shut no, everything open back up. Let the kids go back to school. Democrats, no, COVID-19 bad, bad. Christians, you cannot go to church. Protesters, yeah. Just go by the thousands. Just go on the streets. Rub on each other. Yell out loud so the spit comes out and infects others. Think about this. Common sense, man. Common sense. See, this is why I have a problem with you. Man, just when I thought I had a breakthrough with you, you still don't get me. So two things happened during COVID-19. You ready? They got rid of the weak, and they were able to shut every single country down in the world and controlled all flights. Major economic control. China at the top, at the head of the food chain. But you libtards, you don't think. You don't think. You don't put everything together. You grab this thing and you run with that. And that's it. No. Why? Always ask why. Hey, Dennis, go ahead and use this cup. This mug is the best for your hot coffee. Why? Well, because we reinforced it. That's why. Why? Because it has to retain the heat. And so if we use this sort of material, it will keep it warmer longer. Oh. You see what I'm saying? That's the way I think. That's just the way I think. So not only that I experienced losing my job for the jab, right? They threatened to fire me. I said, I don't give a crap. And then my nephew was getting married, and I said, I am taking the jab. But the facts are the facts. The Democrats supported the idea, and not just the Democrats, okay? Just bear with me. Not just Democrats. And I shouldn't even say Democrats. I should just say some Americans went crazy with it. But do you see a problem here? Number one, they killed the weak. They alter that flu from the bat and made the Chinese virus. And it only attacked the most or the weakest. This is a test of population control. They won. And I'm sure they're working on something better. I see a lot of people became libtards. I'm missing something here. I know I am. I don't know everything. But I'm missing something. Candace Owens, such potential. I have my respects for her, for smart, quick-witted, beautiful, outspoken, fantastic, wonderful American black woman. Tucker Carlson, okay, he's a little weirdo. I get it, so am I. You know, I don't know what his mental disorder is or disability, but it's okay. The way he goes crazy laughing for no reason, okay. I'm not judging him for that. But just think about the turn that they have made. Everything, Israel, 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 Israel. I said, God bless Israel. I will always say, God bless Israel. People think it's just Netanyahu. No, Israel. Not Netanyahu. He's included if he is Israel. Everybody, the Palestinians who have become citizens of Israel, they are also included in Israel. God will judge everybody, all of us, including the Jews, everybody. But the moment that you make it a political problem, you are no longer really being honest about the issue at hand. You might not like the way I do my thinking. My critical thinking might be different than yours. Maybe you have different results. It doesn't matter how we try to not make something political. It will always be political. But the only political view that I get is America first. The policies for America first are sound. I cannot, listen to me. Trump and the administration are not perfect. They are humans like you and I, and we make mistakes. So guess what they're going to do? They're going to make mistakes as well. So we got to trust that we didn't put perfect people in there, but we put the best of us in there. And by having President Trump, who we trusted in God that put him in office, we have to trust, as just J.D. Vance just said, we have to trust that President Trump is more than capable and do as he says. That's what the administration is for. The administration is not there to go against them. This is something that you don't understand when you come to my channel. When I say give me something of a constructive criticism, what do I want to hear? Oh, Trump is this. Shut the hell up, will you? That is not the point. I want you to fight for America. Tell me, hey, Dennis, listen, I don't know about this war. You know what? They've been warring against us. We got to be defensive. We got to keep committing strikes. And very soon, most likely, if this Iranian regime continues to fight and destroy and try to destroy economies, we will be at war and we will decimate them. Take that to the bank. That's why I'm very happy, very excited, very honored to know that we have real men and real women in our service, in our military, thanks to Pete Hegseth and 1/8 of tequila. I know how you liptars like to say he likes his alcohol. Let him get 1/8 of rum. Rum 805 from Puerto Rico, Rome. I think that's the number, or 508. I might be wrong on that. But nonetheless, give him his rum. Give him his tequila. Give him his Dos Equis. He is a very interesting man. I support Pete Hegseth 100%. I love General Kane. Oh my, this is the type of America that I grew up admiring. The America that went to World War I, that went to World War II, and came out looking like heroes. Why did we go to war the first time? Why did we go to war the second time? You know how many people had said no to war, against war, spit on our soldiers when they went and served us? They hated our soldiers. What did we do? We were the only ones that say, thank you so much for the sacrifice. And when I say we, it's people that think like us. We're like minded. We're like mind thinking. We're like-minded. Yeah, we're like-minded. It's not that we're right all the time, even though we seem to be right for some reason all the time. We're not right all the time. I get that. You know, right now you people on the left are bitching and complaining about gas prices. Okay? I got you. I got you. But go see what Venezuela is complaining about. They're not complaining about gas prices. They were complaining about tyrannical government who was killing their political opponents, destroying the second party to destroy the competition so that they can stay in power forever. They were murdering people. Venezuela's not worried about the gas. Venezuela's worried about their rights, about their freedom, about 8 million of the Venezuelan people leaving because of destructive government. You think the Iranians that are over there in Iran against the regime, you think they're worried about the gas price? No, they're worrying about their lives because they have no freedom. You know, they killed multitudes of Iranians because nobody had their back. But the United States of America, out of all the freaking countries in the world, NATO is a piece of shit. Out of all the countries in the world, only the United States of America, it's out there doing what nobody else wants to do. Even Japan, even South Korea, they chickened out. UK is a bunch of sissies. They don't have a real man in office. Let's be honest. European countries are a piece of shit. They're becoming a third world country shithole. That's what they're becoming. Because they're sissies. They are allowing foreigners to own them like a pimp owns their hose. That's how the European Union is. Bunch of garbage. They don't wonder why President Trump calls his third world country shitholes. Look at them. Look what they have. I don't know what else to tell you. Look what they have. What are we fighting for? We're fighting for the future. The people in Iran that are dying, they're not worried about the gas price. You think China's worried about the gas price? They're still getting their oil from Iran. They don't give a crap. France. I always say never trust the French, but maybe France. They might step up. We'll see. We'll see. But I can tell you this. I think that the United States of America should pull out. Pull out of NATO. We don't need NATO. We can take all those hundreds of billions of dollars and we can invest it in ourselves so that we can protect ourselves from the tyrannical governments around the world. We all want to avoid a nuclear war. Let me remind you what country you're in. If you are in the United States of America, well, let me remind you that you are in the United States of America. And if it wasn't because I don't care what you say, if it wasn't because the United States of America is between Mexico and Canada, Mexico will be speaking French right now and the Canadians will be Chinese. Go ahead and contradict me on that. I'm going to tell you right now, the Golden Dome, that is just going to be icing on the cake. I can tell you Russia has nuclear weapons. China has nuclear weapons. We have nuclear weapons. There's many countries that have nuclear weapons. Those who have chanted death to America, to Israel, to Canada, we are taking care of those countries. Those countries can no longer be allowed to think of such a hateful manner. Why? Because the libtards have been stupid enough to allow for open borders where our enemies can come in unchecked, unvetted, terrorists into our country, make children with loyalty to their cause, not to the country. Do you remember Arnold Schwarzenegger? Now, by the way, I love Arnold Schwarzenegger. I got much respect, but he did say, to hell with your rights during COVID-19. He didn't think about the thousands of protesters who were allowed to go and protest, as if protesting has some sort of immunity to COVID-19. But in the meantime, those pastors that were trying to open the church for people to come in for prayer, to pray for healing for the country, were put in jail. How is that? How you liking that? I know you a lot of demons out there. You're so excited about it. I get it. Alejandro said he's definitely on someone's payroll. Are you talking about me? Are you talking about me? If you're talking about me, I must be doing a good job. Serenity, let me tell you something. Even if I knew nothing about European history, which I do, even if I knew nothing about NATO, which I do, even if I knew nothing about that, judging them by what they are doing today and what they are not doing today, I am 100% right. 100% right. Hey, Mark DeGloria, welcome to the chat. Lady Blog, thank you for your kind words. I don't care what any negative person in here says. With that being said, you see, I got to go around the whole world to give you guys an example so that you can understand. And you libtards, you guys just never lear. You need to go back to the Leering Center because that's the only thing that makes sense to you. That is the only thing that makes sense to you. With that being said, Joe Kent, I'll let you call him what you want to call him. But the fact that he left is not a problem. But two things, and this is where he went wrong, because this is how you get to know somebody. Two things. One, he left and dropped, as they say, a sort of C4 on his way out and blasted the administration. Blasted President Trump with it. Big no-no. That's a big red flag. Just walk away, sir. Keep your honor intact. Don't stain your honor. Just walk away. Number 2 mistake. He made it political when he mentioned Israel. Now, you know I mentioned Candace Owens. A lot of potential for this woman. Now she's psycho. She's crazy. She has become so delusional to reality. And you know what's sad? She has millions of followers. And they believe her bullshit. You know why they believe her bullshit? Because it has 50% truth. But she puts a theory in motion and makes it a fact and feeds the people with it as if it was a fact when it's not. 180-degree turn, Candace Owens. Tucker Carlson, I supported him many, many years. I love that he always spoke the truth. He called it as he saw it. But now, 180 degrees. And what do they all have in common? Israel, 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 Israel. Why? You just made it political. You just made it political. You give all this power and all these theories are made upon Israel is the enemy. Listen, is Israel going to make mistakes? Of course. Are they perfect? No. What about it? None of us are. To sit here on a chair doing a podcast, pretending that we are perfect and judging them without facts. You know, I remember that Candace Owens says, oh, I got all these facts. I got all this proof. I got all this evidence. She didn't get shit. Only theories. Nothing sticks. Nothing sticks but the truth. And either you accept the truth or you don't. It's very simple. What is it that you want? Let me tell you what I want. I want China in its place. I don't want China to dictate what our economy is going to look like. Do you understand? Number 2, I want NATO to be dissolved. Waste of money. They don't do jack shit. Not one of them, which, by the way, all of them were agreeing with us that Iran is a huge threat. And those threats need to be eliminated. We are not at war with Iran. We are defending ourselves against their tyrannical regime. If we leave right now, the Iranian people are in big danger. They are going to be in big problems. And whether you want to accept it or not, this is coming from a so-called Christian man. And I am here defending a Muslim country. Why? Because these people deserve their freedom and this is their land. But I do not stand for the corrupt, tyrannical dictators that they have. Especially not the ones that says death to America. No logic. No logic in my bones says, oh, it's no big deal. He's just talking. You know what? When somebody tells me to my face, I'm going to punch you in the mouth, I tend to believe them. And I'll just punch them in their mouth. It's not simple. It's not simple. Now, here's the catch. If I know that I cannot win, guess what I'm going to do? Hey, man. Hey, listen. I'm going to walk away now. I don't want to run, so don't chase me. But if I know that I can take you, I can do 2 things. 1, I can kick your ass right there. 2, I can try to walk away and just let you know I want no problem. But the moment that you lay your hands on me, you're gonna have it. I'll just give you that. You know what? Hey, if you want it, you can get it. That's fine. The only problem is that I'm gonna suffer with the pain on my knuckles afterwards. But I mean, other than that, yeah, you know what? You probably need about 6 to 8 months to heal from bones being broken. With that being said, the earth is not meant for the weak to dominate. It's made for the strong to dominate. But what's missing on that formula is that you got to be strong and wise. No wonder our country was going down the toilet with all this leftist mentality. Tucker Carlson, I believe, is a traitor to our country. Why? By the way he talked over there in a Muslim country, buying land, all of a sudden supporting and cozying up to Muslims. And now he's starting to hate Israel, turning against Israel on every fact, talking with conspirators, with enemies that want death to America. And guess who is in bed with Tucker? Joe Kent. You know how I know? Because I see them on his show. And I believe he's going to be on the show again. And what did we have in the White House? We got a leaker. I wonder who the leaker is. You know what? I found a clip, I think, hopefully. Let's take a listen to... Levitt sends a warning to leakers after admin shakeup. Let's take a listen.
Lucas, thank you very much. So Lucas talking about the bunker buster. He mentioned it's fairly new. It's been in our arsenal for about 2 years. Again, first tested in May of 2024. 5,000-pound bombs designed to destroy hardened, concrete, reinforced targets that I'll show you on the map in a moment here that help protect some of the missile sites there in the Strait of Hormuz. They can fly now, the 5,000-pound bunker busters, on F-15, so the fighter jets have much greater agility than we have seen from some of the long-range B-1 bombers coming out of Missouri. This is what CENTCOM gave us, all right? This image is the Strait of Hormuz. Show you it on a different map. This is the northern edge of Hormuz. This is the concern now for getting oil through there. What the president's talked about, allies helping out there so far, they have not given way on that. We'll see whether or not that changes throughout the day. But these are the missile locations that these bunker busters went after, all right? To date, you've got 7,000 targets struck on behalf of the U.S. and Israel, 6,500 combat flights, and you got 100, 100 Iranian vessels that belong to their navy that have been damaged or destroyed. That is significant, too. And so is this now. These are a dozen leaders in Iran's government, okay, that have been eliminated in the past 2 weeks. The Ayatollah, and then yesterday, the commander of the besieged. That's the interior militia group that really controlled the country within various Iranian cities throughout the country of Iran. The Ali Larijani, who was eliminated yesterday. And then the big news from overnight. This is Ismail Khatib. He's the Minister of Intelligence. Some suggest that there are some reporting in the Wall Street Journal that once they started to destroy locations where a lot of these leaders got together, they would literally camp out in tents overnight in force, and some of the Israeli and U.S. intelligence have led them there to eliminate some of them. But let's think about the Minister of Intelligence right now as we're bringing Caroline Levitt from the North Lawn. And Caroline, welcome to our coverage. We got a number of things we want to run through, so thank you for your time today. First of all, on Khatib, does the United States, or does the White House believe that he was responsible for assassination attempts on President Trump?
Well, I won't comment on that intelligence, Bill, but certainly this was a known terrorist. And U.S. intelligence, combined with Israeli intelligence, our great partners in this effort, is the best in the world. And of course, this man is no longer with us here on Earth, and that's a good thing for the United States, and it's a good thing for the American people who have long been threatened by this rogue terrorist regime. We're now on day 18 of this operation, and some updated numbers for you from CENTCOM this morning. We've now actually struck more than 7,800 targets. More than 120 Iranian naval ships are at the bottom of the ocean, have been sunk by our great military. So the objectives of Operation Epic Fury have been clear from day one, and the sheer lethality and power of the U.S. Armed Forces is on display every single day as they continue to meet these objectives and obliterate the rogue Iranian regime and their ability to threaten the United States of America, our allies, and the Middle East.
Caroline, there was news yesterday when Joe Kent, who works for Tulsi Gabbard over at the DNI, a political appointee, said he could no longer stay in his job. He was resigning over the Iran war. So he had objections. When is the last time he saw President Trump?
It's been a while. It's been a while since the president has seen him here at the White House. It's been a while since he's been involved in the process of the presidential daily briefs, and he's been actually present for the president's intelligence briefings. This was an individual who was not involved in any of the discussions pre-operation and throughout this operation. I think the president views it as deeply unfortunate that this individual, who the president gave the privilege of working for the administration, put out this resignation on government letterhead with many falsehoods throughout, essentially accusing the president of being manipulated by foreign governments. That's laughable and it's insulting. President Trump has been remarkably consistent on this issue of Iran for many, many years. Long before he ever entered politics, he has always said Iran can never possess a nuclear weapon. So anyone who works here should be well aware of the president's intentions and his peace through strength agenda and his willingness to use the United States military to achieve peace if and when necessary, as we have seen throughout Operation Epic Fury.
There are some reports that the White House considered him to be someone who was leaking. And of course, that's obviously no good when you are at the White House. You don't want somebody like that in the administration. He was never fired over that. His boss, Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, will be testifying this morning. Does the president still have full confidence in her?
He does, yes, and we look forward to watching the director's hearings today. And I think that anyone who has been suspected of leaking or is proven to be a leaker will not be welcome in this administration. I know that for a fact because I've heard the president say it myself. There are investigations underway into leakers in this administration, and people will be held accountable for that. It's unacceptable and it cannot be tolerated.
As you just heard, we told our viewers we're watching both of those hearings and they may make news, and we'll bring them headlines when they happen. On a truth that was sent out earlier today, 7:22 a.m. Eastern Time. I wonder what would happen if we, quote, finished off what's left of the Iranian terror state and let the countries that use it, we don't, be responsible for the so-called Strait. That would get some of our non-responsive allies in gear and fast, President DJT. Has there been any movement overnight on behalf of our allies that has softened their position about going through the Strait of Hormuz?
Not overnight, but the president and his team, especially Secretary Hegseth and Secretary Rubio, continue to be in touch with their counterparts in Europe and, of course, our allies in the Arab and Gulf region to step up and do more to help the United States in securing the Strait of Hormuz. This is to their benefit, more so than it is to the benefit of the United States. Thanks to President Trump, we are a net exporter of energy. We don't need the Strait of Hormuz for our energy here at home. For the American people, of course, we want the strait to be open for the global oil market and to stabilize prices and bring them down again. And we have options the military has options to continue doing that. But the president is right to call on our allies to step up to do more. You know, one of President Trump's guiding principles is fairness. And he has long called out NATO for being what he believes an unfair alliance for the American people, the American taxpayer, and our U.S. Armed Forces. You look at some of the trade deals with our NATO allies. The president has worked to renegotiate and reset those to make them more fair for the American people and American workers. You look at the fact that the United States has thousands of troops on our allies in NATO's soil. We're paying these countries billions of dollars, and our troops on their soil serves as a deterrent for them. And the president wants the American taxpayer and our American military to be treated fairly. He feels sometimes with NATO they are not, and he's right to call that out, and he's right to call on them to step up and do more, especially when reopening the strait benefits them even more than it does the United States of America.
There are troubles here at home as well. The Department of Homeland Security remains shut down, and Mark Wayne Mullen has his hearing. We're going to hear from him in a moment. But there were reports that the Democrats had come forward with some sort of an idea or a deal to move forward. We're going to talk to a woman who works at the TSA in the next block, and I'm curious, what would the president want her to know about his attempts to try to get a deal done? And will we see some movement on that today if the Democrats put something that is reasonable?
Well, unfortunately, we're on day 33 of this Democrat-led shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security, and they have been anything but reasonable. The White House has worked in good faith with Democrats and Republicans on Capitol Hill to reopen the department. We've offered them multiple binding and substantive offers to reopen DHS, including some changes to the way immigration enforcement in this country takes place, and they have rejected every single one of those offers. They've asked for concessions. We'll give them a concession, and then they say, oh, wait, that's actually not a real concession. So unfortunately, these are people who are not negotiating in good faith. You actually had a Democrat lawmaker from Virginia yesterday say that this Democrat-led shutdown is, quote, hurting the wrong people. It's hurting the American people. More than 100,000 workers going without pay. This is the third time TSA agents have been impacted by a shutdown over the last 6 months because of Democrats on Capitol Hill. It's just despicable. President Trump has been clear since day one. Fund the Department of Homeland Security. Stop playing partisan politics with the American people's paychecks.
Okay, last topic here. The SAVE Act. It appears inevitable that it does not have the 60 votes in the Senate. On that note, back to True Social, the president said this just yesterday. He said the Save America Act is one of the most important and consequential pieces of legislation in the history of Congress and America itself. I will never, ever endorse anyone who votes against Save America. Thank you for your attention to this matter. How big of a defeat would this be for the Trump agenda if it does go down the way we expect?
Well, Bill, I do think President Trump would reject the premise of your question that this bill is doomed to fail. He's fighting every day to get the votes needed to pass this country-saving legislation, the Save America Act, which has some of the most common-sense proposals ever proposed by either party on Capitol Hill. Voter ID, who could be against it? 90% of Americans support it. No mail-in ballots, which we know create a tremendous amount of fraud in our electoral system, with common-sense exceptions, of course, for those in our military and others. No more transgender mutilation surgeries for young minor children. Again, a 90% issue supported by the American people. No men in women's sports, and proof of citizenship to vote. These are common sense proposals that the President of the United States supports because he knows the vast majority of the people in this country support. And every senator on Capitol Hill, both Republican and Democrat, frankly, would be wise to vote for this legislation because it's in the best interest of their constituents and our country to do so. We're working with the Senate on this daily, and the President is a fighter. As you know, he's not going to give up the fight on this one.
Just going back to the start of the first part of that answer, are you predicting victory then?
I'm not predicting victory, but I'm not predicting defeat either. I trust in President Trump and his ability to wheel and deal with senators on Capitol Hill, and he's not given up on this piece of legislation, let me tell you.
Well, I admire the craft, Caroline.
And Serenity, why the hell are you staring at Carolyn Levitt's lips? She looks gorgeous. Let her do what she got to do. She is a wonderful mother, wonderful wife, very attractive, something that I can't say about you. But you know what's crazy is how the people on the left, you guys are like the Hebrews, like Israel when they were delivered from the slavery of Egypt. 400 years of oppression. And you guys go out there free. And all of a sudden, when things get to be a little bit sketchy, hard, or, scary, I want to go back to slavery in Egypt. That's how retarded you guys sound. Larry, for you to tell me and any other libtard in here that we were better off under Biden's administration, let's go ahead and recap. Open border disaster. Millions of illegal immigrants, including thousands and thousands of terrorists, came into our country. Wonderful job. Fantastic job, Biden administration. It is phenomenal. Gave over almost $200 billion, if not more, to Ukraine for free. Fantastic. No laptop for Hunter Biden. That never happened. Millions of dollars he gets paid when he has no experience, nor wisdom, nor any knowledge on how a company works. Biden's administration, the best. Well, son of a bitch, if he didn't get fired after I told him that we were going to stop giving them supply and help. Yeah, fantastic. Joe Biden. Hey, let's mutilate Our children, yeah, fantastic. Joe Biden's administration is the best. Let me remind you that they stole billions of dollars of taxpayer money. And all they did was raise a propaganda of LGBTQ, not even something to be balanced, not something for the American people to enjoy or be prosperous. Their Biden administration agenda has the same one that Obama started. How is it that a country that is racist, white racist, they say, puts a black man and a woman in office? You got Barack and Michelle. And she feels oppressed while being the first lady? This is how ridiculous libtards are. This is why you're a libtard. You guys are crazy. How can you tell me that that was better? This country actually became racist when Obama came in office. And the way that his wife talks, or whatever that thing is, talks about white Americans, it's ridiculous. I know there's a lot of illegal immigrants that come through my chat. That's okay. I understand these libtards. They just want benefit for themselves. But migrants who respect the law, like me, who became an American citizen, we want prosperity for this country. We want American lives put first. I know it seems so far-fetched from your reality, but the bottom line is we have been invaded. Recently invaded. And these are the morons that go out there and protest on the street. Some of them do it for free. Their leaders, they get paid. You know how many leftist podcasts are out there actually collecting money just to defend a leftist agenda, which even they sometimes, they don't want to say it, but they do it. Everything that I have ever said on my show, I have not contradict. Has always been the truth. You go back to my early videos where they suck. I'm going to tell you something. You better wake up. You better wake up. And I'm talking to the Americans who have been lied to. You are believing a lie. And you think you're right because you're letting your hate for one man dictate what your common sense is contradicting. The moment that you mention, what did he say about Israel? Oh, yeah, AIPAC. Shut the hell up. Who's fighting against terrorists? Who says death to America? Israel. You see the UK fighting terrorists? No. Do you see Spain? Specifically, no. Rapes have quadrupled in Spain. Oh, let me guess. It probably has nothing to do with the last 500,000 illegal immigrants that they have recognized in their country. I think they were Muslims as well. That just happened to be a coincidence. Switzerland, a socialist country, saw their country going down the toilet. You know what they do now? Not accepting any more refugees. President Trump was right about everything. And so are we. It might not look pretty. You might not agree with it, but it's the right thing to do. We have so much proof today. Venezuela, Honduras. We got the Caribbean taken back. The strikes in the nuclear facility. Nobody gave credit to President Trump. But now that they want to judge him on this attack that he is doing to defend our nation, all of a sudden it's like, I thought the nuclear facility was obliterated. You nincompoops. I haven't used that word for a long time. You nincompoops. You are so hypocritical. I'm aware that there's a lot of paid people by Soros. Soros is a communist Marxist, just so you know. Well, he's the New Socialist Party, which is a Marxist, communist, socialist. All mixed into one little package. None of that crap benefits us. Oh, Larry, why don't you go ahead and give me a list of things that benefited us from the Biden administration? I'm going to allow you guys to call me in and tell me things that benefited the United States of America. And I don't mean illegal immigrants. I mean Americans. Gas price is $10 a gallon. Where at? No, that's not true. That's not true. SoCal was here the other day. He said it was only $5.50. That's not true. $10 a gallon? No way. Thank you, Cotton Edge. Good morning, brother. Remember to take $73 billion from the Department of Energy before the Trump administration come to office. Ooh, exactly when he won the elections, Well, isn't that interesting? I love having Cotton Edge on my side. This guy is full of knowledge and actually does some research. I appreciate you, brother. Muchas gracias, mi dominicano. You're very special to me, brother. I like people with common sense, and I like people that will question things, but they go full retard. Nobody goes full retard. Remember that line from the movie Tropical Thunder? Nobody goes full retard, and when you do, you can't come back. You just can't come back. Like DOA Knife right here. He's going full retard. He can't come back. He thinks he's making sense, but he's not. All right, BCJ, what do you got to say right here, brother? In Rochester, New York, we don't show identification. We just vote. Wow. Well, you know how they always say, oh, they're racist. Oh, they are racist. They're prejudiced. They're going after people with accents. Well, how about we flip that table around and we say you allow anybody with any accent that looks like anybody else to vote just by simply saying, I'm an American citizen. Right. You just can't fix stupid, David. I know. Yeah, New York. Yeah. See, there's people that know the truth, man. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Tell me, Pierre. What was it? What did I say that was not true? Oh, I can't wait. Please enlighten me. I want to know so I can speak the truth. This is what it's all about. Fact checked your fascist BS. All right, go on. Give me that fact check. What did you fact check? Give it to me, baby. Come on. Give me that fact check. I mean, that fact check, not fat check. Morris, Dennis, do you know the difference between United States citizen and American? Jesus. We're going to go there, bro? Are we going to go there? Yes, I do. Every damn podcast lies. Tyrone, where you been, man? Tyrone in the house. They just, they can leave for a little bit, but they just cannot get enough of the Dennis Herrera show. Welcome back, Melody. Coming over here. Melody is a white, socialist, liberal, unhinged Karen. Do you know the difference between the continent of America and the United States of America nation? How about you start there? It's a simple grab the transcript of your podcast and download it into Fact Check. Oh, man. You know what? I make my own mind. Thank you very much. This is my opinion. This is the truth as I know it. You know your truth, and I know the truth that I believe is the actual truth. Let me see. Who asked me that question? Who asked me if I know the difference? 13 Morris. Yeah. Morris, man. Go ahead and tell me, do you know the difference? Do you know the difference between, here, I'll give you three things. Do you know the difference between a soccer team of the Americas fans name, a continent name, and the name of a citizen of a country called America. Do you know the difference? And don't give me this, here is my diction stuff that you are native. Because I am also native. So what? It means nothing. It means nothing. History has happened. We are living in the present where we have borders, we have laws, and things have changed, my friend. Let's take a look. America is a continent with a north and south part. No. And adjoining islands and the United States is a legal entity. No. The continent is North, South America, and we have Central America. The United States of America are territories who became a country called United States of America. That's why we're Americans. If you want to be retarded with that, I want you to go ahead and tell Mexicans that they're American. Go tell Canadians that they're American. See how it goes. Go ahead. I wish you would. Yeah, free thinker, I always need a hug. Every day I need a hug, man. Every day. A hug and a kiss. Indigenous America says the wild horse. Wild horse. Your ancestors were killing each other over territory. Shut the hell up with the ignorance, will you? Accept the facts that we are now all brothers. Period. And we should continue to look forward to the future, working together, not dwelling in the past. How about you bring that warrior spirit out and start fighting for this nation? Federal government gives reservations, native reservations, all the funds that they need to collect a paycheck every month. If it wasn't for the federal government, if it wasn't for the United States of America that we have today, there would be no Native Americans, no reservations. You wouldn't have land to call sovereign. You would have no peace. You would be annihilated. Nobody will remember you except for some sort of plates and bowls and cups and some feathers that you left behind. Be thankful, wild horse, that we are who we are today. If I would have been a native back in the time, they would have sacrificed me to the God's son, to the God of the water. What the hell? Be grateful. Wild horse, one time I had an argument. I can't remember what the tribe was, but I had an argument with a native, is the guy. He's a native from a tribe in Canada, okay? Now, you might know, but I don't know what it is with this tribe, but I guess part of it is in America and part of it is in Canada. But he was arguing to me, oh, the white man this and the white man that and blah, 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 blah. That the land belongs to the natives. And, oh, yeah, okay. So, long story short, I ended up asking them. I said, okay, let's say that it belongs to the natives. Which tribe? The Comanche? That was pretty big. In the Midwest, right? I think it was the Midwest. Okay, so I asked him, I said, so which tribe? And then he mentioned his tribe. And I said, wait a minute. Why not Navajo? Why not Swinomish? Why not Skycomish? Why not the Chinook? Why not the Apaches? Why not the Cherokees? Guess what the answer was? What do you think the answer was? No, Chief. That's not what the answer was. Guess what his answer was? You're going to love this answer. You know, Mexico used to go from, I guess, part of Oregon, California, obviously, Arizona, Utah, Colorado, parts of New Mexico. And remember, it didn't belong to Mexico. it belonged to the Spaniards because that's who your daddy was, okay? You were colonized by your daddy's Spaniards. So it wasn't Mexico like you see today. Today's Mexico is not the same as the Mexico when the Spaniards were in control. So shut the hell up about history if you don't know. But Mexico used to go all the way down to Panama. Imagine that. Well, now we have Panama. Now we have Costa Rica. Now we have Nicaragua, Honduras, Salvador, Guatemala, Belize, Mexico, the United States of America. Where you at? So go ahead, Wild Horse. Chief, give me the answer to the sought-out question. Which tribe does the land, according to this young man, Native American, which tribe did it belong to? And here's the answer. You ready? I know there's a delay. Let me tell you something. Would you agree with me that Native Americans were migrants from one territory to another? Would you agree with me on that? No, my friend, I'm not Comanche. I'm Mayan descent. But I am a native of the Americas. And we migrated to the United States of America, which continues to make me a Native American. See, that's the difference. Because, Wild Horse, you are American. That's the point that I'm trying to get to. But I want you to understand the answer that the native gave me contradicts everything that people like you are telling us about this land belongs to the natives. You don't know who. You don't know who. No. Did you know that you're Asian descent? You did not just come out of a hole here in America. You migrated. Your ancestors, they migrated to this part of the continent. But Indians are Asian descent. Just so you know. Sorry to bust your bubble. This is why you guys suck at drinking alcohol. But the natives like myself, my Mayan culture, the Aztecs, those were actual natives to the Americas. They're probably still Asian as well. Who knows? But we can drink liquor and we can hold it. Anyway, I don't want to make fun of you, brother. My respects to all my native brothers. But listen, the answer was this. The answer was this. He said, my tribe would have conquered all of them. The moment he said conquered all of them, I told him, there is your answer. The white man conquered all of the tribes. Therefore, it belongs to them. Case closed. Mic drop. Get my little mixing spoon. Just as, what's his name? What's his name? I forgot his name. This guy, he's always cooking. He's always cooking Muslims. He's so funny. He's so smart, by the way. That's your answer, Wild Horse. Yeah, well, you know what? Yeah, that I am Spaniard mix. So that will make sense. But hey, thank you for noticing the hairline. I am glad that is what you're focused on. You see how you lost your argument and then you went to attack my physical appearance? It's all good. Listen, this ugly guy right here has a wife that loves him, and I appreciate her. You know what else? My kids love me, and that's all I need. You know what else? Jesus Christ fills my heart. He is my love. He is all I ever need. I can lose my kids, I can lose my wife, but I will never lose Jesus Christ. He will always be with me until the end of times. He says, and more. I love it. I love it. That's correct, Moorish man. You're getting closer. This dude is butched. All right, here we go. You know what? Let me tell you something. Don't make me yell at you. Don't make me hang up on you. But why don't we go ahead and talk a little bit? You listen, if you say something that I don't know, I will agree with you, okay? I will tell you that I don't know. Now, just so you know, I like my history. And I think that there's a lot of atrocities that have happened throughout history that are no longer happening. And you need to learn to let go of the hate and the past. The white people have nothing to apologize for. They kill your people, you kill their people. But you know what? I think it was more than 70%, if not more. Your immune system betrayed you from diseases. And guess what? Even if they didn't come here hundreds of years ago, right now, the way China is attacking people, you wouldn't exist anyway. So here you go. Here's a phone number. You guys can go ahead and call me, because other than that, I got hours of Senator Mullen being here in the hearing. So I'm going to give you a chance. And Wild Horse, and I love you as well, brother. Even if you don't see me as a brother, that's okay. Even if you dislike me telling you the truth, that's okay. I'm going to tell you something. And you don't have to believe this. You don't have to believe this. But the Native Americans are so dear in my heart. Do I like bad people? No. But the Native Americans are probably the closest people that I can identify with in this whole world. Mind you, I'm a tropical Indian. You're a desert Indian. You are more into the cold weather and, the hot desert and the freezing temperature. No. Me, I'm just, I like my tropical weather. I'll tell you that right now. But anyways, here's something that you don't know. So I'm running for governor. Well, I shouldn't even say it anymore, but I need to wait. I need to wait until May so that I can go ahead and put in my nominee for governor. But the Native Americans, I want to work with the Indian tribes here in Washington State. All right, let me see who's calling here. Hey, thanks for calling. Who are we talking to?
It's 13 Morris, man.
Hey, Morris, man. What's up? What's itching you?
Like, the only thing that I want to say is, I know this is your channel. You can do what you want to do.
Yeah.
I just don't like how people cause confusion. Like, we all know that America is a continent. Is that true or false?
Yes.
We all know that the United States is a legal entity created by Europeans on the continent. True or false?
It is a nation with 50 states and a constitution.
Okay, hold on. It's a legal entity
It's
created
a country.
by Europeans. Okay, I understand what you're saying. But
Yeah,
listen,
don't get politically correct. Just call it a country. It's a nation.
You have to tell the truth. Remember, you said Jesus is with you, and Jesus says in the Bible, all liars go to the lake of fire. Let's just tell the truth.
Yeah.
Is the United States a legal entity created by Europeans? Yes or no?
What is the point you're trying to make?
I'm trying to make a point is, you're saying that if you're part of the United States, you're an American. Did you say that?
If you were born an American citizen or naturalized, yes, you're an American citizen.
I'm saying, can you be born on American soil and not be part of the United States?
Correct.
Okay, so if you're born in the American soil and you have documentation tied to the United States, does that make you an American?
If your parents are legal, yes.
Okay, so when you said that we Aborigines of America we would not exist without the United States or the Europeans coming here,
yes.
Did we let them set their government up?
I'm sorry, you cut off at the last one. Say it again.
I said, did we Aborigines did not help? It's a truck going by as I'm at work right now.
It's okay, brother.
Let it pass by.
It's all right.
Hold on. I'm not trying to hold up something.
Go ahead. Oh, I see.
No. Okay. So did we Aborigines?
Say that again.
I'm watching the video.
You sound like you're underwater.
I'm watching this video at the same time. So.
Oh yeah. Turn the volume on the video down if it confuses you.
Yeah, I turned it down. Did we Aborigines not help out the Europeans to set up their government? Did they not take the Constitution that they have now and get it from the Iroquois nation?
Yeah.
Okay, so we would be here and we would exist and we would still exist without them.
You do. You're existing right now.
No, I mean, of course, that I'm saying you said that we would be nothing without the Europeans or the federal government. That's what you said.
Correct.
How is that true when they would be nothing without us? We helped them.
Yes, that's true. How many natives died out of the flu and other diseases?
I mean, the numbers fluctuate up
It's
and down.
huge. It's like we had like 10% survival.
I mean, I wouldn't say that. I don't take my information from the federal government because the federal government can't talk. I take it from actual people that still live on the land.
Yeah, just I guess we can look up. I'm holding the phone, but you can look up right now. Anybody can put it on there. What is the Native American population? Which, by the way, we're all mutts by now. But what is the Native American population in the United States of America? Remember this. I believe it's like, what is it? Over 2/3 is white. We got what is it? 14% African, something like that, and around the same for Hispanics and then Asians. What is it for Native Americans? I don't call them aboriginals, by the way. That's only Australia. But Native Americans, how many do we have?
I mean, you got to understand.
Yeah, so you have to look at that. And the reason why I say that is, and a lot of people get confused with it because, as a Central American native, yes, I am mixed with Spaniard. So my father, just so you know, my father was Afro-Mayan mix, okay? Very dark. And then my mother was a Spaniard, very, very, very white. Now, we were born in the Americas, right? So technically, I'm a Native American. But, the one thing that people don't understand is that Native Americans were also migrants. We will go from one territory to the other. We decided to be towards Central America today and then in most of the southern parts of Mexico. But Mexico has created a border that even though the border kind of crosses the Mayan, Indian lands, part of it is Mexican, and the other part is, Guatemalan or, Honduran. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. What's the difference between the Aborigine of America and the Native American and the American Indian? Are they all the same people?
No, I believe the Aboriginal, this is just me. You can look up the definitions, but the Aboriginals that we have in Australia, that's the only Aboriginals that I know because they're the ones that have not been, well, they're mutts as well now, but.
No, listen, Aborigine just means original. We have Aborigines on all continents. It don't just apply
Yeah,
to the ones
but Indians don't call themselves that. They call Native Americans. That's what they want to be called.
The term created by Europeans.
But that's what the natives want. That's what they want, so I call them natives.
What census said that? We didn't agree to that term.
Well, nativo is Latin. That's what native is. It means native. That means that you are original of this land.
American is a term. What do you call Native Asians?
So I'm trying to understand what the pushback is on the language.
The point is,
don't be politically correct. That's how you mess up the world.
The truth. That's what I'm saying. You can't sugarcoat.
But your truth is not the truth. The truth is the truth.
This is not my truth. This is just the truth.
Well, two things can be true at the same time. Aboriginal or native, it doesn't matter which one you use. It means the same thing.
It does.
It means the same thing.
It's not. Etymology-wise, it's not the same thing. I'm not trying to hold you up because I know you got a channel. Other people want to call in. The point I'm making is, remember, the Bible states all liars go to the lake of fire. It doesn't say big or small liars. It says all liars. You have to be politically correct. You have to tell the truth. You can't sugarcoat anything. We Aborigines of America have a nationality. We're not. We do have Aborigines that are citizens of the United States. But you have to tell the truth what the United States is. And even if you want to call it a nation or a country, it doesn't matter. All nations have a nationality. If you're saying the United States is a nation, what would be the nationality of the nation? Because you have different Europeans that came together that formed the United States. Everybody knows this. Everybody knows this. It doesn't matter what school you go to, what institution you go to, what colonial school you go to. We all know the United States of America is a legal entity created by Europeans that came here seeking freedom from their own land. Yeah. But people don't know real history. All I'm saying is just tell the truth.
I want to hear the truth from you. What is the word Aboriginal in Navajo?
Hold on. Let me get this etymology app. You said what is the word Aborigine? What does it mean?
Yeah. What? No. Yeah. Tell me how you will call Aboriginal in Navajo.
I don't know how to pronounce it.
Oh, then you're lying.
No, I'm not.
By your logic, you're lying. You're using an Aboriginal name, which is European made because English is European. You just okay. Hey, listen, I will agree to disagree with you. Thank you for your call. Thanks for calling, brother. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I thought so. So hang up. Yeah.
Hang up, then. Of course I'm going to hang up. It is stupid to say that the word that you use, oh my gosh, that the word that you're using is European, therefore don't use it. Aboriginal, native, what is it? What's the difference? This is a nation. What the hell you mean an entity? What the hell? I don't understand this guy. You know? Listen, I don't mind sitting here and having a conversation, but if you're just going to go around and try to get logic, tell me, was I right? Tell me what the word aboriginal, which is English, tell me how to say that in Navajo. Because if you don't say it in Navajo, it's not legit. It doesn't make sense. Of course it would make sense. Everybody knows. Everybody in the chat that is on my side knows. The guy was just talking hot air. I'm sorry, bro, if you're still listening. You were just talking nonsense. That's not how it works. Let's see. Chief, Wild Horse, why don't you give me a call? I want to hear your perspective. Go to the Library of Congress to know what the United. Oh boy. All right, you have the right to your opinions, but not to your own facts. That's very simple. Chief, go ahead and give me a call, brother. I want to hear from you directly. I want you to tell me what was the difference between natives conquering each other, meaning the stronger will overrule the weak, and the white men, the settlers that created this nation. Go ahead and tell me what the difference is between those two. Besides just, we were here, so we got the right to fight each other. No. You migrated to the territory where you are today. Every Native American has migrated from somewhere to where they are today. All right, let me hear some logics. Hey, thanks for calling. I appreciate you calling. Who's calling?
Name's Bill.
Bill, I want the Wild Horse to call, man. What's going on, Bill?
Well,
what you got?
Been watching the show, and
are you entertained? I can't hear you, boss.
Yeah.
Oh, you're busy. I got you.
No. I thought he was talking. So I kind of wanted to discuss the whole Kent Israel.
Oh, the Joe Kent? Yeah. What do you think about that? You give me your input.
So I just wonder, he's Kent's exposing, some conspiracy theories that
yeah.
I think there's definitely some validity behind what he's saying, and being a vet and somebody who's lived it and been through it, I think he's on to something.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm a Republican, Trump supporter and all that, but some of this stuff's getting out of hand.
Okay.
And we're becoming puppets.
Yeah, fair enough. So the reason why I questioned him, and I mentioned it, I don't know if you were here when I mentioned it, but I mentioned two things, right? One of them, he made a very political exit, right, when he mentioned Israel. But here's the problem with Kent. Before he made this exit, okay, there's some theories that he was about to get fired anyways for leaking information to Tucker Carlson, by the way. But this is the problem that I have with him saying what he said when he left. I think Dave Rubin said it best. It's like walking away from the room and dropping a grenade to let everybody else die. He has been telling Trump because he has been telling Trump that Iran needs to be dealt with. Like, he is encouraging attacks on Iran this whole time.
Yeah, but attacks on a war.
Well, we're still not at war. We don't have boots on the ground yet, but and if we do, it's not attacking.
If we're flying guys over and striking, that's
yeah, strikes are different than war. That to me is not war. Think about this. If we were out there, remember the reason why we went to war in the first place, right? And mind you, it's not ours, it's theirs. The reason why we got involved in this was what?
You just said it best yourself.
Yeah, well, it's not our war, it's theirs. We are just defending our interest. Yeah, but you have to use common sense with this. Why did we go there?
But my thing is you look back at, the quote from Netanyahu in 1990 that America is the golden calf and we will chop it up and sell it off over and over and over again. And then you see an exit like Kent made with what his statement was. And it's like, okay, now there's some validity to everything that we're seeing, some truth. We're seeing someone in that position say, I cannot stand behind this.
Wait.
Because,
before you continue that, now, is it a validity because that's what you're thinking or because that's the truth?
No, I've seen it. I've read the quotes, seen the quotes. It's all factual. It's all documented. It can easily be researched.
But he just contradicting himself on everything that he's been telling Trump to do.
So saying that there's an issue with a country and we need to either do sanctions or taxes or different things like that, tariffs, is totally different.
He was not talking about tariffs.
Blow you up.
Yeah, he was not talking about tariffs. He was talking about attacking.
I'm just saying, in general, tax, all that stuff, all relatively the same.
Yeah.
And just the state of everything. Like, I mean, I'm sorry, but we're waking up. Everybody's seeing what's really been going on.
And what is that?
A good portion of the population is seeing it.
What are you seeing?
Okay, I mean, just the whole basis behind the central banks, the Federal Reserve, the IRS, all of these things, where our money's actually going.
Yeah.
Just the strings being pulled. And we aren't the big bad nation if we're letting other people control it.
Okay, so are you okay with pirates controlling our money?
With who?
Pirates controlling our money?
No.
Okay, the Biden administration. So here's the thing.
I don't support Biden.
Yeah, I get it, but here's the thing.
Voter, I'm a Trump supporter.
Here's the thing that I want you to understand.
There's a point that we're like, all right, have you been compromised?
Yeah, I get it, but you have to understand one thing. We know where the sharks are on the water. Why will we swim in that? Now, whether I like the water that I'm in or not, it is always better than the water that we just came out of. We don't want to be in shark-infested waters. Okay, number one.
But we are.
Okay, but see, that's the thing. If you're making excuses for Joe Kent right now, you're listening. That's what it is, because if you say
I'm not here to stand behind.
No, I understand you don't, but the way you're reacting
is his exit. The facts that he laid out.
That's not facts.
Are things.
Those are not facts.
But they are.
No, he contradicted every. Wait a minute. Okay, so
hold on here. You're getting caught up on the contradiction part. What I'm talking about is who's pulling the strings and why we're still letting them pull the strings.
See, you're talking about Israel. It's not Israel.
Why are we not putting a stop to all of it? Like,
why do you think? Well, what do you think will happen to the Iranians?
So that's not of my concern.
It is mine. America first, but not only.
Yeah, but see, American first, we haven't been first in a long time.
We have been first.
We're still not first. We have not been putting our people first.
Did we have any drugs coming into our country stopped?
Where do all of our tax dollars go?
That's the Democrats.
No.
You know what they've been doing. You know what they've been doing.
I understand what they're doing. I totally agree there. But
okay.
There's a bigger picture, because most of it is going to a specific country and paying for their medical, their education, the nice check that they get when they hit a certain age. Because at the end of the day, the central bank and the Federal Reserve is not America. It's not the U.S. It has nothing to do with us.
Man, you're being brainwashed, bro.
Nah,
yeah, you're being brainwashed. You're being brainwashed. As a matter of fact, I don't even believe you're a Republican right now. I don't even believe you're a Republican. I don't believe 100%.
You. My whole family.
I don't believe you.
I'm
going to tell you something, because you're not using common sense on your argument, and I wish you would. You are taking. See, here's the problem with me with Kent. He has been giving this advice to President Trump. All of a sudden, he no longer believes that advice. And he's telling us that we shouldn't be in Iran and there is no threat from Iran. When I hear threats, even in our country right now, from wait a minute. There is a threat in our country
there is always
from
a threat.
Iranians, from Muslims trying to destroy us, death to America. Please don't tell me that 11 nukes is not a threat to America. And the reason why we went there.
I'm not disagreeing.
Okay, well, you
with
are
any
because
of
you said that Kent was laying out facts.
No. So what I'm saying is all of that may be true, but also what Kent said is true.
That's his
Why
opinion.
can't
That's not
they
a
both-
fact.
why
That's an
can't
opinion.
They both be true.
Because one is an opinion and the other one is a fact.
But is it an opinion or is there proof there to what he said?
Yeah, I don't see any proof of what he says.
You don't see any of it.
Nope. I see what I see with my own eyes.
Every industry in this country controlled by him.
We,
From media to Hollywood. To
you know
the
what? You know what
music
people say
industry.
about me? They think I'm getting paid by Trump. $8,000. They think I'm getting paid. That's their opinion.
I'm not saying you're being paid by Trump, but I mean, there's the thing is that there's so much BS going on that we need to just be open to all of it because most of it's true.
Opinion.
And it all can be true. I mean, the facts are there if you do the research.
Their
on all of
opinion.
it.
See, I don't understand what these facts you got from. Everything that I know is.
What fact do you want?
Everything that I know,
Can supply
it's
it.
every time a terrorist country is attacking Israel and Israel defends themselves, all I hear is Israel is guilty. If the United States has Israel as a friend and we go out there and help our friend, all of a sudden, wait a minute, all of a sudden, Israel is in control of the United States of America? No. But we are going to help them. It's what we do. Wait a minute, Republican. Wait a minute. Wait. No. Oh, shit. You're not Republican, bro. You have no common sense. You just lost me right there with the Epstein. Nah, you lost your way, is what it is. No. You bring up the Epstein files when you know that there is a lot of child rapers out there right now, live. You don't go to that. Why don't you go to that? Because it's irrelevant. You're biting into the nonsense of the legacy media.
Splitting their heads when I was in prison.
Well, you just lost reputation with me on that.
Well,
you just lost reputation on me.
was in federal prison
Yeah, you know
right
why?
next to
That
some of
tells
Trump's
me
buddies.
that your sort of opinion or life choices, yeah,
don't
they're
know
not
what
the
I was
legal
there
ones.
for.
Well, I don't
You
need to
don't
know.
what I was there for.
I don't
And
need to
maybe
know.
That was a protection thing from the state.
Yeah, maybe. You want to
So
be back
don't
in jail or
understand
something?
it, You don't know. No, I'm not looking to go back to jail.
Okay. Well,
Never will.
everything that Ken is saying, it's the same narrative that everybody on the left is pulling out. And the only reason why they love him, and right now you're going to be very famous because you are turning against us, the American people who believe in the president that we put in. That's it.
So I believe in the president.
Sure.
Don't discredit me on
Yeah,
that.
sure, I believe
What
you.
I don't believe is that I'm losing faith in the hidden agenda that he's going to pull us all out of all of this and save us. I'm starting to lose faith.
Yeah, you're losing faith, but I don't. I wholeheartedly believe on what we're doing.
Yeah, it's just.
As a matter of fact, Ken was about to get fired. That's why he quit. But please.
That's great.
Okay.
But
Well, that's why. So, what do
see
you think
some
about him?
justice
What do you think about him
for
leaking
these
information out?
kids.
Do you think that's relevant? How can you trust the opinion of somebody who has been compromised leaking information out?
Here's the bottom line, dude. Here's
Yeah.
the bottom line.
Go ahead.
It is all stagecraft at the end of the day.
So they're not facts.
And until we see justice for the kids, I can't believe any of them. Because if any of them were true and real and just genuine Christian, looking out for the best of our people, there would be justice for these kids. And until that happens, I cannot believe any of them.
Oh, that's
Because
well.
I am a man of
Congratulations.
God,
Let the whole world
And I
burn
am a
because of that.
man- I don't. Yes, honestly. because
No
that's what
bullshit.
God would
No, you
No,
can't. You
God would
cannot.
want
That's in
justice for
God's
his
hands.
children.
That's God's judgment, not yours, not mine. That's God's judgment.
God would not be okay with all of us just standing by and letting it happen. It's the indifference of a good man. Go watch the movie The Boondock Saints.
Why are you alive
And
today?
get the whole point
God knows your life. Why are you
of that
alive?
movie. Why am I alive?
Yeah, don't use
Because he
God
has
if you
a
don't
purpose.
understand how God's plans
He has
work.
a purpose, and the purpose could be me right now having this conversation with
It
you.
could be, or me
protecting
telling
his
you,
children.
or me telling you to keep the faith. Yeah, you see how it? No, it goes both ways, my friend.
Yes. You got to have your faith, but he also doesn't say to just sit by and watch.
And we're not. We're not sitting there. We just watch.
I haven't seen any justice.
Man, out of all the stuff, all the court hearings, the judge, all this other stuff, tell me why do you think, my friend, why do you think that the Epstein files is out here so much right now, today?
It's not.
Bro, that's all I hear from the leftists.
Since the Iran, you stop putting left labels and right labels.
No, it is.
When it
It
comes
is.
down to the kids, it doesn't matter what side you're on. It doesn't matter any of that. If you're a man of God, the kids should be protected, period.
And what makes you think that we're not? We're the only ones fighting to find missing children. We're trying to put rapists behind bars.
You're fighting missing children and all of that when we've got literal papers with 1 million redactions.
With allegations.
Man,
they're allegations, for Pete's sakes. How do you call something facts when they're not verifiable?
Even Trump was working with the police. He knows it.
He's the whistleblower.
And that's where I believe, yes. So he knows that it's going on. Why is there no justice?
So what is the problem? I don't understand what this obsession is.
When I found out that he was the whistleblower on it all, okay, we're going to see some justice.
Okay, and because you didn't see the results that you wanted, you think it's not happening? Listen, I'm not going to jump into the Epstein files bullcrap. I'm saying you're losing your faith, and you just said it. You're losing your faith. You're losing your faith, and you're talking just like it. No, bullshit. You don't. You're losing your faith. I wish you were not losing your faith, and then say that. Okay, I will believe you.
Here's the bottom line.
Go ahead.
We're gonna get together, and we're gonna get a bunch of wood chippers, and we're gonna start dealing with it ourselves. Because if they're not gonna do it, there's plenty of us patriots and Republicans and conservatives that are going to take care of it ourselves. And that's what's coming to.
You mentioned God to me.
They want.
You mentioned God to me.
Yes,
you
sir.
need to respect the law of the land. We have a judicial system. We have a court system. If they don't do their job.
And also in our Constitution, it says that if they are not doing their job, that it is our duty.
That is not up to you to know.
To take it into our hands.
No, it's not up to you to be the judge. That is not your position. It's not your position. It is not your position. It's not your position.
The land states that we are not to sit by and watch that type of stuff. We are to take over.
That's not what it says.
Constitution says it.
We are supposed to stand against tyrannical government, and which we don't. But number two, we have judges. I don't like their I don't like their decisions.
Is not tyrannical.
And how are you going to fix it? Making an excuse that the judicial system, or I don't like them, by the way. Yeah, how are you going to fix it? By what? Creating more murders? Creating more lawlessness? Creating more rebelliousness? Destroying order?
Killing and murders are two different
You have
things.
to abide by the
Bible
law.
Separates that.
Yeah, well, don't use convenience of the Bible or the Constitution.
We're not
You
talking
have
about
to
convenience.
abide
We're talking
by
about
the law.
child rapists.
Abide by the law. It's that simple. We are. We're the only ones fighting for it.
Anything.
Brother, if you don't find peace in your heart on this, you're never going to understand. I'll agree to disagree with you. I'll agree to disagree with you, but next time you call me, try not to be drunk, okay? Try not to drink when you call me back, please. Thank you.
Hey, sir,
I don't believe him. I don't believe him. Hey, thanks for calling. Who's calling?
Hello, this is the Chief Wildhorse.
Hey, Mr. Hey, man, much respect. Go ahead, Chief. First of all, I do love you, even though you don't like me. But go ahead and tell me why. What's going on? What's in your mind? I want to understand you.
Well, I couldn't exist with the rest of you if I didn't have love for you.
I agree. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but in regards to what you're talking about,
yeah,
Native American, you know, we would much prefer to call ourselves indigenous.
Indigenous, okay.
People in Canada, they like to, yes, sir. And so,
I like Indian for myself.
Chief Wild, yeah, I'm Chief Wild Horse. I'm chief of the Nakoni band of the Comanche Nation. We're a medicine band. There's 9 bands of Comanche, and I come from the Nakoni band. We were warriors, but we were medicine people first. We helped protect the people.
The Comanche,
sure that people
Comanche, very strong tribe. I'll tell you that right now. Very.
The Comanche Nation has a reputation out of 450 years of the European American existence, 52 years straight of those years were dead stopped by the Comanche Nation. One tribe stopped a whole empire movement of people for 52 years straight. Another bit of history for you. There's no such thing as a Comanche reservation. Those words don't even sound like they fit together. And the reason why, for about 42 years, they tried to force the Comanche onto a reservation. And we went in and killed every single one of those people involved. None of those people involved trying to put the Comanche on the reservation, none of their families exist anymore.
Nice. Well, I didn't know that. So right now, what do you have any sovereignty just for the Comanches, or are you guys just consider yourselves part of the states?
You don't need a reservation to have sovereignty. Yeah, we're recognized as sovereign individual nations representing ourselves. So in the inner workings, we do have our own police forces. We have our own schoolings. We have our own infrastructure.
So what do you have, like, how do you know the difference between the only reason, so reservation to me is not a bad thing. Reservation to me is just like an invisible border where you can exercise full sovereignty of, the regular, American police or the county or whatever. They can come to the reservation and enforce laws for the rest of the nation on the natives on those reservations. So the reservation is just that, it's a place for them.
No,
so the Comanche do what for police?
State, sheriff's department. No, they cannot come to the tribe and enforce anything. The only thing that can are federal government. Say, for instance, like the White Mountain Apache. They literally have a satellite office for the FBI, literally on their reservation.
Yeah, I know where the federal government's different. Yeah. But how do you guys? You guys have patrols of both? Comanche police and regular American police?
Yeah, we even have our own would be like Fish and Wildlife agencies.
Oh, see, that's cool.
I think that probably if people could really understand like the inner workings of indigenous America, they'd be quite shocked for the fact being is that we're quite operative. We do a lot of our own, and it's not through assistance of government. The myth is, my brother, is that all tribes get these monthly checks and whatnot. Once a year, my tribe is able to help the Comanche Nation members once a year around between Thanksgiving and Christmas, and we might get like a little check for like $800 to help out with Christmas and things like that. And I promise you, my brother, that's the only type of money we receive from my tribal nation.
Yeah, but that's because you don't have a reservation.
No, it's not because it has a reservation. The Navajo Nation has the biggest reservation of all the tribal nations that exist in the United States.
Correct.
And they receive no checks.
Really?
They receive 0 checks.
They do here in the Northwest Washington. They do.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't generalize. Maybe you're right. I shouldn't generalize. I talk about the reservations here in my state, on my territories.
Brother. Like we're all learning. The problem is with
I like it. I like knowing history.
I think the way that more people learn about one another, I think the more receptive of each other. Do you remember back in the 90s, PBS, that they used to have like celebration of culture? They would have all these different like little tidbits, and you and I were like little kids watching Ghost Rider and watching all these different shows. And we would see these different faces and things like that. And didn't you think when you were a kid, man, I want to see that place, I want to go there? Because your own like little block, the park you would hung out at with your friends and stuff. You had to think inside your mind, there's got to be more than this. There's got to be more than this. You know what I mean? They can't just see this. So I think what we're doing is we are being forced to revert back an intelligence and with me, I've never voted for anybody. I served 7 years in the Marine Corps, but I've never actually voted
Thank you for
in
your
any
service.
election because, yes, sir, I appreciate you. But I could see principle-wise, I don't like the principalities of any of these candidates. I don't like the morals, even though they're this party, that party.
Yeah.
And I just didn't, in my mind, I didn't have anybody good to choose from. It was just like almost a simple mind, like, well, none of these are good guys. None of these are the good guys.
Yeah.
So I don't want to
Fair
choose any
enough.
of them. I'll wait till there's a good guy one day. I mean, even when Obama came through, I was just kind of like, I can kind of see beyond the veil of things. So I still didn't look at an individual, oh, this is finally a good guy. No, I didn't think of things like that. You know what I mean? So I think the more that we start to capacitate our thought process, meaning that like there is so much beyond what we see with our own eyes.
Yeah.
We only get to see a spectrum.
Yeah,
a little
I
bit of
agree.
light.
I agree.
Yeah. So so imagine if we just like, combined our thoughts together, got back into this idea of like peace and unity. And it doesn't mean that we just have to accept one person's bad ways with their good ways.
Yeah.
Like it takes community to speak up and build. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
if we disagree, then people can openly voice what they need to say. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
And kind of like, yeah. So I mean, like I thinking that's what's from the outside indigenous perspective, looking in at America going right now, I can see that like everyone's kind of being duped into this idea of like almost dumbing themselves down so that way we're only like just blurting out reiterations that we hear put into our thought process. We're not even, we don't even ask questions anymore. Hey, where are you from?
Yeah.
Where'd you grow up?
Right.
What kind of food do they have there?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I think, brother, like I wanted you to hear from me. I post what I post because I'm at the point where I'm looking at, half a century old, and if my young ones have to go through another 100 years of being told, oh, you're indigenous, you're nothing, you're gone, you're extinct, you're worthless, you're nothing.
I heard that myself.
Like, you know what I mean? You wouldn't want your young ones to know that they're going to send, if you pass away tomorrow, you've just left behind a world that, fuck, man, I didn't do anything to try to stop it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I say these things out of frustration and hurt because I myself, just in this last year, 2025, I had a group of men up in a place called Elkton, Oregon, attack me, saying that I was illegal, saying that I didn't belong there. And I was working as a wildland fireman, working as a watchman. So I've been fighting fire for almost 10 years now after my service.
Yeah, I disagree with that as well.
So I've tried to, so I mean, like, but they took it upon themselves because what they were hearing, they even mentioned something they heard on Facebook a week ago, and they used that as their foundation to put their hands on me. They put me in the ICU for 7 days. So I had a heart attack and a stroke as a result of the beating. So I'm telling you from experience, my brother, the hate that we used to see when political things, when we were young people, we had the comfort that we knew that it was not going to touch us at our front door. Now it's got us, like you and I, ready to like hurt each other just basis off somebody else's ideals or thought processes. And that to me, I'm like, no, man, we really do need to revert back to the late 80s, the early 90s, where if we had a disagreement, you and I fought on the street corner as little boys and knocked each other down, and then we went and played at the park across the street. You know what I mean? So that we usually we would make up with each other so we didn't get in trouble by our parents. That was real life. That was the thing that we were afraid of the most. You know what I mean?
That is true.
This crazy fear.
I'm telling you, I
having to leave your house.
Chief, with all due respect, I read your comments, and it doesn't sound the way you speak. Let me just tell you that.
Yep.
So one thing you have to know about me, and this is not just to gain your favor, but it's true. I was sponsored by a Navajo family when I first came to this country. Not many people know this, but I was practically taught the ways here in the United States first by a Navajo family. And, I felt at home. First time. I felt at home. Besides the language, and of course the cold weather. I hate the cold weather. I felt no difference. I'm always more connected to my natives than I am to anything else or my European side. In Honduras, our Mayans are extinct. There's a remembrance of Mayans in Guatemala in Mexico, but in Honduras they're extinct. They're looked at as horrible people, and this is this is my my inheritance. To have this ignorance come back. But here in Washington we have reservations, and a lot of the Navajos that don't want to live in the reservations, they leave the reservations because this is unfortunate, but they leave the reservations for one main reason, and that's because most of them, they say, this is just from the Navajo people, most of them, they say they are drunks, drug addicts, and they don't want to work. And I'm hearing native Navajo telling me this. I'm like, no, that's not what I see. And they're like, oh no, that's why I'm not on the reservation. And it's crazy. I worked at a casino at the reservation here of Tulalip, in Marysville, to be specific. And the natives in the reservation here, they get checks every month, and that's what the casinos are for. And this is why the federal government gives them money every month. They give them money. It's not just for Thanksgiving, like you say, and it's kind of it's different. I feel, because I have that experience here, that they have it good, and they should be probably the wealthiest people if you think about it. Imagine your people, right? The Comanches over there on your side, if they were getting a monthly payment of $2,000 to $3,000 a month, and then you will not lose that benefit if you decided to have your own business or you wanted to get a job for a company, you will still get your $2,000 to $3,000 monthly, because that is the deal in the reservations.
Brother, if I received monies like that, you would hear the chief Wild Horse, the CEO of XXX company. I promise you. I promise you that.
I believe you.
I
didn't know that about the Comanche.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying. So think of it like this. Think about a reservation as like a gas station that you and your family own, okay? The government doesn't give those checks every month. The equity that's built from the revenue from those infrastructures, meaning there's like the Comanche Nation, we have like a water filtration company, right?
Okay.
But the funds from that, any sort of extra revenue comes that strictly goes to education and care for elderly. It does not go to a monthly, hey, you can go out and buy some beer or anything else like that. My tribe will help up to $250,000 for education. Go anywhere in the world you want, it will be paid for to the cent, but we will not give you monies so you can go out and buy a brand new charger, so you can go out and have a good fun weekend at the casino.
Right.
No. We have, this is to protect the people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because
absolutely.
you can see the ladder of it, right? You know what I
Yep.
mean? So, but no, I mean, those checks that those individuals received from us, because a lot of those lands that were started out as concentration camps, they were left as undesirable lands.
Yeah.
So the government forced a lot of indigenous people onto those reservations, thinking they would go there and die. They put different tribes with each other so that they would hope they would kill each other. And then oil, mineral rights, water, whatever it is, was found on these different lands. And so a lot of the tribes that have wealth or monthly payments like that, if you were to look deeper, you would find that they have some sort of like energy infrastructure behind this, not just casinos. Like, especially right now, who has money to go and blow up a casino? Not even the white man. So
Right.
I mean, like, everyone's
Right.
poor. Everyone's poor together. So it's like we are looking at this, like what indigenous people have tried to instill in this is that we've known once the seventh generation, which is we're in the time of the seventh generation, that it would fall. And not saying that, okay, we don't look at things as like fall, meaning like conquering, you're going to die and we're going to take everything back. No. What we're saying is that the people will struggle, meaning the white man will come into a moment of struggle and will need everyone.
Yeah,
everyone will
absolutely.
need to come in together.
Yeah.
You've seen the four directions. If you've been around Navajos, you've seen that four directions sign, right?
Yeah.
The four colors, right?
Yep.
The red, white, yellow, and black, right?
Black, yep.
And it's surrounded by a circle. And so what we want people to understand is that indigenous people have no war in mind or idea of genocide because we request our lands back. The reason we request the lands back, not, hey, give us money for the lands. We've never asked for monies. We don't want wealth because money isn't real. The lands are real. We are the lands. We are connected to the lands, physically, mentally, all the way above. What you felt when you stayed with the Navajos, that peace that you felt was your connection to the land. You are the land.
Absolutely.
The Mayans, you come from the pyramid builders, my friend.
Yeah.
You created infrastructure that used the ether of this planet. That's one of the things that we don't use anymore. We no longer talk about the ether or the use of the planet.
Yeah.
That used to be taught up until after the 1900s in school books. It was included with air, wind, water, and fire, and ether. Now they no longer teach about that, and I do believe that is a major disconnect. When indigenous people talk about being one with the earth, we are talking about being the ether. We are all together. We are part of the four directions. I use my comments in the same way that people gain revenue on social media by almost appealing to certain sides.
Yeah.
So if I were to come up with a channel that I wanted to support Trump because I knew I was going to get a whole bunch of views from one group and they were just going to agree with me, all snowfall, all windfall, no matter what, if I'm just throwing that out there. That's what I do with my comments. They're a little bit of a shocker, you know what I mean? Because you don't usually hear indigenous people speak up in that manner. We're usually dormant. We usually, it's just that way, and we're gonna have to get over it. I was educated, but go ahead.
Chief, sorry to cut you off there. One of the things that our history in the land where I come from, the country where I come from, is very similar to American history. And there was a time when I was a child where I hated Spaniards. And I hated Spaniards because they stole our gold and they took our silver and they enslaved my people and, blah, blah, blah. And then I realized that if that didn't happen, who knows? Maybe the Mexican Aztecs would have just beheaded us completely. Maybe another country would have come and, another nation would have come worse than the Spaniards and just kill everybody instead of, letting us multiply and mix and all this other stuff. And I want to tell you, with all due respect, I do plan on running for governor here in Washington State. Whether people like it or not is irrelevant, because I want to make a change in my state. I want to reach out to our Indian tribes here. Even if you call yourself a native, what did you say? Indigenous? Indigenous is just another word for Indian. But here's the Indian tribes is what they're called, and I want to deliver a message. I want to talk with the high chiefs, of the reservations, and I want to see how can we help. But you got to be willing to work with us. You can't just say we're foreigners. No, we're all Americans. You might have more history American-wise. But at the end of the day, we are one nation with borders, and we have new laws. And you have your independent, justice and stuff. But believe it or not, the only difference is that you want your own native people to be in charge of enforcing those laws, and of course, everybody else, gets enforced by the American government, right? The federal government. I want to be able to sit down with high chiefs and be like, hey, what's going on? Tell me something. I need to know more about the history. What are you doing for your people? How can we help? How can we call ourselves one people, as in one nation? Because I see a lot of division where, I've seen high chiefs where they have humiliated the white American soldiers, making them kneel in front of them and ask for forgiveness as if everybody is free of sin on the native side. We were killing each other. We were conquering land as well. We were conquering the weaker. And, in the Mayan days, the Mayans were the strongest. And the rest of the Indians, they conquered until the Spaniards came across. And so when you hear me saying that the natives will be annihilated completely, wiped off from the face of the earth, it's because you see the communists, trying to control our world today. They don't care about their own people. Imagine us. Imagine your people. You think they're going to care about your health care? You think they're going to care about your house, your infrastructure? They don't care. As long as they get power is what they want. And, one of the things that I think, and maybe I believe, it's in a lot of our native tribes, it doesn't matter what native tribe you're from, one of the things that works and always had worked back in the day was a socialist society, meaning that there was hunters, gatherers, and there was people that stay and took care of the villages. Sometimes the women would do both. But, we had warriors to defend the people, our families, the people that we had, and we didn't just go fish for one family. We go fish for everybody in the village. How many fish can we get? How many things are this?
I guess you could look at look at it like this. Like the Comanche Nation would have been considered the first Marine Corps fighting off the first.
Well, I will say this: you guys were very dominant. Right. Even Spaniards recognize that.
Well, if the Spanish didn't come and take us, then that tells you something, right there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So,
did you know that the Spanish couldn't beat us until they betrayed us?
I want to just throw this. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a reason that you and I are crossing paths as indigenous people.
Yes, sir.
There's a reason. 500 years, 2,000 years later, they can't kill us. They can't.
That's right. That's right.
That's what I'm trying to get you. I want you to get you to understand. You know what I mean? Our grandparents took a stand, like I'm taking a stand today, to make sure that you and I were crossing paths in 2030.
I'm honored.
On a platform where we're using electronics, right? You
know
what I mean? So, think about the miracles of that. But I would like to put this out there, and I don't mean anything derogatory or racial about this, but to me, in my thought process, people like to use, it's just been so long, it's been so long. In a relative thinking, white people physically at all have only been here 3 to 5 grandparents ago.
Yeah.
A normal human lives 80 to 100 years, right? 80 to 100 years. So if you go back just 3 grandparents, that's, close to about 300 years. You know what I mean? That's half the time. You go back another 2 grandparents, most white people families were not here. So if you're really thinking like perspective-wise of like, okay, this is ridiculous to argue that a Mexican and Honduran, Guatemalan, or whatever can be deported to another part of the Americas. They might have been here for, 30, 40, 50, 80 years. They've served the country. They have infrastructure, whatever else. They've paid taxes all their life. But we can't fathom the idea that Becky, that fucking, the mayor of Alabama that just raped a 16-year-old friend of her son's, you know what I mean? And got convicted of it.
Yeah.
Why aren't these people immediately being deported? And everybody asks, hey, where do we send them from? Well, like a lot of people like to boast, I'm Irish, I'm a German, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? Strap them needle holders on, my brother, because you're on a trip back to the UK.
Yeah.
And you could imagine the people of the UK. How many people, white people that you know in the UK, would love to be neighbors with most of the white people that we have in the United States?
Yeah.
Let's see a raise of hands.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So this is not a thing of like hate or anything else like that. It's a matter of like you almost use the same words. Come back legally, do it the right way.
Correct.
Don't come in and just, assume lands or assume an area, things like that. Work to have that. Work like this man's family from Honduras. Work like this man did that had to be sponsored by an indigenous group of people to come in and find your way, pull your bootstraps up, and make your way on these lands as an American.
Correct.
That's the thing I want somebody. That's the only thing I say. That's That's the only point that I'm making out of this whole thing is that what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Yes, sir. Man,
this is the same answers you're going to get from the tribes in Washington when you sit and talk with them. We don't openly say this because you're not going to see. You've never seen natives rise up and riot and burn things down or even barely protest.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So it's not in our will to do that sort of thing because we don't ultimately want to see people hurt. The actual Indian, even though we would be mad up front and say this, when it got ready to put those white people on boats, we're like, no, doggone it, you can stay. Just, be nice. Just be nice. That
exactly.
We
got to work together, man.
Talking mad and being a keyboard warrior is one thing, but having these talks like this,
oh man, I love
real talks and
Chief.
talks,
you honestly, you honor me. You really do. I appreciate your history.
No, I appreciate you giving me, brother.
I'm gonna tell you something. I hope that you see how different you see how you make me talk. It's all about how you want me to talk to you. You don't see me all passionate, raising my voice at you or anything. I want people to know that I always tell people you don't know how to talk to me. You have, first of all, you come in very respectful.
I knew that part of you was there.
you share
But if you
your
look at the history of my existence on YouTube,
Yeah.
if you look at the history of my existence on YouTube, I've been anonymous. I've stayed to the same structure. I have stayed to the same message. I have never changed my tune. Return the lands to indigenous people. Deportation of Caucasians 2021. Deportation of Caucasians 2021. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
these are like these are shocking words.
Yeah, but
especially coming from a
those are the
native
things
person.
that we wish, but we can't change what we become, and you know, in one way or another, I wish that, you know, some
Everything
natives
can
try.
change in a moment.
Yeah, but some natives strive to.
If we were to have one red dot situation on these lands, we would all have to band together as a tribe.
Yeah, we got to give credit to the Europeans. You know, the settlers came in and built one way or another built the greatest nation in the world. And I won't forget the wind talkers. You know.
Tartarians were here, my brother. Indigenous people are Tartarians. Tartaria was already here, and
Yeah.
I'm going to give you.
No, I respect that sovereignty.
Once you jump offline, I want you to mull this over my next set of words. Okay. The reason I say that indigenous people were Tartarians is because my background is actually with NASA. I worked as a hydrologist in research and development at Goddard Flight Center in Goddard, Maryland. Okay.
Yeah.
I am not an anomaly. Okay. I was human trafficked by Mike and Kay Byers of Winfield, Missouri, after a priest and a nun took me and my little sisters out of the hospital in Oklahoma City when my mother was in the bed dying of cancer. So they sold us to this white family. They took us to St. Louis. Okay. Once my grandfather, who was chief of the tribal police, found us through even before internet days,
Yeah.
they immediately came to St. Pius V School and they took us out of class. And I never got to see my real indigenous family until I was an older grown man in the Marines. So
Wow.
I'm saying this. Indigenous people were the Tartarians. We were not a loincloth barefoot. You and I couldn't run around with loincloth and barefoot right now and survive. It wouldn't work. You can think about the savagery of the
That is true.
The savagery of the
Yeah,
day.
yeah.
Once film and picture came about, the indigenous person had already been downtrodden to the point that they were in their tents and teepees and out on the plain and just stuck out into these, pushed out into these areas. These Tartarian infrastructures were around. I am not an anomalous person. Those people, Mike and Kay Byers, they did not try to educate us.
Yeah.
The gift of intelligence comes from within. You don't necessarily have to sit in a classroom. You don't have to have the highest of educations to be legibly intelligent. Okay? No.
Yeah.
I truly believe that indigenous people were the Tartarians, that we were pushed out of these things. And during that time,
absolutely. Yeah.
In the 1500s,
Yeah.
in the 1500s, there was a polar shift on these lands. So if you look back when film, they were starting to first film and take pictures of these lands, and you saw broken down buildings in the background, even up there in Washington. If you look at the old ancient pictures of Seattle, you will notice that there's infrastructure in the background. Okay?
Oh yeah, big time.
When settlers started to come here during that time, and I don't think that we talk about scientifically enough, we think that maybe they were just trying to escape religious persecution and things like that. Perhaps
that could be, yeah.
The collective humans on this planet knew that there was going to be an actual global catastrophe.
Yeah, they wanted a new start. They wanted a new start.
Right? Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't think it was just about, political or religious. I think the people were fleeing from certain lands to try to get to new lands because they knew something catastrophic had happened or was about to happen.
Yeah.
I think that we do not give science enough credit within history to depict moments of history and why it happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a reason that the indigenous people helped. You know what I mean? The stories that go back, I'll tell you a history story. It said one of the first stories from the Wampanoag up there on the East Coast was that they believed that the white people that first came, the Roanoke group before the Mayflower, that they were actually, other Indians, but that they were sick because they were so pale. They thought that, so they must have gotten really sick out there on the ocean, and that's why they survived, because the people were helping them. They didn't care that they didn't get the idea that there was a separation of ethnicities. Even at that point in time, indigenous people did not understand that.
Yeah.
And we kind of have a hard time still understanding that to this day, because we can't understand if my heart thinks this way, if my heart shows empathy, if I care about Herrera right here stepping his big toe and now his big toe's bleeding. Here, man, put your arm over my shoulder. Let's get you over and sit you down. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, yeah.
That's brotherhood.
If my heart goes to empathy first, why doesn't Trump's heart go to empathy first? Why doesn't Stephen Miller's heart go to empathy first? Why don't any of these people that are doing these things? And I truly believe that where we're being duped is that by this whole other group of people that will never care about us, that will never know our names, not even care whether we have bread, breakfast tomorrow, dinner tomorrow night, whether our children have dinner tomorrow night. They are got us all hyped up for them. It's like almost like having a bully at a high school, and that's your homie. And as soon as you see that bully get stomped for the first time, what's your persona for the rest of the school year?
Yeah.
You don't have any. Your whole right. So I don't want to tell anybody to never support anybody that they want to support, but I want to show out signs of abusers. It'd be just like if you were my brother, if you were my son, if you were my uncle, I'd be saying, no, man, like they're being mean to you, dude. They're fooling you. Behind your back, they're saying this stuff and they're going to beat you up when you get over there to the theater. You know, some shit like that, real life. We're dealing with on this basis where it's looking like us, fellow indigenous people, actually fight. If you got indigenous people fighting, that's some pretty in-depth fucking evil that's been suited, you know what I mean? That's been sewed about. So, but I love you, dude. Like I said, I wanted you to hear from me. This is the first time I'm debuting more or less my voice or any sort of anything other than one video that I've posted. And you're welcome to go look at that, because that's actually the beginning of the video of those townspeople. After they couldn't beat me up, they made up false pretenses that I touched a white woman in that town. So
I bet.
2 sheriff's deputies came by themselves. Yeah, they came by themselves. You know darn well if someone called the police on you.
Oh yeah.
Oh, big, Herrera. He's probably like, hey, I'm gonna say he's like 260 and he'll beat your ass. Someone's gonna exaggerate on you. He's this big brown guy. They're not gonna show up with 2 cops. They're gonna show up with 8 to put hands on you.
Yeah.
So no, when I noticed that it was 2 police officers showing up by themselves and they were asking odd questions, and when they grabbed a hold of me, they didn't try to put my hands behind my back. They immediately went into the pummeling. I was tased 6 times until I went into cardiac arrest. So they were trying to turn me into a missing and murdered indigenous person to cover up the biased crime that had happened in that little town.
There's many stories like that, actually.
That sucked, And it didn't happen. Yeah, it didn't happen 200 years ago, brother. This just happened. You know what I mean? So that's why the things that I say, I want you to understand my comments. Like, man, this guy was a Marine. He's a firefighter. He's Native. And they beat him so bad they put him in the fucking ICU.
Yeah.
I would be really mad too. You know what I mean? I would be really upset too. You know what I mean? It's a good thing I don't think like a Kyle Rittenhouse or like any of these other cats that like, I'm mad, I'm angry, I'm going to go in and do all this to everybody else because I'm mad. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like, no, like we're indigenous, my brother.
Yeah.
The first thing we think about is each other. That's if you stop quietly when you're making some food, when you're sitting on the pot, when you're freaking sitting there thinking, praying, whatever you do, you think about like, it is the first thing I do. Like, even though I'm like saying this stuff, I'm saying, you're not legal, you don't belong here, this and this and this and this and that.
Yeah.
I mean, how is it really affecting you? At the end of the day, when I say to people, I'm like, the groups of people that put their hands on me, the people that human trafficked me as a child, their last names were not Herrera. Their last names were not Gomez. Their last names were not Wild Horse. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So these are the things I have to remember, that the actual criminals that we're encountering, you know what I mean? They don't look like you and I, my brother.
Yeah, I know.
You and I are kind of being duped into this. Yeah, man. So
well,
I'm not saying that these criminals that are illegal that come in and hurt people, absolutely. Let indigenous people handle them like we used to.
Yeah.
We didn't have big islands of criminals. Does that clue you into something? Indigenous people didn't have multiple islands to put all their bad guys. We handled our bad guys.
Well, we killed them.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. There was no reason to keep those humans around. If a person touched a child, if a person raped a woman, if a person they weren't kept around. Why would you want a chance of having babies from that individual?
Yeah, the problem is that we have
no,
we have a justice system that has been wrong.
We have laws, we have we have structure and whatnot. But as I say, as I've been told, and especially I was an intelligence officer for the court, this is one thing that I do know. Everything could change overnight with one single movement on these lands. And you and I are both, looking for water, looking for food, looking for shelter all of a sudden, looking for protection.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. That's what even Reagan said that back in the day when he had his alien encounter. It shook him. He went from being the hard-nosed, this and this and that, war on drugs, and that's where everything came from, right?
Yeah.
He went from that to being like, what if we're ever faced with an outside entity and we're forced to come together? He was shook.
Yeah, and nobody's perfect. Even our natives were very wrong throughout history. You have to understand from my side as a religious man that believes in God, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. I disagree with a lot of Christian denominations. I disagree with a lot of things in history, but at the end of the day, I believe that everything has happened because God allows it to happen. And the only thing I can tell you is from my side, I come from an era in Honduras where border control is very important in Honduras, and it has caused a lot of damages in Honduras, especially from El Salvador, gangs that have come into our country illegally. Innocent mothers who have gangbangers as sons, they're out there committing crimes, hiding what their children are doing, and that's a horrible thing to have. So here for our country, now I can't do anything about the Comanches, okay?
Pray for them.
Yeah, I cannot
Pray
do,
for them.
that's all I can do.
That's advice.
So,
Pray for them.
so I'm going to say this. I don't know if I can do anything for the Comanches because I can never be president of the United States. But I can tell you here in Washington State, it is going to be one of my probably biggest honors besides serving to be able to sit down with the Indian Tribunal together, and I want to see how we can do something to protect the environment, but be realistic. Things have to be changed in order for us to continue to thrive.
That'll be great because what will happen is you'll actually get to meet with the Comanche Nation, and I'll tell you why. All the way from the tip top of, it goes all the way up into British Columbia, all the way down through Washington, and you're right, all the way to the bottom of Oregon was Mexico. Before it was Issac land, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you go right along the side of along the side of Issac land, and you had what they called the Numma Empire, Nummu, Numma Empire, and it went from the Creek Croak Nations all the way up from the Canadas, all the way down to Warm Springs, all the way down to the Paiute, the Shoshone, the Numina, the Comanche, and we pushed all the way down. We didn't push any tribes out. The Apache are part of the Navajo Nation. The Apaches and the Navajo are all Athabascan. The reason that they are placed in the area that they are in, and this will give you a real quick clue if you look at a map of the reservations, you'll see the Hopi reservations right in the middle of the Navajo. They placed them there because they hoped that the Navajo, who were the newcomers to these lands, they wandered for about 1,000 years on the Navajo Trail, as they call it.
Yeah.
And so all the other tribes, we didn't kill them. We didn't run them off. They just existed. They were there. So, this crazy amount of warfare, there was scuffles and there was different, disagreements and things like that. But there wasn't full-on genocide, wiping out groups of people, eating children, all this other nonsense. There was too many buffalo and elk to eat. Why were we eating each other? So all of that stuff is just an elaboracy to kind of like propagate an idea. You know what I mean? That's all that was. You know what I mean? But this is an indication of hearing the diplomatic voice and the empathetic voice of a Comanche Nation person in this year and time, and that gives you any indication of the people that we are. I hope I leave a great example of that.
Yes, sir. I like it, and I agree with you on that. And I mean, we have a little different of opinions on what our nation should look like today. But I definitely want to fight to protect what we do have today. And
Indigenous president.
Yeah,
only the presidency should only be held by an Indigenous individual ever. That should be the standing rule. And 65 years old is cutoff date. No, you ain't getting no older than that. We ain't Grandpa's idea. Imagine me and this idea. and taking my ideas and thinking they're going to work 25, 30, 50 years from now, and I should be telling anybody what to do. I am intelligent enough to know that, like, no, I have a shelf life. I don't need to be telling anybody to do when I'm like 70, 80 years old, because my way of thinking is back there. It can't be up here. So that's another one of our biggest problems, is that these old, decrepit white men in charge of everything absolutely need to change. And it doesn't mean that we need a black woman to be telling us what to do.
That'd be worse.
To be indigenous leadership across the board. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it's male or female. Indigenous leadership across the board, and it needs to be communal. There does not need to be one individual in charge of, like, think about that. If we are actually intelligent people, how the heck would you think that the Chief Wild Horse or Mr. Herrera or Mr. Trump should be just the one person in charge of everything?
Yeah.
No, that doesn't make any sense.
I'm all
There
for the
should be a
people.
council of
Absolutely.
people. Yeah, there should be I think there should be a council, because imagine you being actually being allowed to be on that council one day, right? Maybe you're running for governor, and all of a sudden we change the infrastructure of the country because it's just not working after freaking 500 years.
Yeah.
We can't get along. We're in debt constantly. You know what I mean? Maybe we ought to have a council of people, so that way we can do what you and I are doing right now, this magical thing called talking.
Yeah. Oh, it's so strange.
You feel me?
It's a strange magic.
Yeah, imagine us sitting in an Oval Office right now, and there's like at least 9 of us having a conversation about this stuff.
Yeah.
There's going to be disagreements, which is a good thing.
Yeah, and I wouldn't even necessarily. I wouldn't necessarily has to be any of our native descent, persons. I don't like to give too much into. I don't like to give too much into the DEI thing. I think that the most capable person to do the job and what the people vote in is what we're actually supposed to do in our country. But who knows? I would love to see a Native American heritage, to run this country and see what they do. Let's see what policies they put in place.
Here's the other side of that. What if only indigenous people were allowed to vote?
Yeah, I think that's different. But right now, Senator Mullen.
To me, I would be like, nope. You have to show your tribal ID to be able to come in and vote.
Yeah.
I like the Save Act.
Oh man,
tweak it a little
there's
bit
gonna
to
be like
indigenous.
10,000
You have to show your
votes.
tribal ID. You have to wear your moccasins when you come to vote. Okay. You got
Comfortable.
to show your tribal ID, and you got to be able to speak one sentence of your language.
Yeah.
Bam. Then you can vote.
Hey, well, we're trying to get a Cherokee man to be the Homeland Security guy, Senator Mullen.
Actually, I'll share you something that here's something. I'm glad you brought that up, because this is something that the Chief Wild Horse just did today. I took it as part of my representation of the Nakoni Band of the Comanches to contact the Cherokee Tribe of Oklahoma and request for the disenrollment of Senator Mullen.
Wow.
That's what I did today. Yes, sir.
So
that's the power of indigenous people.
So you disagree with Mullen? You like him?
Absolutely, he should be gone.
Deport Mullen.
No, he absolutely. He should be absolutely sent back to Europe and come back the right way.
Well, he's only a half mutt. He's a mutt.
No, he was able to show a 1/18th from the history of whatever.
1/18th of Cherokee, you say?
1/18th Cherokee. Yep, that's all he had to show for the Cherokee Nation.
That's better than 1,000.
Different.
I will take 1/18th over 1,000.
Well,
you know who was 1,000, right?
Well, I'm full blood. I'm half and half. Half from my mama, half from my daddy, Comanche, Numina. So that's what I'm saying, is that, like, it's one of these things that this was a chess piece used to put Mullen in place to start to kind of raise an epithet within the indigenous communities. Absolutely. So I immediately called and requested for his disenrollment from the Cherokee Nation. And I actually got to speak to the chief of the tribal nation. So that conversation has been had, and a lot of people don't, that might be a shocker, because, again, everyone has this idea that indigenous people are still running around living in teepees. They don't realize that there's diplomatic people out here just like me.
Yeah.
You have to understand, Mr. Herrera, is that what's going to come is change. When you have leadership like me and people that are highly educated as myself, I was becoming a doctorate in hydrology. but I had already passed the bar as an environmental attorney. So that's the other part of it, is that if I ever decide to run for office, and I've just been watching things, paying attention.
Well,
And it's just like almost like debuting.
I look forward to fighting you in the future with that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Hi, Chief Wild Horse.
I think probably sitting right here right now, you absolutely know, with what you've heard from me, with the way my words hit, how many people would follow me. You absolutely know in your soul right now how many people would follow the chief.
There's a lot of charisma behind it. I give you that. Chief Wild Horse, thank you so much. You honor me with your history, with your comments. I agree with you in most of it. I disagree with the whole white man thing, but besides that, I hope that I can do something for our natives. I really do. There is this tribe that you just the reason why I say I look forward to fighting with you is because there is a tribe here that lives by the Chinook River. And these are people that are half, if not more.
They're called Chinook.
Yeah, Chinook, the Chinook tribe. That there, a lot of people are half. I mean, they've been generations, living by the river. The Indian tribal, Tribune here does not want to recognize them, and that's something like kind of what you just mentioned, right? I would like to know more about them, why they're not being recognized, and I want to fight for them to be recognized and get benefits, especially because they are, native to the land. Huh?
I was just up there for the ceremonies and
Chinook
ceremonies because I date one of the girls that's from that tribe. So
you player.
The reason that they fell from recognition, I've got babies all over the place. I got 2 sets of twins on this planet. That's why I always try to figure out. People say, "Well, the Indians are going to become extinct," and like that was
we need Chief Wild Horse to spread the seeds. All right, go ahead. Why are they not recognized? Thank you.
They got their recognition, and then during the time, and it wasn't anybody's decision, sort of anything. It was the the rules that are in place that are placed on indigenous nations to kind of low key. We call it a quiet genocide. So say you have a certain number in your family and your last name is Herrera, but the stipulation is this: if your uncle dies prematurely, or if your niece has a baby and that baby dies and that number falls below this number, the stipulations that the European monarchy government has set in place is that, now you don't get to be recognized as a tribe anymore. That's literally the truth behind it, my brother. So if you're actually going to help the tribes, you're going to have to go in and eliminate a lot of these European-based laws that have been put in place on indigenous people. Yeah. You know that on these reservations, I want you to understand something on these reservations. These reservations are they're land lease lands. Those natives, those Navajos, they will never own the piece of land that they live on for all of their lives. It's still government owned. They're expected to lease it, meaning monthly rent. And they don't technically just go in there and evict them until they want to take up that big plot of land because they know there's mineral there or something. So they'll use that thing. All these people haven't paid their land leases, so we get to kick them out. Huh. I promise you, my brother, there is way more quiet hate and control on indigenous people than the American person is allowed to even learn or know about in everyday schooling.
All right.
I bet you didn't even know this. I bet you thought
No. I haven't investigated at all. But you know what? I am a person. I'm a person in the middle. I believe on both sides. I believe that whites, Indians, blacks, everybody should be equal across the table. And because of all the history, all the atrocities, all the prejudice, and all this thing, every single culture, every single ethnicity has the same problem and the same good people and solutions. I am a person that believes to be fair, right in the middle. I like balance. I'm not going to put my natives before whites or whites before natives or blacks before whites or whites before blacks. I believe on middle ground for everybody. And I think that anybody that is here in this country, mind you, they have to follow the law. See, natives that are born here from native, heritage, you have an advantage that you were born here. But those who come here illegally, I will always be against them because it's a matter of national security. We will always have illegal immigration, I'm sure. But massive is worse.
Do you consider white people illegal?
Not anymore. No, not unless they are illegal.
What's the cutoff date? What's the cutoff date or time frame that would make them not illegal?
No, the one thing that will make them illegal if they come now, we have no permission and they don't make an oath to the United States of America. It's the same. It's the same rule that I have for every migrant.
So what I'm saying is this: so anybody that's been here, that's that you would consider illegal, they've been here for, I mean, you got to think about it, brother. Like most of these white families don't even know where they came from to begin with.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
everybody
so
who
that's what I'm
has
saying.
citizenship here right now, it's a citizen. Yeah, none of them are illegal. Now, the only people is this. This is the exception to the rule, and I think that this is something that can happen. I know that they're trying to do this birthright citizenship, which I disagree for illegals. I think that everybody so far, because the law right now acknowledges it's this way in the Constitution, I think that nobody should lose their citizenship. But if
What would you describe? What would you title? Like what you're saying that white people are not illegal. What would you title that as? Would you say that that's birthright or no?
Sure, yeah. Well, I'm a naturalized here. Even though I'm a native of America, I'm still a naturalized American citizen. So the laws have changed.
Aren't naturalized citizens not citizens anymore?
No, we're citizens. We just can't have dual citizenship.
Oh, they're still citizens. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
don't
the
do-
difference
oh,
is
that's
if you, let's say, for example, you're Comanche, it doesn't matter what, if you're a tribe, native, or whatever, you are an American. You were born here in America. You can run for president. Me? No. I cannot. But you can.
You can't?
No, I can't. I'm naturalized.
So that's why like Arnold Schwarzenegger couldn't run for president.
That's right.
Even though he was governor.
Correct. Governor, yes.
Okay.
President,
Now I'm
no.
understanding that part. Okay.
Yeah.
So-
That's why the
okay,
Constitution
so,
makes it very clear that you have to be a birthright citizen, American. So natives will,
Do you think
after all that has been fixed, you guys qualify to be president.
If they passed the birthright thing where they threw that out, would you follow the law and all of a sudden and question the white birthright or the people of white European descendancy?
No.
Would you question their birthright?
No. And even those anchor babies we call, right? Even those who were born of illegals right now, as it stands, you have to understand change, even though we don't like it, it has to be according to a time frame. So for example, even if President Trump, which I will disagree, even if President Trump thinks that, okay, boom, we passed this law, no illegals can have American citizens. Well, any person born in this country, before that passes into law, it doesn't matter if he wants to take off the citizenship from anybody. To me, it's illogical. But from the date that the bill is signed into law that says no illegal immigrants will ever have an American citizen, I agree. Everybody that's born before that thing passes, you cannot take that away. Then again, there's little, exceptions. If you hate this country, then get the hell out. Very simple.
So none of these rules would apply to anybody white, is what you're
No,
saying.
nobody, black, white, it doesn't matter. Yeah, everybody should be a citizen as they are today.
Okay, so say if we take a Hispanic family that's been here, you know what I mean? Their families lived here, they've been here for a couple hundred years, and they have a family member that lives in Honduras, and he comes up and he lives here.
Yeah.
And say, Trump's family has been here for a couple hundred years, Trump's got kids, all this different stuff. He's got a relative in Germany, comes here.
Yeah.
Deportation or no?
Of course. If it's illegal, of course.
Okay. So that's why I just wanted to make sure that we were making sure that those
absolutely.
words were being resounded out.
Yeah, nothing to do with race.
To get you to understand.
Yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't have to do with race. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
When deportation, to me, I feel like deportation is inclusive. It's not like just an inclusive thing, right? You know what I mean? I feel like it can go across the board. With these individuals, like Chris Watts, what he did to his beautiful family, what he did to those little beautiful girls, stuffing their bodies into the oil tanks, things like that.
Oof, disgusting.
Would you ever consider? I mean, should we keep those sort of criminals in our country? Correct?
Nope. Well, I mean, if it was up to me, they wouldn't be alive either.
Well, yeah, sure, that would be the quickest thing. But of course, again, you always go back to saying or you're going back to saying that we have these infrastructure, we have rules.
Yeah, and I don't like them, but yeah, I don't like them, but yeah,
so
we have to.
Those are the type of things, right? And these are like, this would be the discussion I would have sitting at a table under a lean-to or next to a tree with you. I mean, the same type of discussion. So
yeah,
it's these are the type of things I'm making the point out. The people that attacked me and beat me, none of them. All of them put their name on a report as though they were heroic, and they ran an Indian off, and they bragged about how he cried when I punched him. You know what I mean? Like that's what they just bragged about what they were able to do. None of them are arrested. You know what I mean? This was at a place called Arlene's Cafe in Elkton, Oregon, and it happened in front of all of their cameras. Nothing. They were absolutely protected by the complexion, and it was like town protected, and a couple of businesses moved out of that little town because they could kind of see all of a sudden when I called every single business and informed them of this matter, what happened to me after I got out of the ICU. I still had monkey accident face when I was talking on the phone to these different people, telling them what happened to me.
I'm going to share.
I'm going to tell by my nature.
I'm going to share something with you. You and I, Chief, we're about the same age. I'll be 50 here in June. Almost a half a century old.
Okay,
I like how you said half a century old, because that's exactly how I count my years. But I'm going to share something with you. When I first came to this country, yes, I was sponsored with Navajo people. Now, I came here legally, right, because my mother became a resident. My sister married an American, and she waited years to have the papers, and then came my mom, blah, blah, blah. But when I was about 14 years old, my mother sent me to the Greyhound bus stop to get a ticket for her to travel from Everett to Seattle. While I was in the bus, I spoke very little English. There was 3 grown-ass men, late 20s, maybe mid-30s. They were in there acting like buffoons. We get off at the downtown in Everett. As I am walking towards the bus stop, I hear people running behind me. As I turn around, one of them clobbers me from behind. And then I get up and I get away from them when they were kicking me in the ass. It was very embarrassing. They kicked me in the ass like some animal, and then they caught up to me and they hit me on the stomach. I fell to my ass against the wall, and just so you have a description and anybody can hear, and you can see my head against the wall and all 3 of them punching me in the face. I have bumps. I almost passed out. My lip, I couldn't move my mouth or how swollen it was. I couldn't see out of one of my eyes. I have bumps in all over my head. I was bleeding out from my nose and my lips. And all 3 of them were black. Nothing to be with white. I have not experienced violence from anybody in this country than black people. Only black people have tried to inflict violence and hate on me. But here's the reason why I'm telling you this. In Honduras, I grew up with blacks, Asians. We all have different ethnicities, but at the end of the day, we are Hondurans, and that's it. So when I came here, in my heart, it wasn't just, all black people are just criminals. I got to hate these people. I don't do that. When I look at black people, I look at them the same as I look at myself. And it's just, I don't hold resentment towards black people. I don't believe they're bigger or better than me, and I don't believe that I'm better or bigger than them. I have no resentment, and I'm a free man because of it. I forgave all these people. As a matter of fact, a few months later, after these 3 guys, right, when I was 14, they beat me up, etc. The sheriff calls me and tells me that they have done the same thing to somebody else. They said, if I testified against them, oh, I lost the chief, that if I testified against them, they will go to jail for many years. And I said, I already forgave them, so I'm not going to press charges, but if you need me to show up in court, I would. I'm a minor. My mother said okay, so she will go with me. But I said that. I said I forgive them, And the greatest thing about this, it's something that I learned later on from Martin Luther King as I was learning my English and learning history and civics and all that and civil rights. I met one of them about a year or so later. I'm a little bit bigger, but he didn't recognize me. And I sat down in the bus in Seattle. I sat down right next to him. He didn't recognize me at all. Welcome back, Chief. I finished this story. So I forgave them, right? And then I met one of them in the bus stop one time in Seattle. And he didn't recognize me. And I sat there and I started a conversation with him. I really wanted to kick his ass. But it was just him. So one-on-one, I'm fair. I used to box since I was 10 years old. But, I sat there next to him and I say, so what's up, man? How you doing? And he didn't recognize me. And he said, we're trying to change my life. And he started giving me a testimony. And he mentioned me, but he didn't know it was me. He said, me and my stupid brothers, we were high and we did this and, but thanks to Jesus Christ. Oh, my gosh, brother. I'm going to tell you right now, I felt so peaceful talking to him. And I got off the bus staring at him. And I was like, God, you are amazing. I could have ended his life practically, putting him to jail for more than 15 years in jail. But instead, here he is, rehabilitated, which I know it sounds hypocritical because I am a zero tolerance against criminals. But that day, man, it just made me think, I'm glad that I don't hate people. I dislike people. I wouldn't hang out with you if you get on my nerves, but I will never hate you. And this is why I'm able to make, conscious, common sense decisions. Because, if I hated you, nothing of your history or anything that you have told me that is correct or righteous or whatever, I wouldn't be able to understand it. I wouldn't be able to accept it. And I think that's very important. In order for us to make a better country for ourselves, we need to always forgive those who have wronged us. And that's just part of my spiritual, my religious belief. So unless people have that, they don't know what I'm talking about. But Chief, you've been on the line for a very long time. Everybody's complaining. They want to be able to call in. I will tell you, I enjoy the conversations. I appreciate you so much. And I hope that you call again on another time.
No, you be safe, brother. You be
All
safe.
right.
I thank you again.
Yeah, take care. Be blessed. Look forward to meeting you in the future. God bless you.
Yes.
Bye. Woo! I know. Everybody's like, oh my gosh, this guy, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Dosito sent me a text message here, incognito. Let's see. So when Tucker Carlson, this was on Sunday, interviewed Putin, he was a traitor, but this blah, blah, blah interviewing the enemy in Iran isn't. He didn't like that. Today he says if he really did prison time, he'd be labeled Josh Kent a snitch and rat, not side with him. Dosito, I don't know what the hell you just said. But I'll tell you what, I do need a break here, really quick 1 minute break. I know. It's like, that's not a break, Dennis. Well, I just need a 1 minute break. I'll be right back, guys. Thank you, my members, for becoming members, subscribers. Thank you for liking. And thank you for your love and support. I will be right back. All right. Thank you for putting up with my goofy dance. All right. Sorry about that. I couldn't take that call. I really had to go take a break, if you know what I'm saying. So, thank you to Chief Wildhorse. You honor me. I really do. I mean that. And I'd like to know more about that history. And, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the conversation. 1 hour with Chief Wildhorse. Remember, you heard him here at the Dennis Herrera Show, where you have learned the atrocities in our history, some of the things that are strength, some are weakness, and forgiveness. Huge, huge. It has to be forgiveness. Otherwise, our country will just go backwards in time, and our enemies will take advantage of us. If we keep fighting each other, we never learn to be united. We're just going to keep getting attacked, and we don't want that. I want everybody to respect our Native Americans, and I want our Native Americans to respect everybody else who is an American citizen as well. And together, we have to stand against illegal immigration, because I don't think it's fair. Number one, check this out. Number one, I don't think it's fair that a massive invasion of illegal immigrants has happened in our country. And that has pushed decades of people that have been waiting to get those papers approved. And I think that makes a big difference. And I don't think allowing illegal immigrants is going to help the process of getting these people their, immigration reform. With that being said, it also affects the economy. Too much demand for supply that is not there. We have pricing. We have resources that are being more used, more demanded. All that causes affordability problems. And the other thing that affects our Native brothers is that they are invading Native tribes, and it is causing the federal government to go after them in Native reservations, etc., and territories. And they're disguising themselves as Native Americans. And so they are causing a problem amongst, just like Chief Wildhorse said, they have to show, proof of ID, of being Native, the tribal identity, etc. And they're being harassed, so to speak. Let's not forget that, that there is a lot of Native Indian mix, between our two countries of Mexico and the United States of America. But, this is why our Native American brothers need to stick with us and everybody else who believes on protecting the border from illegal immigration. I mentioned it. I don't know if you heard, but I mentioned that if the childbirth citizenship, right, your birthright citizenship gets denied to illegals, it should not be enforced for anybody born before the date of the time where this law comes into place. I will disagree with Trump on that. And that's something that I would, if it goes through and I become governor, that's something that I'm going to request to make that change to the date. Now, we'll see how that works. We can't do everything, obviously. But I will disagree with that type of logic. And I believe that anybody from that date on should not ever become American citizens unless the parents become this, or they themselves, when they get old enough, they apply for a green card and go through the whole process like everybody else who comes to this country to become naturalized. All right. With that being said, let me go ahead and open up the lines again. I know. I like it. I'm glad that you guys are eager to call. All right. 1:20 in the afternoon. We talked about Joe Kent, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson. And unfortunately, they all align with each other. And that's not looking good, especially after Tucker Carlson is known to have bought land in a Muslim country. And all of a sudden, he happens to be against Israel. Well, my logic tells me that, something happened. Let's not call names anybody yet. But I do know he said that the CIA is onto him. And the fact that Joe Kent has aligned with Tucker Carlson, and there has been a lot of leaks from our government, well, it's not looking good. It's not looking good for Tucker. And I hope that Joe Kent doesn't really, get involved too much on that side. I will hate to see a hero go to jail. Okay? I don't want to see that. All right. Lines are open. I know somebody was trying to get here like 6, 7, 8 times. Why don't you go ahead and give me a call back? Hector never called. Did Hector show up again? Hector! Just so you guys know, I go by the name Chief Solia. All right. Now, Solia is a Samoan name, but I adapted. I adapted as something to do with the sun. Dosito.
What's happening?
What's up?
What's happening, brother?
Oh.
Long time no talk.
Long time, man. I've been ignoring you, bro. Why are you calling me, man? You know I've been ignoring you. Didn't you get my text? Shut the hell up.
I get it every day.
Hey, man.
Shut the hell up.
Hey, Dosito, thanks for the information. Thanks for links. You and I thank Cutting Edge all the time because he supports me financially with info, and he's a researcher, and you guys help me bring out some facts out there, some truth. So I appreciate you, brother. What you got for me today? What you got for the people?
Hey, you know what? This guy Tucker Carlson, I used to respect him a lot.
Yeah, me too.
I used to be a
Oh, you were a fan?
I used to be a big time fan. So my cousin actually lived close to him, probably 20, 30 minutes, and they always hang out together.
Yeah.
So we used to, I talked to him one time, and it was about 2-3 years ago, and we were just talking about the Iraq and Israel, how he used to, at that time he used to support Israel, he used to be for Israel. He's like a God-given person. He used to give everything to God, this and that. So I loved everything about him when we spoke that one time when my cousin allowed me to speak to him on FaceTime.
Yeah.
But then recently when he started doing that, do you remember he did that interview with Nick Fuentes?
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
That's when he flipped. That's when he actually flipped.
Is that right?
Because if you look at the way he spoke before Nick Fuentes, and then you look after what he did with Nick Fuentes, it's like Nick Fuentes influenced him.
Wow.
To go on this crash course about Israel and about this and about the Muslims.
So what you're saying is, I should be on the Tucker Carlson show to bring him back.
Yes. Bring him back to the light side. Yes.
Bring him back.
Yes.
Bring him back.
I used to love that guy. I swear to God, Dennis.
I believe you. I defended him a lot, bro. I defended him.
I used to speak so highly about him to everybody around me. I used to say, yeah, you know what? Go check out Tucker Carlson, see what he said about this. Go look at Tucker Carlson's interview that he did with this. Now, people are coming to me like, bruh.
What the hell are you telling me?
What the fuck were you telling me, man?
Yeah.
Are you spewing your bullshit now? And I'm like, oh, man.
Yeah, they make us look bad, but I'll say this. I stand with President Donald Trump no matter what. And if he messes up and he becomes like this crazy guy, tyrant, and he fails, I will take that failure with him.
100%.
And I will say this: if we become victorious and we show and prove all the negative people that come and visit my channel, I will also take that victory to myself.
100%.
So you got to make a choice, man. Which side you lay on? You want to lay on this side or that side? Let me say this: if people don't agree with President Trump, okay, on what he's doing, do not tell me that you're going to vote for a Democrat. That's as simple as that. If you do not support the one party that is giving you policies to protect our country, even though a lot of people, you heard the Republican that called earlier, right? He says that he thinks he's a Republican, and maybe he is, but I am looking for.
In your text, that's what I was talking about.
Oh, I see.
He claims that he did prison time, but then he wants to side with somebody who's like a snitch and a rat, who literally threw the grenade, like how you said.
On the way out, right?
On the way out. It's like, okay, bro, you just proved yourself that you're one of these sissies that like to cry about, you losing your job or you quitting because you chose to quit. It was your decision. Why are you blaming everybody else?
Yeah. Yeah.
Why are you saying? Because he was never involved. He was never involved in the Iran thing to begin with. So how is he going to give his opinion?
Yeah.
Remember that video you posted? Remember that video you showed, like, I think it was yesterday or today, earlier today, about the whole Josh Kent thing?
Josh?
Josh Kent.
Oh, Joe Kent.
Or Joe Kent.
Joe Kent. Yeah.
Joe Kent. You remember he was never involved in the Iran thing to begin with. So how is he going to place his opinion on anything?
Well, I mean, so Joe Kent, he was advising Trump. I mean, he was telling. I don't want to confuse the facts. You guys can fact check or do your own research. But I think he was saying, you know what? Let me find that. let me find this. Hold on. Let's see, Joe
was doing the negotiation
on Iran. Let me see if I can find this. Joe Kent on Tucker Carlson. That's one. We'll go ahead and open this. Let me see. 2024.
You know, in every interview that he did, when he used to say that I have intel from this and I have intel from this, that Tucker Carlson used to say, used to come from Joe Kent.
Oh yeah. Oh shit. Man, give me my videos, man. All right, CIA is on Tucker. Let's see, Joe Kent on Iran.
The CNN one, the one with CNN. I think it was CNN. No, or was it Fox?
Let's see. Let's take a listen to the panel from CNN, but that's 18 minutes. That's too long. I want to hear the past ones. Yeah, see, this is the thing. So, U.S. counterterrorism chief quits, says Israel dragged the U.S. into this war. This is the narrative that the left is given, right? Okay, let's say it's true. Let's say Israel dragged us into this war, as he says. But Joe Kent telling President Trump, I hope I can find the video. Because the one thing that I want you to know is that everybody on the left is loving Joe Kent right now. Anybody that goes against President Trump, the left just loves them, even though they were against them before.
100%.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. That's just the way it is.
Don't want to jump on his bandwagon, even though he was a Republican.
Bro, I'm gonna tell you right now. If I turn on Trump right now, I would probably get thousands and thousands of new subscribers so fast, because the leftist propaganda burns like gasoline on dry grass. The Republicans, propaganda burns like that oil that doesn't burn. You know what I'm talking about? It's like, what the fuck? You're burning. I see the flames, but I don't feel the heat. What's going on here? You know that oil that the Hawaiians use when they do the fire dance, right? They can touch the fire and they don't get burned. That's exactly what Republicans are. They are the oil that cannot catch on fire. But the leftists, it's like a dry grass field filled with gasoline, and somebody just lit up a match. That's how it is. That's how it is. It runs like crazy.
It does. It's sickening. Hey, have you seen some of these YouTubes and some of these TikTokers, these creators? that are like liberals on the other side, and like how they debate other people, and like how they are so wild to them and so disrespectful.
Yeah.
It's like they don't give them a chance. Like that guy Pickles, for example. Half the thing that comes out of his mouth is just pure BS.
Yeah.
Straight BS that doesn't even make sense. It's man, it irritates me to the point where honestly, I tried to call, but Pickles he blocked my number, so I can't call him no more.
Here, let me put just a little clip. I don't know if this is the right timing on the clip, but let me put this little clip from the Rubin report. This is from Dave. Let me see if this is the right one.
With the president, were things falling through the cracks in essence. Here's Florida gubernatorial candidate, likely next governor of Florida, Byron Donalds, on Kent's
Byron
resignation.
Donalds, man, I love that guy. He's my favorite.
Well, the style he went out in.
What is your response to what he said?
Number one, I think that it was really inappropriate for him to write a letter like that on his way out the door. That's essentially trying to throw a hand grenade in while you shut the door and walk out. I think that's wrong. Number two, it undermines the commander-in-chief, and I think it also undermines our military officials who are in that region right now. Number three, and more importantly, and I think this is really for the American people, Donald Trump is not going to be cowed by the Israeli government or any other government. And I would add, knowing him and knowing several members of the family, I mean, if you talk to members of his family, they don't get him to make a decision. So how do you expect another country to force him to make a decision? That's not accurate. I think the president looked at the information in real time and said, this is what we need to do. And I think that was actually supported by the tweet that came out from DNI Gabbard, essentially saying, listen, the president looked at all the information and he made this decision.
Yeah, I have to say I like Byron, and I think he'll be a fine governor if, by every account, he's up by, like 50, 60 points at this point.
I agree, but there's another section. Let me see if there's another section. Let me see. I think he has a section right here with Dan Bongino.
About what the threat level was, or that Trump's not in charge or anything else. Here's a bit more from Bongino.
Let's see.
About on the air, I promise you, the president.
On these shows. No, he knew what shows he was going on, and there's a political reason for it. Here is Dan Bongino, who knows a little something about intelligence and a little something about media and a little something about integrity, explaining a bit about the Kent situation.
Yeah, the sacrifice is beyond reproach. That doesn't mean that this current opinion is any more fact-based, because it's not. I'm really sorry, Laura. I mean, I read probably a lot more intelligence than he did, because they don't have a law enforcement function, the National Counterterrorism Center. They're an analytical clearinghouse. They're valuable. However, I had access to just about everything. And how you could come to the conclusion that the Israelis did it and there was no imminent threat here? Really? What about the anti-ship ballistic missiles, the drone program, 440 kilograms of 60% enriched nuclear material, their constant death to America chance? I mean, that's called evidence. In some limited circles, we call that, a clue. I mean, I don't know at what point you thought this wasn't an imminent threat after you've read a lot of the stuff I read. And by the way, that's just the open source stuff we can talk about on the air. I promise you, the president, I promise you, has a bevy of material that if he could do the Men in Black thing and erase your mind tomorrow, if he told you right now, you would come to the imminent threat conclusion in a snap.
And I ain't no Dan Bongino, but I can tell you that when the leaders of Iran, or the regime in Iran, tell me that they have uranium at 60% enriched and that they have enough to make 11 nukes and they're working on an intercontinental rocket, I will think that they are serious, and I will believe them when they say death to America and Israel. And the fact that Joe Kent knew this, and he even encouraged the United States of America to go in there and take care of this rat problem. And now all of a sudden he leaves and drops a grenade in the back, so to speak. And I think maybe Dave probably uses such analogy. This is the hold on. Murish, man, you are still talking, bro. This guy, man, I try to give him some credit, but bro, it's
He thinks he's a Moorish man, an Aboriginal.
Yeah.
Listen, Aboriginal Moorish man from Australia. Well, hey, brother, the last time, like Moorish comes from Morocco. If you're so Moorish, whatever, and you're an Aboriginal, why won't you put a Australian flag up on there? Like you retard. You know, that's a word. You retard.
Yeah.
You're culturally confused. He's culturally confused. He's one of these people that wants to act like, you know, he's this and he's that and he's this and he's that. Bro, get the fuck off. Sorry. Excuse my language.
DeCito, you owe me so much money, bro. What the hell? I owe you a lot. Listen. All right. So this is for Linda. She's like, yeah, I thought nukes were eliminated. Pay attention to the damn story and shut the hell up. You have to understand we obliterated the nuclear facility because we said and we knew that there was enriched uranium to kill us, to destroy us. Wait, hold on. I say, hold on. And then you leftist people, the people on the other side of the aisle, you guys said, bull crap. There was no uranium enriched to 60%. Bull crap. It wasn't obliterated. The part that you miss is this, Mr. Allahu Akbar. You're missing the fact that the Iranian prime minister, I think it's a prime minister, right? Not president? Prime minister? The president. President said, we can go in and get it. Meaning that we were right from the beginning. But what did Trump say? Do it. Go back and get it. See what happens. See, that's the difference between us who believe that we're thinking with common sense and use critical thinking to figure out what's going on in our world. See, we told you, well, I shouldn't take credit for the president. The president told you that this was happening. Boom, boom, boom. Precision strikes. We took care of it. Obliterated. You people said there was nothing there. Now, they are saying that there was something there. They're confirming that it's there. They're confirming that Trump did put it into rubles. But they say we can go and get it anytime. And then now you people on the left want to say, oh, well, I thought it was annihilated. Well, make up your mind, will you? If we say there's uranium in there, enriched uranium at 60%, and you say, no, there isn't, and then now they're saying, yeah, there is 60% uranium enriched. Now you're saying, I thought we took care of the uranium? Come on, man. You know what? I try to make sense of people sometimes and try to give them a little bit of logic, but, man, they lose me, man.
You know what, Dennis?
What say you?
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Everything that you're saying is correct 100%. And what they're failing to see is that in that same interview, that Iranian president or the prime minister, whichever it was, I think it was prime minister or the president, I forgot which one it was. But CNN, they did 2 interviews with him. The second interview that they did with him, he admitted to everything that he did, everything, and he said, it's my word. You know, like how with the woman, you know, like with the women and with the protests and how there, you know, there were so many killings or whatever.
Yeah.
He said, yeah, we did do that. We did do that.
Yeah.
We did do that. He admitted to
Yeah, no, they confirmed it. Yep, they confirmed everything.
every single thing, and they sit there and they say, oh, where's the proof? Where's the
Yeah.
proof?
Yeah.
Show me, where's your source? Like, you dumb retards.
Hold on. Hey, leave the insult to me. Hey, liptards, pay attention. One more time, I'm going to tell you. We obliterated the nuclear facility. That doesn't destroy the enriched uranium. Do you understand that? Before you go and make another stupid comment on my chat. That doesn't mean that uranium does not exist. It is gone when it comes to taking it out. They can still dig in and get it. But the fact remains, they know that we don't F around. And they know that we're going to kick the crap out of them. We just took out the whole military. They're barely throwing out some missiles out there. Yeah, they can still do damage. Yes, there's some mines on the ocean. You know how big the ocean is? It's huge, okay? But we will take care of it. We are not losing a war. I don't know who the hell these leftist people think that we're losing a war. What the hell are you talking about? We are not at war with them, but we are fighting what they're warring against us. That's something that I couldn't explain to the last Republican. Supposedly he was a Republican. I couldn't explain to him after I said, this is them warring on us. We are defending ourselves with precision strikes, which is legitimate. It is something that we can do. If we go to war, if we declare war, you have to understand that if we declare war, it would be on the whole country and everything goes. That's a war. When you having precision strikes to discapacitate, what's the word? Discapacitate? Is that a word? Incapacitate. To incapacitate, I think is the word. To incapacitate the enemies from ever doing any harm to us or our allies. Think about this. They have been attacking all of their friends, all of their allies, all of their neighbors. None of those neighbors lift a finger to defend themselves. And they leave the United States of America to do it by themselves. We asked them to pitch in at NATO. They said no. And then we got the leftists, of course, who, for some reason, these idiot Americans are so naive and hate themselves so bad they want to see us fail. They're over there like, oh, wait a minute. Now you need help? Are you kidding me? They're not hitting American air bases alone. They're hitting hotels. They're hitting civilian sites. Nothing to do with American military. These guys are such a terrorist group. And if you don't believe me, go ask the families, the surviving families of over 35,000 Iranian innocent people. Go ahead, Sandwich Man. Tell me that. Why don't you go ask an Iranian people what they think about that? I have an Iraqi here on the phone who will tell you that himself. He will tell you what Iran has done in Iraq. He will tell you what these people are doing over there in the Middle East. But you guys sit here naively, and I don't know, maybe these people are just illegal, ignorant people. They have no education or knowledge of what's going on in the world. But it baffles my mind that people continue to sit here and say lies. Bro, I don't know what else to say, man. Everything I say is a lie. This is why Serenity doesn't win an argument with me. Linda, how about 400,000 children of illegal immigrants that came into this country that we're still trying to recover? How about that? Sandwich says propaganda.
See, they don't understand. You know, like when Saddam fell, Iran they took over Iraq. That's basically what it is now.
Lies, Dosito. That's a lie. You're lying. Always lying, Dosito.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm lying. Yeah, I'm lying. Yeah.
These people are ignorant, bro.
They don't know when Saddam was there, Ayatollah couldn't even raise his fucking finger because you know what? Saddam is the one who kicked him out of Iraq when he got exiled by the Shah to Iraq, and then Saddam sat there and exiled him to France. And that's when he went to do his little propaganda stuff, and that's how he took over the Shah.
Serenity says the reason why I don't win an argument with you is because whenever I back you into a corner, says the coward, you hang up the phone and go back to your safe space like you're in now. Now, tell me that this is a guy that I want to talk to on the phone. An arrogant little bitch. That's what you are. These people earned my insults. I'm telling you that right now. Arrogant little bitch. I tell you, we have a subject that we're talking on. I said, go ahead and stay to the subject. He comes in with all their side BS. That's not what I'm talking about. I cannot stand people that don't know how to follow instructions. It's very simple. Look at that. Who needs a safe space, you little wuss? You get insulted, you get called a libtard, and you cowered into a corner and try to wow and whine and complain. Who is the coward? How am I going to give you respect when you lied about me every single day? No, you gained it and then you lost it by being a libtard. I guess you can't, we have a saying in Honduras, and now it's in Spanish, so it might not make too much sense in English, but we have a saying you can take the Indian out of the mountain, but you cannot take the mountain out of the Indian. That just means that you're going to stay ignorant from the world because all you know is the mountain, but you don't know the cities, you don't know the outside world, you are stuck in your own little world, and that's it. Typical Dennis justify one horror with others. The fact is, you guys are no better. MySpeak, I don't know who the hell you are talking to, but if that's to me, I am very disappointed. I am very disappointed on that comment. You're entitled to your opinion. That's fine. But I resent that comment. All right, let me go ahead and play another half of this video. Go ahead.
I don't know how they call themselves Americans, and they sit there. I don't know. You know, I'm just so confused by these people. Every time I try to, think and try to put myself in their shoes, I can't because, it makes no sense.
Yeah. Well, you heard 1 hour of Chief Wildhorse talking to me. How did I talk?
Man, I love that guy.
Did you see me get passionate about what I'm saying and getting loud voice with him? No.
Never. Not once.
Because that's exactly how you talk to somebody. And yeah, I get it. Maybe Serenity is a spoiled little biatch. That's fine. But when Chief Wildhorse called in, I thought he was going to be going off on me. And yeah, he told me he disagreed with me on a lot of things, so you can hear the conversation. But I enjoyed the conversation. Even my tone and voice went down.
You were so calm. You were collective. You enjoyed the conversation, and you didn't want to stop.
Listen,
That's how I took it.
It's crazy as this. His chief name is Wild Horse. Bro, he tamed me. You know what I'm saying? He tamed me. He got my respect. I felt like it was an honor to talk to him. That's how great of a conversation I had with him. And he was not agreeing with me. You noticed that, right?
No.
He was not agreeing with me, and he noticed that. He gave me the respect of being, who I am, but he didn't agree with me. That's what I took from it. And by the little bit of history that he told me about the Chinook, right, which is correct in my pronunciation as well, it's like, bro, I can't wait to fight you on this. Because the Chinook tribes need to be recognized, and blah, blah, blah. But I mean, this is like, it was really such a pleasure to listen to Chief Wildhorse talk about his history with the Comanches. And I think that the way that he sees the world today is wrong because of the way that he talks about the white man. It sounds a little racist, to be honest, because of bad experiences that he has had in encounters with white people. And that's why I share my experience and the bad experience with encounters with black people. But I don't hate them. They're my people. And everybody that is an American citizen, whether you're born here or naturalized, I am proud and say that it's an honor. It really is for me to be called American. It's a privilege, and I will always defend this country. And when it comes to a person, the reason why I don't like the way Serenity talks is because he's a smartass. He wants to talk to me like I'm some teenager on a power trip. That's not how you talk to me, number one. I'm pretty sure I'm older than you. And you know what? I don't belittle people. I will insult the shit out of you if you cross the line with me. But, I hate little kids that try to correct me when I'm right. It's nothing to do with, only I'm right all the time. It's the fact that they don't listen. It's like, listen, I don't care about a definition. I want you to talk to me with what is happening today. And nobody, and maybe I'm biased. Maybe I am. Because nobody from the left ever has anything good to ever bring up to the table. The last guy, I don't know, it wasn't Serenity. It was SoCal. I said, okay, give me something. And I'm going to prove it to MindSpeak, so you can shut the hell up as well. I'm going to prove it to MindSpeak right now. I said, SoCal, give me one thing that I can do to help the economy in my state. What was his answer? A libtard, socialist, communist, democratic, Marxist answer. What did he say? Raise taxes on the people. Oh, for Pete's sakes. This is why, libtards. This is why, left and right. You got to pick a side.
You want to know what I suggest you doing?
What's that?
Make Washington like a trading hub, like the trading, like exporting.
Oh yeah.
Hub.
Oh yeah.
And then I don't know if you're up to this or not. A lot of people are kind of against it because of what it is. Legalize marijuana.
It is. It is legal here.
Texas?
Yeah, it's legal here.
Even recreational or just medicine?
Recreational as well. But
The taxes alone that they pull from that should be able to take over the whole state.
well, what about the money that they make on paraphernalia? You know, with drugs, cocaine. They're giving cocaine. They're giving.
Are they still doing that?
Yeah, they're giving fentanyl. They're giving heroin. As long as it's
right for free, right?
Yeah, for free. It's safe use is how they call it, and they even have commercials today. They have commercials encouraging such behavior. And they say, you know, if your brother is doing drugs, be supportive. Do drugs with them and teach them how to do it responsibly. What the hell? If you're doing drugs, you're going to become an addict. You're going to lose control yourself. There's no way to fix it. You got to stop it.
They want a bunch of Charlie Sheens running around.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Wow. That's sickening. Wow.
Well, and again, it's leftist policies versus the right policies. It's always Democrat versus Republican. It is what it is. Pick a side, whether you like it or not. Why would I go against the person that I voted for? I'd be going against myself. I told you before, and I warn everybody, especially the ones that are on my chat right now, the ones that come here all the time. I told you, if you cross that line with me, I will eat you alive with words and with insults. As a governor, I probably wouldn't go that far, but nonetheless, I still have the right to my freedom of speech, and nobody's gonna shut me up. It's very simple. If I have a freedom, you have a freedom. If you have a freedom, I have a freedom. Very simple. Don't come over here and try to make me look like the bad guy because I'm the one cussing you out for your stupidity. I warned them many times, and I've given them many chances. Not once have they come over here. As a matter of fact, what's that guy's name? Eric? Remember Eric? I don't know if you were on the chat. He calls me in, and I'm trying to see, I want to see what this guy's, what his side is on. And the first thing he says, I don't want to support you. I don't care about your get the fuck off my channel. The day before yesterday, I think. And I'm just like, bro, come on. Man, listen, I have gone to the leftist podcast, right? And I say, hey, listen, I understand you don't like Trump. Okay, I support Trump. But it has nothing to do with Trump. It has to do with the policies. Whether you agree or disagree with this, I get it. But you don't get to sit there and just say that Trump and all the followers are evil. I give people the chance to come in here, and all I want is this. Give me a solution. This is the one thing they don't understand. Don't come and bitch and complain about this. Give me a solution. Serenity, stay quiet. Not one comment on the chat. Do it right now. One comment. Tell me what is one thing that I can do to fix the economy in my state. Now, don't bring Jesus into this. I'm not Jesus. Remember, he's perfect. I'm not. He says, cursing people out and making fun of people. Very Jesus-like. You're a model to Christians. More Christians should be. You are an ignorant fool. Nobody should be like me. Bro, no. You be like Christ. If I am not according to your judgment, don't be like me. Be like Christ. Show me.
Turn the cheek. Give them the other cheek.
Show me.
These people, they don't know nothing about. Bro, it's like they come with disrespect, this and that, and they expect to have a decent conversation. How are you going to have a decent conversation with somebody if he's going to come at you with disrespect right away? It's like, I'm going to tell you, man, get the hell on.
Look at this righteous. Look at the righteous prick. He says, I'm more Christian-like than you. Sure, that's why you support democratic politics, mutilating children, right? That's why you support that. If you support Democrats, you support those policies. Do you understand that? You can say whatever you want to save your ass, but the fact is, that's where you stand. You chose a side. You chose the libtard side. So don't give me that you're more Christ-like than me. Matter of fact, I'm going to tell you how close I am to being like Christ. Have you ever walked barefooted on a very dusty road? You know the dirt that gets in between the toenails?
Yep.
That's me to Jesus Christ.
I know that.
But he is right next to Christ, according to the way that he's judging himself over me. Isn't that wonderful? See, this is the reason why I will not be running a government saying I am a full-blooded Christian. No, I got Christian values when it comes to my common sense, but I'm still me. And this me still believes that I have the freedom of speech. As a matter of fact, what do you think that the rabbis thought about Jesus when he called them snakes and vipers and hypocrites? Huh? What do you think that the rabbi said? Oh my God, this guy is cursing. He's insulting us. Oh my gosh, shut the hell up. Be a man. You see what I'm saying? Like, my logic is not your logic. I get it. But even now, look, listen, even now, I'm going to tell you this, Dosito. Now, my speak, he knows I will tear him up with a lot of words. And he knows that we're vagos. We have a foul mouth, my friend, because we are from El Barrio. And people that don't know what that means. But let me tell you something. Even now, I will tell you this, Dosito, if I was over here cussing and yelling at you and this and that, there is a way for you to make me come down. Like this, fast, like in a snap. You can calm me down in a snap. You got to know how to talk to me.
100%.
Best example I can give you, I don't know if you were here on the way that I talked to Chief Wild Horse on the chat. When he called.
Man, it was so calm. It was so collective. It was so beautiful.
And I was not calm and collected when I commented on his chat. But when he called in, bro, that's what I'm talking about. So, when people want to compare me to Jesus Christ, and they think that they're more Christ-like than I am, I find it very interesting that he practically says that I'm a coward, hiding in a little corner on a safe space. He tried to belittle me on the phone, and I cannot take that shit. You better watch your mouth if you don't want me to keep running on mine. It is so easy, bro. It's so easy to do. If I go to your show, bro, I'm going to respect your rules.
Somebody disrespects you, I would disrespect them. I would ruin them. If I was in your shoes, I would ruin every single person that called with disrespect.
Yeah.
I would seriously, oh my Lord. If you were on Rumble, man, you know Rumble or TikTok, you can bring people up.
Look at this. Look at the Christ-like. Serenity, I'm not saying it practically. I'm saying it literally. You're being a coward right now. Oh, yeah, you sure show me.
People don't understand that it's impossible to be like Christ.
Bro, he sure showed me. You got to say, I got to tell you something. People that always bring religion to try to make me look like a bad guy are the most hypocritical of them all.
100%.
They're most hypocritical. Because bro, he just trying to make himself. He says, I'm more Christ-like than you. Well, let me take a look. If I'm going to go ahead and try to judge you, number one, I wouldn't judge you this way because I am this way. But I will say this. Jesus Christ, number one, would have known how to talk to me. Jesus Christ would have filled my heart with love before he even began a conversation with me. He will show me his good intentions before he tried a conversation with me. Serenity and all these libtards that come into my channel, they always say lies, liar, 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 coward, liar, coward. You know what? I got no respect from you at that point. Every time that I say libtard, do you notice how many people on the chat jump and say I'm a libtard? Like they jump out and say, hey, you're talking about me. You know, it's just like saying, we have all these criminals and then black people jump out. Hey, why are you talking about black people? Like, don't do that. You make yourself look bad. Here, cut it. Cutting edge. Hold on. Cutting edge. Put a super. Hold on. And remember, every time the Dems just like raising the taxes, but the Republicans like to cut it. Yeah, we're very evil. Read the big, beautiful bill. It's for everyone that make maximum $150 a year. That people forget to read. Education, man. Now, you see why cutting edge, man. He's a Hispanic. He's a Dominican Republican. This guy has been so supportive with my channel. Let me tell you, if I ever have a disagreement with him, and I don't think I ever disagree with what he says, because he's a researcher, you know, and it just happens to be that what he knows is what I believe to know. And so I don't have much pushback on him. Now, mind speak, he's Salvadorian. He talks shit. I already know. I will have a verbal fight with this guy. Who knows? Maybe at some point, probably slap him so he can wake up.
But that's how Salvadorians are.
Oh yeah. Well, we're very alike. Trust me, we're very alike. But I still love mind speak, a little bastard. I just got to give him some tough love. Let's see. Mind speak. $5 is a cheap ass. I know he's got more. I know he's got money. He said California needs to stop donor taxes to the government and lower taxes for businesses so citizens can pay less. Bro, and you're against me? That's what I've been saying, man. He's fighting me, but I'm trying to fight for businesses, bro.
My favorite girlfriend when I was younger was a Salvadorian because she used to have a mouth on her.
Oh, yeah.
And she didn't give a crap who you were or anything, no matter what. If she disagreed with you or you said something stupid, man, she would make you feel so dumb, so everything. She would she would say some things. I swear, Dennis, you would want to like put her in a wood chipper. Man, it was so sexy the way that she used to say it.
Oh boy. I mean, you know what? And I'm going to say this. Even probably Tanya. I know I'm sure she doesn't like my language, but even Tanya has been witness, and like any of you guys, you have been witness when I have talked to Serenity. Who was it? I think it was World 3. That said, I really enjoyed the conversation that you had with Serenity the last time, because the first time I listened to you guys, it was not good, and I'm glad that you guys made up and this and that. But then he goes and ruins it, and he starts, going back to his leftist ways and starts to cut me off and bring up subjects that we're not talking about. There is nothing that he can talk out of common sense. He cannot have a conversation without having some sort of document that he's been learning to be able to roast somebody over the phone. That's not a conversation, my friend. I can bring a bunch of facts just to destroy you, but that's not conversing. Just give me your truth. Don't say, oh, what about this billions of dollars here? Look it up. No, mofo. If you have that, just say what you have to say. And then I can tell you that I am rather having President Trump and this administration using billions and billions of dollars to feed our soldiers and pay their wages and take care of the families and go to this attacking against somebody that's trying to war against us. I'm more than happy to support that. I am more than happy to have all this money go into military. This is the one reason why this country is free today. Even though these libtards don't deserve it, they have heard the conversations that I have with them, and they have told me many times on the chat, hang up on that guy. Hang up on that guy. He don't know what the hell he's talking about. Hang up on him. He's annoying, and I'm hearing and I'm reading all these comments, and I'm like, guys, I'm trying to give him a chance. I'm trying to give him a break. And the people on the chat just say, hang up on this loser. Like I'm listening to people as well. And many of you have told me, oh my God, Dennis is way too patient. Right? Because you can hear. Yeah, you hear the pushing from the other side. And I'm like, I'm trying to give you a chance to say something, you know what I mean? Like, but they don't allow me to do that. They just eventually going back and forth, around and around. We're just not going anywhere. I gotta hang up on you. There's no point. Why would I continue to argue when there's no finish, no end?
100%, I agree with the chat when they said that you are too patient. You are so patient with them. You let them go and go and go and go and go and go until it blows up. Until it blows up.
I know. I try to give them the benefit of doubt. But right now, Serenity is doing this. No. Well, I try, but I'm not perfect, bro. I'm human, and I will still be passionate, and I will explode at some point. So, yeah. Yeah, look,
That's what God even said. You know, like, man, see, man, these people they'll never understand. They'll never understand.
Thank you, Brenda. So it says, laugh out loud. Patience, our last conversation, less than 10 minutes, please. I spent an hour with this guy before, and I let it go for too long, and too many people complain. After 10 minutes of your nonsense, I think it was time to go. They want to beat you over the head with some talking point they learned that morning.
Well, you know what? That's what they are, because, you know, they spew nonsense. They spew nonsense. Like, they talk about Epstein and this and that. It's like, bro, like, yeah, his name was mentioned 30,000 times, 70,000 times in the Epstein files. But bring me one file that shows me that he did something wrong.
Yeah.
Or bring me
Yeah.
a person.
That's it. That's what I want. That's what I want.
Bring me the girl. Bring me the girl that wants to accuse him face to face. Besides that crackhead.
Yeah, who lied. Yeah, who lied. Yeah.
Who lied about it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like they can't do it. They can't do it. Just because his name was mentioned in the Epstein files, he's guilty. It's like, man, if you guys really want to go that way, Oprah, Jay-Z, Eminem, Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, Les Wexner, all these people should be guilty then at that point.
Yeah. What about all of Congress? All of Congress and senators. The bill that would reveal everybody that had a sexual harassment suit against them. Oh, they blocked that very fast.
They blocked that very fast. Did you see how they all blocked? They voted against it?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Every single one of them.
Yeah, because they're all hypocrites. They're all guilty of some sexual perversion. You know, I know the movies. You know, they're the movies, right? But they're not too far off from the truth. I think a lot of people get blackmailed. Listen. I don't know if these guys are traitors. I don't know if they're being threatened. But I can tell you that if I was to turn against President Trump, I would have to do that very slowly. Because these guys do a 180 turn, like a flip. Like somebody just said something. Oh my God, I got this news. It's all Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and now Joe Kent. All three of them, 180-degree turn. No warning signs, nothing. All I know is they talked to the wrong people. And all of a sudden, you mentioned Nick Fuentes. I have no respect for this guy. He's a moron. He's a racist. He's a racist idiot. No respect.
I hate that kid. I swear. Hey, Dennis, if I ever see him in public, I would take his head and I would snap it in half, straight up.
Wait a minute. Bring that Iraqi spirit back. Bring it down a couple notches.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I know what you mean. You're not literate. I know.
Oh, man, I can't stand that.
Wait, I'm sorry. I just said literate. You're not literally saying it.
Like, he is somebody, it's just like, you're a 27, 29-year-old kid who hasn't even, you haven't even got your balls wet yet. You haven't even sat on your balls yet. You want to sit there and talk about politics? What do you know about politics?
Well, I'm getting to the age where I need a spatula to pick them off the bottom of the toilet seat. I gotta scrape with the spatula to make sure they come up with me.
There you go.
Man.
See, you know how it is. You know how it is. You know how
I know. We have a saying, and in Spanish we say, "You don't even know how to wipe your own ass." I'm sure Americans have the same saying somewhere.
100%. We have the same. We have the same saying in the Arabic too. It goes in Arabic. You know what? No, I don't want to.
Hey, Dosito, I have to change my accent so somebody can take me serious. So let me tell you what I think about this country. It's going down the toilet, and it's all because of illegal immigrants. Is that better, bro? Did you like the accent better? Bro, I don't know why. Every time I try to fake a Spanish accent, bro, I sound like a freaking Russian. I don't know why. Das Bedania. Yeah, that's it. All right, let me hear the other part of this clip because I think Don Bongino is still talking about him. David Ruin, by the way, guys. David Ruin from the Rubin Report. I don't know about you. And listen, the guy, just so you know, off the bat, the guy is gay. And he agrees with me when it comes to the LGBTQ. Absolutely. I got nothing but my utmost respect for Dave Rubin. I really do. I know he'll probably never have me in his channel. I know he doesn't know who I am. I don't care. I have my utmost respect for him. I feel like he has the same mentality as I do. He looks at the news and deducts the same things that I deduct. Listen, great minds think alike. And I'm going to tell you something. There is a reason why I have to continue to support President Trump, and it's not because they're paying me. I wish that was true. It would be so much easier for me. Matter of fact, I would talk more shit about the leftists if they were paying me on the right. I'll tell you that right now. It'll be a really happy life. I'll tell you that. But the reason for is because I know what the other side has. And if the only excuse from the Democrats is F Trump, you will never win me. You will never, ever, ever win me. As a migrant, I know what a third world country looks like. I know what bad people look like. I know what bad government looks like. I know what gangbangers look like. I know what they do. And to tell you the truth, I don't want that shit here in the country of the United States of America. You know why? For one simple reason. I live here, and my children's future is here. Simple. Very easy. All right, Dave. Go ahead. Lay it on us.
I have to say, just on a personal note, I'm really thrilled to have Dan Bongino back in the game. I have no doubt he was doing good work for a year with the government, but having him back in the game to explain a lot of the stuff, and as he points out, he just laid out a bunch of evidence.
Yeah.
That's all the open source stuff. That's just the stuff that that's out there in the ether. But there's plenty of classified information that Trump is privy to as well. So Dan does a nice job there. He doesn't attack Kent's service or anything else. He's just saying he's wrong about what the threat level was or that Trump's not in charge or anything else. Here's a bit more from Bongino.
They'll pick some right-wing radio host or podcaster they hate, who they call the conspiracy theorist or a nut job. And the minute he says something against someone they hate, Donald Trump or in my case me, they'll be like respected voice in the conservative movement. They do this all the time. You're going to see this with Joe Kent.
Put a pin in that clip.
You hear that? That is exactly what I'm saying. I agree. I agree with Dave Rubin. He's just common sense guy. Yeah, Dave Rubin is a common sense guy. And, Serenity, yes, we will see you on the midterms. To be honest, I really don't care about the midterms. I disagree with midterms. But you know what? I will see you there. Who knows? Maybe by the midterms, we will get a nice poll of where I stand with the people. And just remember that 70% of Washingtonians are Democrats, hardcore Democrats. Well, I have a message for them, but you don't get to hear it today. I am going to let the people decide their fate. And that's all I can do. I can only run and tell people how I am, how I feel. I will tell you that if they ask me to change the way that I talk, I would. I will not be cursing as much. Notice I didn't say it all. I will not be cursing as much. I wouldn't be calling people names as much. I can definitely do that. But I think that the facts will speak for themselves. And if people still want to be able to, Jason says, Serenity is the donkey of today's chat. Oh,
You know what, Dennis?
It's for Serenity.
To be honest with you,
yeah.
That's how Trump won. Because he didn't give a shit.
Yeah.
And he said what he wanted to say.
Yeah.
Out of his own heart. If you sit
that is true. That is true.
You will win. You will win. You will win. Trust me. Because people want honesty. People want what you have to say from your heart, not from what people tell you or people put into your head. And that's how I feel.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I mean, sometimes honesty can bite you in the ass. People will hate you more for the honesty. A lot of people like to be lied to. What about Dave Rubin's surrogate children? What about him? I don't know anything about that. Yeah.
He's talking about the Chinese surrogate children there.
Serenity says $2 to insult me. Cheap snowflake, says the EBT card holder that never can even afford $1 on the super chat. How hypocritical. Oh, you're so Christ-like. Man, you put me to shame, my friend. Wait a second. I'm going to say this, guys. I'm going to say this. Yeah, you guys. All right, I'm glad that you said that, Teddy. And thanks for the $2 there. I'm going to say this. You guys need to understand something. Just because I like somebody doesn't mean that I agree with their lifestyle, okay? I don't agree with the gay lifestyle. Homosexuality is an abomination according to the Bible before God's eyes. But I am also called to love my neighbor. And sometimes loving my neighbor is spanking them, exhorting them, rebuking them. I like Dave Rubin because his thoughts about what's going on right now with the subject aligns with what I believe, and I see that same common sense with him. Now, whatever he does with his partner, that grosses me out. I don't want to know. Whatever he's doing with his children, that's between him and God. And if there's something wrong with it, I don't know, brother. That's not going to be my cup of tea, okay? But I just want you to know that if Dosito happens to be some crazy-ass guy who has murdered who knows how many people in the world, hey, don't be looking at me for that. I like the guy for what he is giving us here today and his opinions and his support. I got it. You know what? I love that. Appreciate it. That doesn't mean that we align with that. If I am a bad person, I'm doing all these illegal things, and Dosito's my friend, you're not going to judge Dosito because he likes me on the way that I talk about politics or about a religion or about a country. You can't do that. You can't judge people on those sort of arguments because number one, nobody is perfect. Number two, everybody is innocent until found guilty in the court of law. And so that's the one thing that gets to me about people that come to my channel and they start throwing all these accusations and names. And to be honest, I don't know how Ted Lieu is not in jail after saying that President Donald Trump did this, and that. Absolutely disgusting. There should be no room for that in our country. You can call him names. That's fine. That's fine. You can have arguments with, that's fine. But you don't get to sit there and convict a man. You're jury, lawyer, prosecution, and judge. That's the word. Jury, prosecution, and judge. You are not. So you don't get to say that about him. Even Bill Clinton, that mofo, looks as guilty as a mofo. He looks so guilty. And yet, he is still not proven guilty. So guess what? He still has the benefit of doubt from me. Did he get a BJ by Monica Lewinsky? Absolutely. Hey, that should have been like an honor for Monica Lewinsky. I mean, it's not like he forced her, right? You know, that the fact that people like to judge people by their personal life and not by their decisions and their fruits, right, of their labor, it's beyond me.
It's okay, Dennis. I've been judged ever since, with my uncle, my mom's brother, ever since what he done and, the life that he chose. I've been criticized. I bet,
brother.
Judged my whole life.
Yeah.
My whole life. So it really doesn't really matter to me, to be honest with you, because honestly, good riddance. He's gone. He's nowhere here no more. And you know what? Fuck him. He chose the life that he chose. Nobody talks then.
That's right.
Nobody in my family, nobody, not my uncles, not my aunts, not my cousins, nobody talks to them because they don't want to affiliate with them. Who wants to affiliate with that type of person? You tell me.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to call yourself a good man, you want to call yourself a good woman, whatever, a person of God, yeah, you want to associate with this type of trash. That's what I call them, trash.
Listen to this comment that I'm going to give you from Tyrone. Melody Serena, a.k.a. Tyrone. She says she's a devoted Catholic. You ready for this? Look what she writes. Christ effing hypocrisy. Let's blaspheme.
Wow.
Let's blaspheme before we say hypocrisy.
Christ in the same sentence as the F word,
Yeah, bro.
and you want to call yourself a true
Yeah, that's the one thing that I'm very careful. I don't say Jesus Christ effing this. No, Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. That's what you should come out of your mouth. But the fact that they blaspheme against God and try to
I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect. I sin every single day like any other person. But do I go and I confess my sin? I confess every single one of my sins every single Sunday. And you know what? Am I perfect? No, nobody's perfect. Do you know how hard it is to live a perfect life like Jesus Christ? It's one of the hardest things that's known to mankind.
It is
And I bring
impossible.
anybody in front of me to sit there and say that they do, because it's a lie. It's a lie.
I just sent Serenity to the corner so he can think about what he did wrong, and then he can come back.
What, Dennis? I'm gonna get going because
Yes,
I have
sir.
a lot of stuff to do.
Appreciate
I'm
your
gonna let
call.
you get back to what you got to do. I love you. I love your channel.
I love you too, brother.
God bless you. God bless your whole family. God bless your channel.
Appreciate it.
And God bless the chat.
Fantastic. Have a good one, bud. We'll see you later tonight.
You too, brother.
All right.
Take care.
Bye. All right, guys. The line is up. Anybody else that wants to have a conversation with me, you are free to call. Let me go ahead and put the number back up there. Let's play one more clip here from, let me see. There was another one that I had here for you. What was it? I think I already played it. All right, 16. Oh, boy. You guys probably already know this, but Nick Shirley's... I'm going to tell you, this guy's going to get in trouble, man. He is finding so much fraud everywhere, and now he's in California. I fear for him. I don't know. I hope he's having some bodyguards with him that are protecting him. Let's see. All right, we're gonna share something from. We're gonna continue with a clip from Undivided with Brandy Cruz. I love Brandy. You guys probably know by now.
Man, I love this. I do. Just because we're.
We got a quick update on the homeless issue here in Seattle, Washington. Let's see what she says.
Right about everything all the time, hardly ever wrong. Como News has a headline out. Seattle City Council hears shelter expansion proposal of 500 new beds by June. Interesting. 500 new beds by June. Why June? June. What is happening in June? Oh yeah, we might have hundreds of thousands of people here from all over the world for the World Cup. It's less than 100 days away. And so Seattle is doing what Seattle has always done. Not deal with the homeless crisis 365 days a year in any sort of meaningful form or fashion, but deal with the homeless crisis whenever we're going to have guests. It's like me whenever I have guests over to my house. I rapidly clean up and I shove all the crap that I leave laying around the house in some drawer somewhere. And then as soon as people leave, it's a mess again. And I'll leave the dishes in the sink and all of that. That's what Seattle does to the homeless. But here's one thing I will give.
All right, hold on. What kind of a Christian am I? I'm non-denominational. Non-denominational.
Give them credit for. They're at least admitting it. I mean, they're coming right out and acknowledging it. So at this briefing was the chief of staff for Seattle Mayor Katie Wilson. Here's what she said.
The mayor's office is eager to present a shelter acceleration plan. Then we are hopeful and excited about our partnership with City Council to bring that to bear. We would like to bring on 1,000 new units of emergency shelter and emergency housing in 2026. This would be an emergency anyway. We've been in a homelessness state of emergency for over a decade. It has particular timeliness because in about 3 months, our city is about to welcome 250,000 people for the World Cup.
I give them a ton of credit. It used to.
So the goal is to to have 1,000. Why? For the World Cup. That's it. It's just like a Democrats to do something, just sweep the dust under the rug. Sweep the dust under the rug so that the mother-in-law doesn't see that your wife doesn't keep your house clean. I know that was a very Hispanic macho thing to say. John Anthony, yes sir, you can call in. I know you've been trying like 20 times. So just so you guys know, if you guys are just coming in here, Mr. 13 Moorish man, it's so confused about how the law has changed on the land and how we now have countries with borders. He is probably one of those guys who believes there are no borders, nobody is illegal on stolen land, and that everybody is a citizen of the world. It doesn't work that way. Go ahead. 3 categories. What is that? Give me your category, since there is such a thing as categorizing Christians. What are you, the Christian police? Let's see. Teddy, thank you, Teddy. He knows. Mind speak, he's Salvadorian, so he's a little bit slow on the side, but he knows better than to go against me. I will kick his Chapino ass. Chapin? I'm just kidding. Guanaco for life. Which, by the way, some people don't like that in Salvador. Did you know that? They don't like to be called guanacos. But you know what? Guanacos are, it is an animal that adjusts to any type of atmosphere where they're in, meaning that they are a survivalist animal, and that's what Mindspeak is, okay? So my respects to Mindspeak on that side. I love his people as well. His people are my people. The swamp has been drained. I wish, bro. We still got a lot of draining to do. I don't think that we have drained any swamp, to be honest. Maxime Waters, the Cuban communist, is still in there. Ilhan Omar, Talib Rashid, Naya Pal, what's the Presley black girl that likes to shave her head. We have that crazy activist black dude who looks, I don't know what the hell he looks like. Maybe like an aboriginal, like this Moorish guy here thinks he is. There is so many people in there that are in the swamp, and we haven't cleared it up yet. John Anthony, I know you were trying to call, bro. You can go ahead and call me now since there's nobody calling. In the meantime, we're going to go ahead and finish the... Go ahead, Brandon. Finish your story.
There'd be previous mayors, Jenny Durkin, Bruce Harrell. There'd be some sort of event going on. And you'd go downtown, it would be spick and span. Like the MLB All-Star Game. You went down to the stadiums, there wasn't a homeless person in sight. And then our friend Jonathan Cho went like 5 blocks south of that, and all the homeless people are like, yeah, they just moved us down here. And even with that overwhelming evidence, the previous mayors would have said, no, this was a scheduled cleanup. Scheduled sweep. And it's like, okay, you really think we're that stupid? So at least they're just coming right out and admitting it. Out of sight, out of mind.
Our mayor, and I think all of you, ran on a platform that we want to be able to bring people inside. And it is really important that when we are hosting so many visitors to our city, we have places for those folks to go.
Sorry, not NBA All-Star Game, MLB All-Star Game. Although, if the Sonics come back, maybe there will be an NBA All-Star Game, and they'll sweep the homeless people out before that happens around Key Arena. So here's the thing. Fine. Like, I get it. We're having people here. You're having company over. You're going to just, at least you're acknowledging it. I give you a ton of credit for acknowledging it, is we're going to, and they say, oh, no, we're not just sweeping them. This is about shelter beds. We're getting these emergency beds, 1,000 of them, and then we're going to have wraparound services. So the idea would be that you're not just throwing them in a shelter for a couple nights during the World Cup, but you're actually getting them help for the reason that they were homeless in the first place, and then they wouldn't go back to being homeless after the World Cup is done. So if that's what you're doing, like, I really have no issue with that. But how do I know that's not what's going to happen? Well, because, as we've said a million times, you could probably recite this with me, You cannot solve a problem that you refuse to properly identify, and they continue to refuse to properly identify the problem.
We know that right now we have about 4,500 people in the Seattle metro area who are currently unsheltered and sleeping outside. That's from our 2024 point in time count. Of that unsheltered population, about 66% is chronically homeless. So those are folks who've been homeless for a long time and have one or more disabling conditions, typically something related to mental illness or behavioral health challenges.
Drugs. It's just drugs. Okay?
It's just drugs, and yet they wonder why, and they encourage drug use. You can't make this up.
They refuse to say it. Drug abuse. Oh, can you play that again? Because what was the phrase she used? Can you play it one more time? Sorry.
We know that right now we have about 4,500 people in the Seattle metro area who are currently unsheltered and sleeping outside. That's from our 2024 point in time count.
1,000 beds will help with that.
Of that unsheltered population, about 66% is chronically homeless. So those are folks who've been homeless for a long time and have one or more disabling conditions, typically something related to mental illness or behavioral health challenges.
Yeah. It's a disabling condition. Yeah, it's called they're addicted to fentanyl. They're addicted to heroin, crack, whatever it is. So if you're not going to admit that, then you're not going to be able to get them the help that they actually need. Let's try again. See if you can come up with a better reason.
Because we have rapidly rising housing costs in our community, compounded with other factors, that the rate in homelessness is increasing faster than the rate the city is responding to the problem.
Ah, yes, housing costs combined with other factors. Drugs. For the love of God, say it. It's drugs. They just refuse to say it. So they're not going to, these people, even if they get 1,000 shelter beds, which I doubt they're able to accomplish that, and then I doubt they're able to convince 1,000 people to come in off the streets during the World Cup, a time when you're going to have 250,000 people that they can prey on in downtown Seattle. You think that they're going to want to come inside? Yeah, I don't think so. So the problem, it might be better for a short period of time. They'll come in and they'll do the sweeps, but they refuse to say that this is a drug problem. And so whatever help they get these people is going to be insufficient, and then they're going to be back out on the streets. So it's fine. You want to admit we want to get the people off the streets for the World Cup, but let's just call it what it is. You just want the homely looking homeless people to be out of sight for the tourists. You don't care about what the experience is like for Seattleites and Washingtonians who go to the city. You don't care what the experience is like for business owners and for the tourism industry that has to deal with this all the time. You just care what the headlines are going to be like during and after the World Cup. So let's all just be honest about it. You want to just get the homeless people swept away like I hide all the junk around my house when I have company over.
See? I agree with her. What's wrong with that? Telling the truth. Why is it? I agree with her. And I'm sorry to tell you again, mind speak. It's the libtards, bro. Why am I always saying the Democrats? Because it's their is their thing that they're doing. Hey, thanks for calling. Who's talking?
Hello?
Anthony?
No, hell no.
John?
I hate that name. I hate that name.
Who is this punk? I mean, who is this caller?
Yeah, who is this punk? Who is this guy?
Yeah, sound bitch. What you got?
All of a sudden, we crossed 3 borders, and we went all the way down the center.
Man, you know I gotta talk shit to you. Come over here in my chat and talking shit, man. Come on, what's wrong with you?
You know, it's kind of funny that lady's mentioned the homeless. I mean, you know, in California, we also have that problem with homeless.
Yeah, but what are you guys doing about it?
Nothing. I mean, we can help the homeless. I mean,
Yeah, of course.
Give the money, we'll buy a boost, which, you know, I would not share that boost, my boost with him. You know, I will give you $1. Go buy your own boost.
You know what? I'll tell you one thing that I did wrong, maybe. I enabled a guy one time. I was down in Seattle, and I went to a drive-thru, and this guy, this very dirty, homeless guy, comes up to my window in my car, and I rolled the window down, and I said, "What's up?" He has a sign that says, please help. But I still ask him, what's up? And he says, hey, brother. He says, could you spare $5? I said, what for? I'm not going to lie to you. I just need to get another 40. I was like, man, here's $10. Go have fun. But hey, bro, listen. I enabled him to continue to beg for money, I guess. But I mean, at that time, I was like, bro, I'm down in my luck. I can see why, he might want a drink or whatever. And I'm a bad guy for doing that probably. But at that time, when he just hit me with that honesty, I'm like, bro, if I was you, I think I want a drink as well.
Yeah, exactly. Say it like I said. Well, don't say it like I said because I'm legit. Don't copy me. I got copyrights on that.
This guy.
Everybody's gonna say, "Oh, he's a bad person." But I said, like I say, I will give you whatever makes you die faster. So you can get the hell out of my street.
Oh, shit. That's not why I did it, though. That is not why I did it. I am putting a disclaimer. I am not mind speak. I don't know where the hell this guy come from. We are not friends. I'm not associated with him. I never heard this guy speak before.
Yeah. No, see, the thing is that, homeless is like in the corner of an eye. It's in the black spot of the moon. Nobody sees it but us.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm talking about states, government. Nobody sees that.
Yeah.
Nobody. Yeah. I mean, why? Because everybody wants all these guys. They just want to be in the street.
Yeah.
Give them money. Give
Yeah.
them everything.
But that's what they believe freedom means.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't like that kind of freedom. I want to be able to have freedom and the pursuit of happiness.
Well,
you gotta have both.
If you ask them, they will agree with you, and that's what they have.
Yeah. Touche.
They're happy with happy with their booze and their drugs, and they're happy they don't. Supposedly, they're not governed by nobody.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
Touche.
But,
I agree.
And yet you out there.
Yeah. I agree. You know what? I can't wait, man. I can't wait till I get my hands dirty and I can guarantee you, it doesn't matter, bro, if I am a governor and I'm doing everything that I can to fix all the problems that I can. People are always gonna hate me though, no matter what I do, bro.
Hey, if you find somebody that likes you 100%, take a picture of that guy and put it in your wall.
Hey, Docito, send me a picture, Docito.
Yeah, Docito disagree with you a lot.
No, he doesn't disagree with me at all.
I think I know that guy. His voice sounds so familiar.
He said he's from Iraq.
I think does he do a live chat over here on YouTube?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, see, but that's the thing. Now, let's get to my question.
Yeah, go ahead. What was the question you had?
The question that I asked you: what kind of Christian are you?
Oh yeah. Go ahead and well, I'm non-denominational, but you said there's 3 things that will categorize me as a Christian. What is that?
Well, it's not a denomination. It's a category. If you're a liberal, as a Christian, you're a liberal or you're a conservative.
Well, if you're gonna talk about religion, it doesn't matter what you think is liberal or conservative. That's more political.
But no, because politics goes all the way to religion. So
if I was to choose one. It would be, I think, conservative. I have a little bit of everything, brother.
Yeah, so you know how it is. Liberals, nice shirt skirt for the pastor, so we can see the rack, all that stuff. They believe.
Well, if you want to know what I believe in the church, like what I believe the church should be, well, we go to 2 Timothy. And it gives you the responsibilities of the church. And I will just break them down in my own words and say, if you want to be a pastor or a bishop, or be the head in the church, of course, Christ is the head of everybody, but if you want to be the lead in the church, you have to be a man of good reputation, married to one wife, and not be given to alcohol. And if you want to be a deacon or a servant or any other position in the church, you have to be a man of good. I don't know why I'm drawing blanks. Of good morals, husband of one wife, and not drink so much. There's a key. There's a key on there. And then there's nothing for the congregation. So think about that. So as a Christian, when people judge me because of my foul language, number one, if I am if I am the model that you think Christians are like, that's on you. That's your choice. You know, if you think that by saying a bad word I'm going to hell, that's your choice. But you're condemning me to hell. I don't know how that works, but I believe that, and this is just me, I believe that if we have a church, they should pay taxes. I believe the pastor should have a cap salary. We're talking about, when they go past $100,000, you got to have a cap. And let's be honest, the Bible does say not to be, holding riches for yourself. Okay, so there's a lot of things that I can say to put every single church down. But that's just what I believe, and it doesn't have to be that way. But I can tell you this, it's that every denomination has something different about them. When I was preaching in a Pentecostal church, you may have heard me say this, they thought I was a Baptist. And when I preached at a Baptist church, they said, you're Pentecostal. And I was like, in my mind, I'm like, shut the hell up. So, because...
Pentecostals are conservatives.
Yeah, but I do both.
I grew up in Pentecostal. They're conservatives.
Yeah, so...
And most of the times, they're very extreme.
Yeah. Well, I can go to any religion, and I listen. That's what they want to practice. The Bible's there, not me. But because I don't have the patience or the character to be a pastor, that's why I'm not a pastor.
Yeah.
It's very simple.
You're also looking for a church to go to. What kind of church are you looking for?
Well, yeah. I mean, no church is perfect, number one. But no church is perfect.
I agree. According to the members, it's not.
Yeah. Well, you know what I hear from Catholics? Oh, I'm a great Catholic person, and they're the most hypocritical and hateful. The people that don't say that are Catholics but don't say it, and most likely they are trying to follow the right path. And, that's why I said non-denominational. I can go to the church at a Catholic church and I see that there's a transgender being a father. No, out of that church. I'm done. If I see a pastor that's gay, nope, I'm out of that church. I'm done. If I see that the pastor is a thief, I'm out of there. I'm done. That's just how I judge it.
But Dennis, they're looking for happiness.
Yeah. Well, they have gotten the wrong message where people say the church is really like a hospital for people that need help. Yeah, I see that, but that's not how it's supposed to work.
It's the damn ER right there. Bunch of sick ass people.
There's a lot of Melody Serenas, aka Tyrones, in those churches. We gotta use hay que echarle flicks y matar todas esas cucarachas.
But that's the thing, sometimes I look at it how people react for some subjects, especially gays and all that, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, whenever the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights and all that stuff was being signed, these guys, they didn't realize all these laws, they were going to come back and bite them in the ass.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden, all of a sudden we want to get married, the gay man said.
Brenda said, watch it, mijo. Brenda, but we're gonna touch some uncharted waters over here. Listen. I'm gonna give you guys a disclaimer, okay? And I want you to understand something, okay? Um, you have to. I don't know how to explain it better to you, but you have to take the good and leave the bad on everybody, and then you can judge righteously and think, this is right, this is wrong. You can pick, okay, but you have to judge it righteously. If if you want me to talk religion, you don't want to hear me talk religious. Like you don't want me to hit all these denominations and all the things that are faulty. You don't want that because you're gonna hate me. But if you agree that we're all Christians, fantastic. Then you will have no judgment for yourself in your heart about me. If I talk to you politically, I expect the same thing. Grab the good and take away the bad, and then find out if it's something that I am real or am I fake. If you call yourself a friend of mine and you think that I'm your friend, well, how much do I do good for you and how much do I do bad for you? You can judge righteously in that matter. I have always been a person that has loved, believed, and trust as soon as I meet somebody, 100%. And from there, it's up to that person how much I like, trust, or believe. And I can tell you that I judge my things in politics in the same way. Like, for example, I know that you believe that Trump has made all these promises, he hasn't kept shit. Well, one of the promises that he kept was the border. Another one of the promises that he kept was men out of women's sports. Those are the two biggest arguments that we had. Another thing that he promised was running on tariffs. He did. People voted for him, and then they didn't like it when they figured out what the hell tariffs were going to be. We can't be hypocritical. We can't expect everything to be smooth. Can you imagine in a perfect world how wonderful that would be? But it's not perfect. There's going to be ups and downs. There's going to be problems. There's going to be disagreements. There's going to be all kinds of obstacles. You have to understand that I'm looking at hindsight, and I am looking about, okay, what does China want? I know what they want. They want to conquer the world. They want to rule. They showed us on COVID-19. What the hell does Russia want? They want the same thing. What does North Korea want? Well, they want to do the same thing. And then what do these Middle Eastern terrorist Muslims want? The same thing. They want to convert. They want to do this, and everybody wants power. So I got to look at ourselves and be like, okay, who are we as the United States of America? And one of them is that we are very Samaritan country. We like to help those who are in need. I get it. We allowed nonprofit organizations, that can go into Africa, Mexico, Honduras, all of these things, and they can collect all this money, donations, free money, no taxes, free money, and then they get paid a salary. Some people make really good money, blah, blah, blah. This is the United States of America. China doesn't do that. Russia doesn't do that. North Korea, even less. Middle Eastern countries, none. The only thing that Middle Eastern terrorist Muslims do is convert very poor countries by giving them a handout, and then those people get converted. Poverty is so huge that by giving them a handout, they convert on that actual action. They know who to go for. They go for people who are superstitious, people who believe there's something out there, but they don't know what it is. And if you know anything about the Bible, is that the Satan is he's very charismatic. He speaks with the accent that will tickle your ears and make you feel all warm and cozy. He will tempt you so bad. He will seduce your heart like you've never been seduced before, and you will follow him. That's Satan. And so,
Satan, anybody will confuse Satan with God.
Yeah. Well, here's the problem.
Satan will do right to you.
Watch this. If we compare religions, for example, I'm against the terrorist Muslims. If you compare the Christianity belief that if you live in sinful nature and you don't accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, you're going to hell. Okay. So some people can say, oh, my God, how can you say we're going to hell? That's horrible. What kind of Christian are you? You're supposed to love me. And shut the hell up. Shut up. So here's the thing, right? we still love them. Otherwise, we wouldn't tell them. But here comes the Muslims. If you sleep with somebody before getting marriage, we will stone you to death. Jesus Christ came and fulfilled the law against the Jews. And supposedly, some Jews still don't believe it, but I don't give a crap about that. I care about everything else. And you know what? Muslims believe that the Sharia law is the law above the law of the land. It doesn't matter what country they're in. They believe that their law is supreme because of their submission to their Allah, to their God.
Yeah, they're extremists.
And that's the difference. You know, you either know what that religion is about. You don't need to know all the history, all the books. Get to know who they are. Their most high prophet. To me, that puts an accent in my brain, right? It accents on the most high prophet. Okay, who was this guy? That's me trying to research what the hell I'm going to listen to. Okay, most high prophet. Let's take a listen. And you go and you do your research and you start reading. What the hell? He was not even mentioned by God? He wasn't chosen by God? Nobody told him? Nobody blessed him? Nobody witnessed anything? And on top of that, he married a prepubescent little tiny girl? Big ass red flag. Period. I'm done with that religion right there. But then they have the jihad. And then they have the Sharia law. And you learn those three things right there. I don't know why you will be a Muslim. Honestly, I don't.
I mean, it goes around. It goes around to all people of different cultures. I mean, speaking about the people from my country, I'm pretty sure yours too. I mean, all of a sudden they come to this country and they think it's okay to beat the hell out of a woman, and all of a sudden they realize that, you cannot do that.
Yeah.
And I will get you in big trouble, especially if you do it in front of me.
Yeah. Correct.
I mean, the police is going to be your savior. I mean, if you do it in front of me, oh my God, I will got your eyes out.
Calm down, S.A.
Seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, no, you don't treat women like that. If you want to treat women like that, go treat your mother like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, let me get Anthony in here. He's been trying to call for a long time. Let me give him a call back.
Let me get your point of view on something before you get Anthony over here.
You better hurry up. I only got a few minutes. I got to go pick up my wife, remember?
Yeah. Don't you think that we are kind of like surpass the thing about being a good Samaritan as a country?
Well, I know what you're saying. We have Democrats, but we have to deal with it.
No, it doesn't matter who's out there.
It has to be.
All that, but I think we are way off the line to be a good Samaritans.
Why you say that?
It's because everybody sees us because that like we are Jesus Christ. I mean, hypothetically speaking.
No, we're not Jesus Christ, but
no, we're not. It's just an example, hypothetical example that everybody gets in trouble. Oh, let's get the United States to help us.
Yeah, that's who we are, though. But that's who we are. Yeah. We get a push. Look, the reason why you hear me saying all these libtards and Democrats is because they are the ones pushing back on everything that I believe that we should be doing. It's that simple. You know, they think that I'm supporting Trump. No, I am thankful that Trump is doing what I want him to do. That's the difference. That's why I support him. It's not because, he I guess I'm wrong and he's right and that's the best. No. He is doing what I voted him to do. We had too many cowards as presidents saying they will do this, and that. They never did it. But Trump, he looks like a dictator. He looks like this authoritarian because he has to come in and say, listen, I am an American citizen. I'm sick and tired of all these promises from all other leaders, and they don't do jack squat. President Trump made it very clear, I will bomb the shit out of them. And that's exactly what we're doing.
I mean, not to go way too against you, but I've heard you that all of a sudden Donald Trump makes a mistake and he gets a slap in the hand from you. Well, all of a sudden the Democrats do something very bad and you crucify them.
Yeah, but because why? Why do you think I do that? There's a logic. There's a logic.
I mean, my logic?
No. Okay, here. This is my logic. The reason why I do that is because they never, ever pay for it. And Trump does pay for it. We've seen him in court how many times? And he gets to pay the price. So I voted for him. I'll take the win or I will take the loss of what he does. And the guilt too. I will be guilty. I will be guilty of whatever he does. Yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, hey, I'll be back tonight, bro, if you want to come back.
Awesome, brother. Hey, have a good one. Bless you.
All right, man. Take it easy. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Hello?
Anthony.
Yes.
You get the very limited time call because I'm almost at the end of my show today. Well, for this time, I have another one later, but go ahead, brother. What did you want to tell me?
Keep it quick for you.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to call. People get all busted up about all this stuff. Calamity in 1979, Calamity came to power through the liberals, the same people in America who
Good point.
Are making up all this, fuss about this Kent guy. It's propaganda. It's all part of the game. It's all a part of the ruse. They either bought him off, paid him off, took somebody hostage. I don't know. Whatever they did, it was all for propaganda. And they gave this guy promised them free everything in 1979. He promised them it was gonna be free education. There was gonna be all this stuff in Iran.
True.
And they brought the monarchy down for him and put him in power. As soon as they put him in power, the first people he punished were the liberals. The first people that he put in jail, the first people that he took down were the liberals, the leftists, all the people who weren't going to fit into the plan of extreme Islam.
Isn't that crazy?
It's crazy, and people today are arguing in favor and crying for Calamini, this man who's murdered millions of people.
Yeah.
Millions and millions of people.
I know thousands. I don't know how many the death toll is, but I know hundreds of thousands.
Since 1979, for sure.
Wow, it's crazy. Let me look it up while you talk. Go ahead.
And then, the truth is, these people, they want to fight for all these causes just because they're anti-Trump. Anything anti-Trump, they're so tedious out and burned out on worrying about whether or not it's Trump. I honestly feel like if he were behind the scenes, it would be better because he is such a picture to these people. Like, he's got them so psychologically screwed up that they're willing to burn our whole country down. They're willing to support our geopolitical enemies, to anything to be against him. And I think it causes more trouble than it's worth. Really, I mean, can't there be somebody else on the right who carries the cause forward as long as it's doesn't have to be him, because it's causing damage, dude. This country is so split right now. You can't even go onto a campus now wearing a MAGA hat without getting attacked.
That is true.
It's crazy.
That is true.
20 years ago, that would never be unheard of. Wouldn't happen.
Yeah.
Now it's like the left is so freaking, I don't know, it's like they're brainwashing with this TikTok to China and Russia. They're putting all this stuff out there, all this AI, all this false narrative, negative narrative about the U.S. It's all bad for the U.S. What did he do? He went in, he got Maduro out. Surgical, got one guy out. The whole country celebrated. The whole country of Venezuela celebrated.
Yeah, I know.
Only the extreme loyalists were the ones that were upset.
Yeah, the ones that benefited from it.
They cried for Maduro.
Yeah.
They cried for Maduro. He takes out Calamini, surgical. Took out his leadership group. They cried for him. What is wrong with these people?
Yeah.
Can anyone explain it to me? It's the best thing I've ever seen.
You know what's crazy is that we can't explain it. It's they have so much hate. I mean, let's be honest. I give them credit on the left. I mean, the left has owned CNN, MSNBC, NBC, ABC. They have owned PBS, public access. They have supported Disney's pedophilia. That's what I call it. They have supported all this, sexual perversion, including them in the children's programs, cartoons, teenagers. I mean, it's gotten so bad, and the left are the ones who love this kind of stuff. Now, I'm not going to say that Republicans don't do that. I mean, please. Pornography affects everybody. Pornography affects everybody. Everybody's curious. I've seen pornography before. It is a bad thing to see. You can be addicted. It can be a problem. And then you wonder why we have so much sexual perversion in our country, why we have so many pedophiles out there. And then you wonder why, there's so much infidelity, why we have so much adultery, why we have all these things that are bad. You listen to our music today. Women used to be degraded by hip-hop rap artists. Now they're out there degrading themselves. How many people? What's the body count? It's like, hey, wait a minute. If a guy's body count is this much, well, guess what? The guy doesn't lose anything physically, but a woman does. A woman does lose stuff physically, and that is the difference. Now, emotionally is different, right? Emotionally, it can be the same playing field, but physically, it's totally different. The only thing that is the same is diseases. Either one has it, the other one gets it. It doesn't matter if it's men, women, men, and blah, 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 blah. That is a problem. But that's the way I look at those things. Like the people who turn away from God, they can be Republicans, Democrats, independent, or they just can care less about anything. But those who turn themselves from God, that is exactly what they support. And unfortunately, that is the way that the future is looking. Everybody is pushing for, saying that God is not real. They don't understand that all the atrocities, all this nature, all these problems, all the deaths, trillions of people dying throughout our history of humanity, they don't understand why that has to happen. It is our sinful nature, and doesn't matter. Nobody's going to be perfect. Nobody's going to be perfect. But that is the reason why we believe in Jesus Christ. Will we ever be perfect? No. But we will have a conviction. If you have the Holy Spirit, let me tell you right now, if you have conviction in your heart when you are deciding between good and bad or good and evil, and you have a conviction that tells you, oh my God, it's not right, I got to run, you have the Holy Spirit. The moment that you don't have a conviction to just go out there like these criminal monsters that go out there raping these females and all this other stuff, they have no conviction. They don't have the Holy Spirit. They're lost.
On Jesus Christ for strength of character, for
Yep.
moral guidance.
Excuse
Those
me.
are the reasons, like, we stay in a relationship with Jesus Christ.
Correct.
And people get it all twisted up, and they want to focus on all these negative points and stuff. And what we need more now than ever before is togetherness.
Yeah.
Like this world and this country especially, we've got all these other people, these geopolitical enemies, and even our allies now are spewing all this hatred for the right and for the U.S. in general. They don't care who it is, left, right. They don't care for any of us because of this. Because we can't come together.
Yeah.
We're fueling the flames of our enemies.
Yeah.
And they're loving it. They're eating it up, man. I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna do, but we better get on something soon here. Onto something soon.
Yeah. Yeah. One of the things that people don't acknowledge, like Keo here in the chat, people don't acknowledge this. Let me see. It takes money to get supplies done, delivered, and used. It takes money to make the world go round. That is the world that we live in today. It takes money. And people that want to say, like this guy over here is talking about, oh, Venezuela, they need freedom, oil. Well, yeah, we need oil. But this is the hypocrisy that I say from the Democrats on the left. And mind speak, this is what I'm talking about. They want to blame Republicans, they want to blame President Trump and every single one of us who voted for this. But what they don't realize is that there's more than what meets the eye. For example, Maria Machado, the Nobel Peace Prize winner, right? She said to the President Trump, please, President Trump, come to Venezuela. Help us. My people need your help. He said, we will give you $1 trillion worth of oil and access to our rare earth minerals. President Trump, stay quiet. We decided to concentrate. Now, we know that offer. We decided to concentrate on taking out the drug boats, 30% decrease, okay, on that corruption. And then when Nicolas Maduro says, come and get me, coward, and President Trump says, okay, I'm coming. All of a sudden he says, oh, I want to negotiate. I will give you $1 trillion of oil and so access to rare earth minerals. Well, we had the same offer from somebody who actually deserves to be there. But you, my friend, you have a warrant for your arrest. And you have poked the tiger and the lion too many times. We're coming for your ass. And that's what they did. And you know what? That's something that Republicans are... Exactly. And I don't, you know, you're right. People are right. I shouldn't say Republicans, Democrats, but unfortunately, that is how that's what the coin falls, you know, it falls on. It's like you're a leftist, you're a Democrat. You can't be a leftist and be a Republican. You know, you can't be a righty if you're a Democrat. That doesn't work that way. Now, for me, I agree when people say I want to be independent. Okay, are you really independent? Most likely, people are not independent. They pick a Democratic Party or the Republican Party. This is where they lie to themselves. And this is what I always say. If you hate Biden, you will not understand the policies. If you hate Trump, you will not understand the policies. But if you take Biden and Trump out of the equation, what policies do we have in place? Pick a side. Well, I'm on the Republican side because the policies are what I'm following. And how it gets done, well, I'll leave that for the president to decide.
The policies on the left don't make sense. The policies on the left are for things that affect such a minute portion of the population, like transgender operations and so many like out of whack and just out of. Why are things like that coming to the forefront? It's because the left is pushing for them, the extreme left is pushing for them, and they had their lapdogs. It's just crazy to me. What matters most to the most amount of people should be put to the forefront. That should be what concerns people, and the Democrats have never understood that. Let
me read a super chat. Thank you, Cutting Edge. Data Republican X found a website. A web of sites that pay for protest judges, lawyers, etc. with NGOs. Oh my God, I talk about NGOs so many times in my show. And some of them are connected to Open Society, Soros, the communist, with $100 million a year. We are funding our own destruction. God, please come back. Brother, that statement, 100%. Here is my prayer. Yes, Jesus Christ, come back, but let it be your will, Lord. It's very simple. Of course, we want him right now, but it has to be his will. All right, Anthony, thank you so much for your call. I will be back later today, and I will open up the lines eventually. We'll see if we have any lives that we can stream. We spent how many hours we got today? I don't think it was that many hours. We got 5.5 hours today, but I will come back later today. My love to all of you guys. Anthony, thank you so much. I'm glad I was able to give you just a little bit of time. You know what I'm saying? I know you try to get through. I know you did, and I appreciate you for that. All right. I'll talk to you guys later. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, man. You take it easy. Take care of that family. So, with that being said, I want to say thank you guys for liking the video. Thank you for liking the live. Listen, whether you believe me or not, I know I'm very hard on you. I love you. I really do. But I will go off on you if you don't know how to talk to me. Melody, good to see you again, a.k.a. Tyrone. I know you come back for the truth. I know you fight it. All socialist, liberal, white Karens do. And there's some brothers in here that don't like me either, but that's okay. I still love you all. I just don't want to do your lifestyles. I don't want to do the bad things you do. I hope to see the best in every one of you. So, I will be coming back later today. I don't know how long. I am full of shit, and I need to go unload. Thank you, Melody, for looking out. Good looking out. Whether you like my language is irrelevant. God bless you. God bless your family, and God bless the USA. Drug smuggler, dodos, whoop, whoop. You can't hurt me, bro.